In the golden age of magic, Yan Wei stood above everyone else, and every mage who tried to bring him down was wiped out without mercy. Even when the magic clans united against him, Yan Wei only laughed and mocked them for being too soft to win. Since no one could defeat him head-on, the clans slowly wore him down and sealed him inside the Void Realm to erase his soul instead. Yan Wei opened his eyes inside the Void Realm and found himself drifting there in pure spiritual form. Instead of panicking, he looked around the dead emptiness and dryly joked that the Void Realm was a mess. He remembered the battle and casually decided he could have won if he had bothered to try harder. Then he summoned the Voidheart Reliquary of Boundless Sanctuary, the secret relic he had made from the void itself. The box cracked open and wrapped him in a bubble-like barrier that could block the Void Realm from erasing his soul. Because the artifact also let him cross realities, Yan Wei gambled on reincarnation and waited to see if his plan would work. When he woke again, the gamble had paid off, and he was standing alive in a completely new world. He took in the surreal landscape, including a stream drifting through the sky, and had to admit the place was impressive. But his mood dipped when he realized he could not sense any mana anywhere in this world. For a moment he worried he might have landed in a world where the supernatural was just fiction. He brushed the problem aside and decided to explore first instead of worrying about it. To get a better look around, Yan Wei used wind magic and launched himself into the sky. From above, he spotted a mountain sect full of grand buildings, waterfalls, and women moving through the grounds with scrolls and supplies. That was when Yan Wei understood the truth. He had not landed in an ordinary world at all, but in a cultivation sect. Elsewhere on Dragon's Peak Mountain, Mu Lingxi and Lady Hua sat in a gazebo and played xiangqi while talking about the coming disciple selection exams. Lady Hua was surprised Mu Lingxi had time for chess at all, and Mu Lingxi admitted she wanted a short break and was curious about this year's recruits. When Mu Lingxi guessed the last selection exam was only a few years ago, Lady Hua had to remind her it had actually been 20 years. Mu Lingxi took the correction in stride and said time barely registered anymore now that her cultivation had grown so deep. The story pauses to frame why Mu Lingxi carries such weight here. She recently became an elder disciple after stepping into spirit ascension, with an unusual gift for communing with Dragon's Peak spirits. As the sun lowered, Lady Hua suggested a later trip to the capital to consult a famous artifact expert named Qi Master Hua. Mu Lingxi turned the conversation back on her junior and asked about Lady Hua's own progress instead. Lady Hua shyly admitted she had reached the 7th level of core formation, and Mu Lingxi's simple praise nearly made her explode with joy inside. Lady Hua was about to ask another question when Mu Lingxi suddenly stood up and stared toward the mountain range around the sect. Lady Hua felt nothing unusual, but Mu Lingxi could sense a deeply wrong disturbance in the natural energy of Dragon's Peak. Struggling to describe it, Mu Lingxi finally said it felt like a gaping void had opened in the heart of the sect. Once Lady Hua accepted that the disturbance was real, she asked what Mu Lingxi planned to do, and Mu Lingxi answered with cold menace that the intruder's suffering was only beginning. Then Mu Lingxi closed her eyes, entered a focused state, and began shaping her fire qi into a devastating weapon. Her power condensed into the Emberstorm bow of the Celestial Phoenix, a blazing bow and arrow hot enough to warp space around it. Mu Lingxi released the shot straight toward the unknown presence above the sect, fully expecting that to end it. Satisfied, she calmly sat back down and told Lady Hua they could continue the game. High above the sect, Yan Wei had no idea he was being targeted until his passive stellar foresight moved first for him. Without even looking, he dodged the lethal arrow with nothing more than a lazy tilt of his neck. The mist attack exploded behind him with terrifying force, tearing the sky into rifts and throwing Dragon's Peak Mountain into panic. The disciples below panicked at the sight of the floating stranger, and assumed anyone who could fly like that had to be overwhelmingly powerful. Watching the reaction, Yan Wei quickly realized this world's people were strong but did not seem to use magic the way he did. Back in the gazebo, Mu Lingxi's calm finally cracked when her xiangqi piece slipped from her fingers after she sensed that her attack had failed. Lady Hua was left stunned, and Mu Lingxi shot to her feet in open fury that anyone had dodged her attack, declaring him dead for that insult before moving out. Done with games, Mu Lingxi flashed away in golden flame to personally deal with the intruder. The story opens by framing Yan Wei as a monster from birth, a magic prodigy so absurd that whole realms seemed to bend around him. Even as a child, Yan Wei was said to master spells that took others decades, and his raw talent terrified the strongest magic clans alive. Rumors and testimonies paint him as everything at once: savior, tyrant, arrogant young master, and the single strongest mage of the golden age of magic. Now that same Yan Wei has entered a cultivation world, and he plans to climb straight to the top here too. He drops into the Dragon Blossom sect so fast he nearly lands on a novice disciple's face, then casually apologizes midair. When he politely asks who is in charge, the poor disciple faints on the spot, and Yan Wei just clicks his tongue and keeps going. 4 inner disciples rush in to stop him: Li Jun, Wang Hao, Lu Jing, and Chen Wei. Li Jun accuses Yan Wei of desecrating sacred ground, and Yan Wei instantly undercuts the threat by pointing out that he technically still has not touched the ground at all. Li Jun realizes flying means Yan Wei should be powerful, but the stranger's suppressed qi makes his true level impossible to read. Wang Hao erupts in anger over the explosion that disturbed his cultivation, and Yan Wei coolly mocks him by asking if that makes him a farmer. Yan Wei says he does not want to fight and only wants whoever runs this place. But Wan Hao decides he has to cut his way through first. Wan Hao channels lightning through his spirit-refined Jian until blue energy engulfs both him and the blade. Yan Wei watches the technique with real disbelief, not because he is scared, but because he seems offended that this is supposed to impress him. Wan Hao launches himself like a blue streak and brings the lightning sword down with explosive force. When the flash clears, Yan Wei is completely unharmed and already has one hand locked around Wan Hao's throat. He crushes Wan Hao's neck harder and sneers that petty tricks were never going to beat him. Li Jun and the others can only stare as they realize even Wan Hao's lightning spirit technique did nothing to him. The reason is simple on Yan Wei's side. His overworld shield automatically neutralizes attacks, and the lightning layer just dispersed Wan Hao's entire assault. Still holding Wan Hao, Yan Wei puts his other hand on the man's abdomen and decides it is only fair to take his own turn. A crimson orb of scarlet magic blooms in Yan Wei's palm, and Wan Hao starts screaming as the red destruction tears through him from the inside. Li Jun tries to interrupt by challenging Yan Wei directly, but Yan Wei ignores him and keeps torturing Wan Hao. Then Wan Hao's lower body breaks apart into blood and dust, leaving the other 3 disciples frozen in horror. Yan Wei turns to the 3 survivors with a cold stare and invites the next challenger with one word, next. Desperate to save what is left of the situation, Li Jun ignites his Jian with fire and spirit refines it 3 times before charging in. His spirit fire tiger piercing blade erupts into a huge flaming tiger aimed straight through Yan Wei's chest. Yan Wei stops the entire attack with one finger and asks, almost bored, what Li Jun thinks he is trying to accomplish. When Li Jun keeps pushing, Yan Wei dismisses him as an ant and answers with scarlet magic again. The red flash erases Li Jun's sword, shatters the flaming tiger, and vaporizes a huge section of the ground in one blast. Li Jun is thrown back hard and survives only because Yan Wei decided to spare him. Yan Wei coolly reminds Li Jun he survived only because he was spared, while the narration clarifies that scarlet magic is the physical destruction half of his fused destruction magic. Chen Wei rushes to the injured Li Jun, but Lu Jing cuts in and decides she will hold Yan Wei off until the sect elders arrive. Chen Wei warns that Yan Wei may be a third-path cultivator and far beyond them, but Lu Jing refuses to give up anyway. Lu Jing activates Silver Flash Dragon Martial Technique, and silver scales spread across her skin as a fierce aura bursts from her hands. She launches at Yan Wei with speed so extreme that Chen Wei can barely perceive her movement at all. Even that is not enough, because before her claws can touch him, Yan Wei has already slipped away and reappeared beside the mangled Wan Hao. Lu Jing realizes his evasive ability is even more absurd than her dragon technique can handle. Yan Wei notices Wan Hao is somehow still alive, jokes about it, and tosses the broken disciple aside like dead weight. That casual cruelty pushes Lu Jing over the edge, and she attacks again with everything she has. Yan Wei meets her speed with even greater reflexes and movement, turning her impossible rush into something he reads and dodges effortlessly. Before Lu Jing can understand where he went, Yan Wei appears behind her and knocks her out with a single chop to the neck. Chen Wei panics and tries to move for Lu Jing, but Yan Wei gets behind him just as easily and stops him with one word. A blue light flashes from Yan Wei's fingertip, and Chen Wei is sealed inside solid ice. With all 4 disciples down, Yan Wei actually sounds annoyed that they forced him to work this hard just to keep them alive. He calmly fixes his hair and robes in the middle of the wreckage, still grumbling that cultivators are unreasonable and asking if anyone decent exists in this world. Then Yan Wei looks into empty space and calmly tells the hidden observer to come out already. Mu Lingxi phases out of a concealed 4-dimensional space, impressed that he sensed her at all. Yan Wei immediately mocks her concealment as weak, and Mu Lingxi realizes he should not have been able to sense that technique so casually. As Mu Lingxi weighs whether he is truly on her level or using some unknown artifact, she settles into a martial stance and starts gathering fire around her hands. She vows to burn his soul for 1,000 years after she beats him, and Yan Wei answers with a yawn. Instead of trading insults, Yan Wei makes a proposal. If he wins, Mu Lingxi takes him to the person in charge, and if he loses, she can do anything she wants with him. Mu Lingxi fires back that she might be the one in charge, but Yan Wei dismisses the idea instantly and calls her too weak. That one line finally snaps her temper, and Mu Lingxi explodes forward before Yan Wei can even finish trying to calm her down. She commits fully to the attack, charging in with a lethal palm strike and the confidence of a second-path cultivator who expects the hit to end it instantly. But her palm hits empty air, and in the same instant she sees Yan Wei already standing beside her as if her speed meant nothing at all. Instead of counterattacking, Yan Wei casually fixes a loose strand of Mu Lingxi's hair and tells her she is more beautiful than many women from his old world. Mu Lingxi is left hanging there in pure astonishment, because a man she should vastly outspeed just dodged her attack like it was effortless. Mu Lingxi lunged and certain her palm strike would land, but Yan Wei slipped aside with a sidestep so fast it stunned even her. Annoyed, Mu Lingxi screamed and exploded into motion, turning herself into a streak of light as she rushed him again. She hammered him with punches, kicks, chops, and palm strikes, but Yan Wei floated through the barrage with his hands behind his back like he was performing a graceful routine. Even the shockwaves from her strikes tore holes in space around them, yet Yan Wei avoided those too without losing his smirk. Yan Wei teased her mid-fight, saying this was fun and pushing her to move even faster. Mu Lingxi answered by using her structural immemorial divergent boundary, phasing in and out of reality to build speed inside her private four-dimensional space. When she burst back into the present, her upgraded strike finally slipped past one of his defenses and cut off a single strand of Yang Wei's hair. That tiny success emboldened her, so she dove back into her hidden space and came out charging a spatial slash at her fingertips. She cut through the air hard enough to rend mountains and open a massive spatial rift, but the attack curved around Yang Wei and left him completely untouched. Mu Lingxi stared in disbelief, and Yang Wei coolly told her brute force would not be enough before declaring it was his turn. Wanting to test her limits a little more, Yang Wei formed a hand seal and gathered a dense green sphere of energy in front of him while keeping his eyes on Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi hesitated when she realized this strange green power was devouring the natural qi around it, leaving her without a clear counter. Yang Wei mocked her shock and fired jade magic, forcing Mu Lingxi to vanish back into her four-dimensional refuge. Inside her secluded dimension, Mu Lingxi believed she was untouchable, but Yang Wei immediately started analyzing the weak links between her paradoxical space and reality. Realizing jade magic could target the non-physical fault lines of her dimension, Yang Wei decided to destabilize the whole thing instead of attacking her directly. Then he spoke again, and the green sphere shot high above the courtyard before rapidly spreading across the sacred grounds. As the green field swallowed the sacred courtyard, unnamed disciples below shouted in confusion, and inside her hidden space Mu Lingxi finally realized she had been trapped. Yang Wei's voice reached her mind with a cold final warning that it was over. Her private dimension shattered from every side, and the spirits living there broke apart into particles as the entire space was erased. Back in the courtyard, Yang Wei's jade magic left a dead vacuum where she had simply ceased to exist. Yang Wei let the spell disperse, cracked his knuckles, and casually admired his own handiwork. Then he noticed Mu Lingxi had somehow survived, though the cost was brutal. Her left arm was gone, most of her right hand had disintegrated, and blood covered her battered body. Instead of gloating, Yang Wei applauded her for phasing back into reality through temporal displacement and spatial lag that should have finished her. Mu Lingxi could barely stand, because jade magic had not just mangled her body, it had damaged her soul and the very foundation of her existence. Even so, she knew she had challenged someone stronger and still hated admitting that she had not truly closed the gap at all. She collapsed to her knees and slammed her handless arm against the ground, refusing to accept defeat even through the pain. In that low moment, she pictured her father and her elder brother and apologized to them under her breath. She forced out spiritual energy to regrow her missing arm and hand, but the healing crawled because Yang Wei's attack had wounded her soul. Still kneeling, she smeared blood into her palm and started forming hand seals, determined to summon one last thing. Before she could finish, Yang Wei appeared in front of her and immediately saw the deeper reason she refused to stop. He bluntly told her she was not just defending the sect anymore, she was trying to prove her worth to someone by winning this fight. Then his tone shifted, and he spoke about how people chase validation through talent, lineage, and effort until those judged lacking end up feeling unloved. Yang Wei told her fear of losing and hunger for acknowledgement were the real chains holding her back, not any lack of power. For the first time, Mu Lingxi softened and admitted in a low voice that he might be right. Yang Wei surprised her again by apologizing for what he had said earlier. He explained that almost no human had ever challenged him one-on-one, so her courage had genuinely impressed him. Then he rested a hand on her head and told her plainly that she was not weak, but one of the strongest women he had ever met. That touch stirred an old wound in Mu Lingxi, and for a heartbeat Yang Wei reminded her of her father. A tear slipped down her cheek before she could stop it, leaving her shaken by feelings she did not understand. Yang Wei lightly joked that he must have touched her heart, and Mu Lingxi, still wiping tears away, thanked him. Once she steadied herself, Mu Lingxi returned to the original reason for the clash and asked if he still wanted to meet the matriarch. Yang Wei nodded, but his attention drifted to the defeated disciples around them, suddenly wondering how much damage he had really caused. Mu Lingxi noticed and told him the worst case was Wang Hao, who should survive with pills and Shen Mei's healing techniques. When Yang Wei kept looking at her, Mu Lingxi asked what was wrong, and he admitted he was just surprised she was taking this so well. She answered bluntly that making a scene would be pointless when beating him would cost her far more than she could afford. Together they walked through the sect's broad pathways while medical cultivators rushed past and angry disciples glared at the outsider who had just beaten everyone. The disciples muttered that Yang Wei was the bastard who threw the sect into chaos, and had no right to stroll beside senior sister Mu. Mu Lingxi admitted she was surprised their insults did not bother him, and Yang Wei answered with icy simplicity that they were weak. A beat later, Yang Wei pointed out her torn, filthy clothes, but Mu Lingxi flatly said embarrassment was the least of her concerns. She made it very clear that losing to Yang Wei did not mean the other disciples could treat her lightly, because she would still destroy them if pushed. Yang Wei, half exasperated and half amused, asked what it was with her and torturing souls. Instead of answering, Mu Lingxi lifted two fingers and summoned a nearby Jian into the air in front of her. She stepped onto the hovering sword and decided they should fly so he could reach the matriarch faster. Yan Wei matched her altitude with wind magic, and the two moved 20 meters above the sect together. While they flew, Mu Lingxi finally asked what cultivation realm he belonged to and whether he might be a third path cultivator. Yan Wei only blinked and asked what a third path cultivator even was, leaving Mu Lingxi visibly bewildered. When she rephrased the question more simply, Yan Wei gave a stranger answer than she expected. He said he was not a cultivator at all. The story opens in the Maxian world, a major cultivation world where women dominate the highest ranks after an ancient war wiped out many powerful men. On the beast-filled northern ravages, the Dragon Blossom sect stands high in the Dragon's Peak Mountains, famous for beautiful and deadly female disciples. Mu Lingxi rides her Jian through the mountain skies with Yan Wei beside her, still trying to understand how someone this strong claims he is not a cultivator. Yan Wei answers with a straight face that he does not lie unless he absolutely has to, which only makes his impossible story sound a little more believable. Mu Lingxi finally admits that his claim of coming from another world does make sense, because a male this powerful could never have quietly lived in Maxian for long. When she fumbles over the word mage, Yan Wei confirms that is what he is, and he pointedly contrasts mages with the ruthless cultivators she is used to. Mu Lingxi cannot fully argue with that, because most cultivators she has met really do carry a ruthless streak. Their flight ends at a grand palace hidden deep inside the sect, and Yan Wei immediately wonders if the place is some kind of portal. Mu Lingxi teases him for talking like a cultivator anyway, but she still leads him inside to seek an audience with the matriarchs. Inside, the palace opens into a cosmic interior so vast it feels like outer space, and even Yan Wei pauses to take in the impossible scale. A beautiful woman emerges from the stars, and Mu Lingxi respectfully greets her as Ling Meiyan, the sect's third young miss. Ling Meiyan politely returns the greeting, and Mu Lingxi asks for help getting Yan Wei in front of the sect's top leaders. Ling Meiyan says she would normally refuse, but she agrees to make an exception this time and casually adds that she already likes him. A column of light opens, and Mu Lingxi leads Yan Wei through it into an even stranger space beyond the palace. They arrive in a plain white multidimensional void with a glowing golden palace ahead, and Yan Wei dryly mocks the idea of finding a palace inside another palace. Mu Lingxi is annoyed by his attitude, but Yan Wei says he will only respect these matriarchs if they prove they deserve it. Even while acting unimpressed, Yan Wei studies the dimensions seriously and realizes the space itself is built on at least 12 dimensions. Mu Lingxi explains that the head matriarch is so close to the peak of her path that creating a place like this is easy for her. Inside the Golden Palace, the three matriarchs sit around an azure tree Zanki board, calmly shaping the fate of miniature worlds with each move. The game also reveals the sect's power structure. Moon is the current sect master, Sun supports her, and Star stands above them all as the hidden head matriarch pursuing even higher cultivation. Mu Lingxi enters their space alone at first and bows deeply, greeting the great matriarchs with full respect. Ming Huiran asks who she is, and Mu Lingxi introduces herself as Chief Mu's first daughter. That name jogs the matriarch's memory, and Moon calmly reminds Sun that Chief Mu is one of the 5 chiefs of the Dragon's Peak Mountains. Moon remembers Mu Lingxi personally and notes that the disciple has become impressively strong since they last met decades ago. Mu Lingxi humbly rejects the praise, and Ming Huiran gently tells her to lift her head and explain why she came. Before Mu Lingxi can answer, Yan Wei steps in, and the instant his strange power reaches them, all 3 matriarchs freeze in shock. Liang Xinyu is so startled by Yan Wei's abnormal energy that she drops her Zanki piece, and the other 2 matriarchs are just as shaken. The shock turns hard immediately when the matriarchs realize Mu Lingxi has brought a man into their domain. Mu Lingxi panics and rushes to explain that she did not mean to offend them, while Ming Huiran steps in before the room turns uglier. Ming Huiran tells the others to let Mu Lingxi explain first, barely keeping the audience from turning into an outright clash. Then Yan Wei makes everything worse by openly insulting the world as a place full of edgy feminists who do not know their place. Liang Xinyu snaps in fury, but Yan Wei simply rises into the air until he is level with the matriarchs instead of standing below them. Now hovering at their height, Yan Wei says he will not be looked down on by people he finds unsightly, pushing the matriarchs even closer to open violence. Moon turns back to Mu Lingxi with a much colder expression and makes it clear that this had better come with a very good explanation. Mu Lingxi apologizes for Yan Wei's behavior and starts explaining that he is not even from their world, which only makes Moon narrow her eyes further. 10 minutes later, Mu Lingxi finishes the full explanation that Yan Wei appeared from outside their cultivation world and that even she could not defeat him. Liang Xinyu repeats the claim back in disbelief, struggling to accept that Mu Lingxi, a second path cultivator, could not defeat Yan Wei. Yoi Minglong is the first to give the story real weight, because Yan Wei's strange energy does fit Mu Lingxi's explanation. Ming Huiran shifts from suspicion to interest and openly tests Yan Wei's confidence. While he answers like this is all beneath him. That answer only amuses Ming Huiran more, and when Yan Wei says strength should be displayed, she declares that she likes him already. Moon immediately shuts that down, and says she does not like him at all, so Yan Wei winks and promises she will eventually come around like everyone else. Liang Xinyu drags the meeting back on track and asks the real question: what exactly does Yan Wei want from them? Yan Wei says he did not seek out these three specifically, he just wanted to speak to the strongest people available so he could understand how this world works. He follows that with a rare attempt at diplomacy, saying he has no intention of harming anyone and apologizing if he came off that way. Moon answers with blunt confidence that he could not harm them even if he tried, and Ming Huiran immediately tells her not to get arrogant. That rebuke works, and Moon actually apologizes, showing that the conversation has shifted from open hostility to guarded negotiation. Asked again what he really wants, Yan Wei pauses and quietly changes course from using them for information to something far stranger. Then Yan Wei makes his declaration at the very end of the meeting. He wants to become a farmer. In the white multidimensional void, all three matriarchs freeze when Yan Wei casually asks how to become a farmer. Yan Wei points at them and admits he forgot what cultivators are called, turning the whole moment into a fresh embarrassment for Mu Lingxi. Ming Huiran slams the table and laughs the hardest, while Yuehui dismisses him as typical and Liang Xinyue quietly decides he really is unusual. Liang Xinyue gets serious and asks the real question: if Yan Wei already fights far above Mu Lingxi's level, why does he want to cultivate at all? When Yan Wei asks if she wants his reason, even playful Ming Huiran leans in, because now everyone wants to hear what drives someone that strong. Yan Wei reveals that in his own world he was born during the Great Shift, grew into an unmatched genius, and crushed every attempt to bring him down. At the end of that confession, he admits the truth underneath it all: cultivation might be his only chance to finally face a real challenge again. Liang Xinyue turns the decision over to Yuehui, who admits his reason is valid but pointedly says choosing his path is not their right. Liang Xinyue awkwardly spells out the obvious that Yuehui missed. Yan Wei asked because he wants the Dragon Blossom sect to back him. Then Ming Huiran gets emotional in a completely different way, tearing up over the poor powerhouse who only wanted a challenge and never got one. Still sniffling, Ming Huiran whispers that Yan Wei should skip straight to elite disciple, elder, or even patriarch, and Liang has to remind her none of that is remotely possible. Yuehui adds that it is especially hard to take him seriously after the farmer comment, and to everyone's surprise Yan Wei and Ming protest in perfect sync. That odd little harmony only makes Mu Lingxi more uneasy, because Ming is suddenly getting far too friendly with him for her liking. A moment later Ming Huiran vanishes behind Yan Wei, starts rubbing his shoulders, and openly declares him her favorite already. When Yan Wei points out he is not even a cultivator yet, Ming just pats his head and promises that in time they might cultivate together. That line finally cracks Yuehui's composure, and she leaps up red-faced to call Ming's invitation vulgar and wildly inappropriate. Ming fires back by flaunting her seniority, and Yuehui immediately turns to Liang for support before this gets any worse. Liang first agrees it is not allowed, which relaxes Yuehui for exactly 1 second. Then Liang calmly admits she personally would not mind dual cultivating with a decent man on her own level, since finding one in this world is rare and traveling elsewhere is a chore. Ming celebrates like the matter is settled, but Liang pours cold water on it by warning that even reaching that level would cost Yan Wei countless centuries. Yan Wei brushes that off like it is nothing, and his easy answer makes Liang like him even more while Yuehui stays stubbornly unimpressed. Liang finally turns to Mu Lingxi and asks for the opinion that matters inside the sect: should Yan Wei be accepted at all? Mu Lingxi thinks it through honestly and decides his strength, drive, and discipline make him exactly the kind of person the Dragon Blossom sect should keep close. She says it out loud in a decisive voice, adding that if another weaker woman takes him in, he might vanish from their world entirely. Liang accepts Mu Lingxi's answer, then lays out the real problem. Yan Wei's power belongs in the inner sect, but his actual cultivation level does not even qualify for the outer sect. Ming wants to shove him into the inner sect anyway so he can outwork every lazy first path disciple there. Yuehui pushes back with a stricter answer. Because he knows almost nothing and already caused a stir, he should start properly by earning a place through the Peak's outer sect competition. Yan Wei instantly likes the sound of that challenge, and Mu Lingxi seizes the opening with a better plan. Mu Lingxi offers to bring him to Spirit Harmony Peak under her family's authority, present him as a new disciple, and teach him until the outer sect competition begins. Liang weighs that against other options, but in the end agrees Mu Lingxi's territory is probably the best place for him. Yan Wei pauses just long enough to confirm it, and Liang officially tells him yes, he has been accepted. Ming celebrates, Yuehui dismisses him one last time, and Mu Lingxi can only smile as the strange meeting finally lands on a real decision. After Yan Wei and Mu Lingxi leave, the three matriarchs return to their private golden palace and resume their Azure Tree Zanki game. While studying the board, Yuehui bluntly tells Ming she seemed very attracted to that man. Ming admits it immediately, and Liang quietly backs her up because Yan Wei was hard for any of them to ignore. Then Ming gets more specific and says Yan Wei's scent felt exotically familiar and strangely satisfying, which Liang instantly understands. Yuehui asks what they mean, and Ming realizes she never met the immortal Emperor Shenbao, the man whose presence makes the comparison obvious. Liang explains that Shenbao is a 7th-level immortal emperor, and Yan Wei carries the same sweet scent he does. Yuehui tries to stay cool when Ming teases her about enjoying it too, but her blush gives away that she noticed more than she wants to admit. Liang finally names the reason. Yan Wei likely has the same body type as Shenbao, a void-born Yin conduit. As Liang describes a vessel shaped by cosmic alignment and overflowing with refining energy, Yuehui's calm facade finally cracks in open shock. Ming appears beside Yuehui to make the implication painfully clear, but Yuehui swats her away and pretends she still does not get it. Ming spells it out anyway. Yang Wei's body and yin energy would make him an ideal dual cultivation partner with extraordinary balance and benefits. Yuehui reluctantly agrees with the logic, right up until Ming pushes too far and asks if that makes Yang Wei a worthy partner once he reaches second path. That sends Yuehui exploding to her feet again, while Liang only laughs and says it is not a bad idea if their realms do not overwhelm him. All Yuehui can do after that is rub her temples and call the other two unbelievable. Elsewhere, Mulingxi leads Yang Wei through the Dragon's Peak Mountains, standing on her flying jian while he glides beside her in meditation. Yang Wei asks why sects insist on building atop mountains, and Mulingxi explains that the height brings richer qi and follows old tradition. His first takeaway is that destroying a sect's mountain could destroy the sect, which makes Mulingxi realize his instincts still run straight toward warfare. After a beat, Mulingxi answers in kind and coolly suggests that if he wants to deal with the sect, killing its leader and members would be simpler anyway. Yang Wei tells her he likes the way she thinks, and Mulingxi has to look away fast before that small moment hits her too hard. As they keep flying, Mulingxi grows painfully aware of her own reaction and starts spiraling over why this man unsettles her so much. She edges closer almost without noticing, drawn by the fact that Yang Wei smells just as dangerously good as the matriarchs implied. The next thing she knows, she has leaned in close enough to breathe him in with her eyes closed. When she opens her eyes and realizes how close she is, Yang Wei just looks at her and says her eyes are beautiful. That compliment completely breaks her, and Mulingxi lets out a scream as she tumbles straight off her jian. Yang Wei panics for a second, only for Mulingxi to rise right back up and coolly remind him that even a spirit disciple survives a drop like that. That only makes Yang Wei ask the obvious question: if she can already fly on her own, what is the sword even for? Mulingxi answers with pure simplicity that the jian is just habit, and they move on. Trying to recover her dignity, Mulingxi tells him he should stop using her given name so casually and call her senior sister Mu instead. Yang Wei says that is not what he had in mind at all, because as far as he is concerned they are already friends. Mulingxi chokes on that answer so badly that Yang Wei immediately offers her conjured water, only for her to wave it away in embarrassment. Before the mood can get stranger, Mulingxi points ahead and tells him they have reached Spirit Harmony Peak. She accelerates hard on her jian, and Yang Wei drops his meditative pose to chase after her at speed. Up close, Spirit Harmony Peak turns out to be stunning, surrounded by floating islands that even impress Yang Wei. Mulingxi accepts his praise with a little pride, reminding him this is the residence of an immortal. As they descend, junior disciples bow respectfully to Mulingxi and greet her as young miss, making her status here impossible to miss. Yang Wei points out that she clearly holds high status, but Mulingxi brushes that aside and tells him to focus on the real point. This peak is where his cultivation journey starts. On Spirit Harmony Peak, Mulingxi leads Yang Wei through the busy sect streets while he complains that the black and gold hanfu she gave him feels scratchy. Mulingxi brushes off his complaint by saying the clothes belong to her fourth brother and tells him to get used to it. When Yang Wei asks where they are going, Mulingxi ignores the question and snaps at a nearby junior disciple instead. The junior disciple hurries over, bows, and respectfully calls Mulingxi young miss, making her status on this peak impossible to miss. Mulingxi orders the disciple to open a nearby sliding wooden gate, and the girl obeys immediately. The open gate reveals a quiet private courtyard with a wooden house inside, and Mulingxi gestures for Yang Wei to follow her in. Once they are inside, Mulingxi dismisses the disciple and leaves the two of them alone in the courtyard. Yang Wei takes in the garden and pond, whistles at the peaceful place, and assumes it must be Mulingxi's home. Mulingxi tells him flatly that this is not her home at all, but his new living quarters. Yang Wei teases that private quarters almost make it seem like she has a soft spot for him, and Mulingxi instantly explodes in denial. He laughs it off, but Mulingxi still tries to recover her dignity by reminding him to call her senior sister Mu. Yang Wei refuses to take that seriously, and Mulingxi gives up enough to ask whether he is at least satisfied with the place. He claims his old mansion had a courtyard bigger than this entire property, but says he can manage, and Mulingxi simply accepts that answer. When he asks if there is anything else, Mulingxi goes quiet and gets stuck on the truth that this used to be her own first quarters, a place she cherished and once hoped to save for someone precious like Mu Lin. Yang Wei notices how red she looks and asks if she is okay, only for Mulingxi to snap at him to mind his own business. A moment later, Mulingxi remembers one more detail and tells him with a small smile that her younger sister Mu Lin lives in the house next door. That confirms to Yang Wei that only special students get their own homes, but Mulingxi corrects him and says noble students buy that privilege too. Mulingxi explains that wealthy families donate huge sums to support the sect, which is part of how the Dragon Blossom sect maintains its elite standing. When Yang Wei asks if Mu Lin lives here because she is Chief Mu's daughter, Mulingxi confirms it. Then Yang Wei asks who lived here before him, and Mulingxi blushes, dodges the question, and abruptly warns that he is only getting this comfortable place because of her status on Spirit Harmony Peak. Trying to change the subject, Mulingsi points at him and warns that he can only live this comfortably because of her status, so he had better not embarrass her. Yanwei barely listens and brushes her off, which only makes Mulingsi stress that his behavior matters if he wants favor as a future outer sect disciple. In the middle of that warning, Mulingsi suddenly goes weak at the knees and starts to lose her balance. Yanwei catches her before she falls, and Mulingsi admits that even if he healed her body, her nascent soul still has not recovered. Yanwei asks what a nascent soul is, and Mulingsi tells him he will understand once he actually starts cultivating. Instead of putting her down properly, Yanwei gets distracted by how soft her thigh feels and openly compliments her legs. Mulingsi stammers through the compliment, but her flustered reaction only gets worse when he keeps squeezing and rubbing her thigh. A soft involuntary moan slips out of Mulingsi, and that instantly turns her embarrassment into fury. She shouts that he is a pervert, breaks free, and immediately tries to strike him, but Yanwei dodges her slap and kick with ease. Yanwei laughs that he only got carried away, and Mulingsi snaps back that he has not reached the cultivation level to act like that. Yanwei pushes that logic on purpose and suddenly teleports right in front of her to ask if she would sleep with him if he were strong enough. Cornered by his closeness, Mulingsi awkwardly says maybe, but warns that in this world women usually hold the power and should be the ones making advances. Yanwei ignores the social rule completely and asks why he should not express his feelings directly. Mulingsi boldly asks if this means he likes her, forcing the teasing into a real question. Yanwei lifts her chin and answers with the worst possible version of honesty, saying he likes all beautiful women. That answer finally disgusts Mulingsi enough to shove him away and storm off in a burst of anger. Yanwei calls after her because she still has not taught him anything about cultivation, but Mulingsi refuses on the spot and vanishes in a swirl of golden flames. Left alone in the courtyard, Yanwei can only stare after her and admit he still has no idea how to understand that woman. 3 days pass, and with Mulingsi still nowhere to be seen, Yanwei stays inside his new courtyard and decides to study cultivation on his own. He has stopped wearing Mulingsi's formal robes indoors and settles into a simple faded blue robe, while turning daily stretches into a routine. Yanwei keeps reading the manuals left in the house, teaching himself everything from basic cultivation to herbs and pill refining because he refuses to stay helpless. After his stretches, he uses water magic to make a floating cluster of droplets and turns it into a neat sprinkler to water the garden. While tending the plants, he pieces together the key rule of this world: without a spirit root, a person cannot cultivate at all. He also learns that spirit roots are fixed at birth in type, grade, and shape, even if hard work can improve them later. As he finishes the garden work, Yanwei mentally sorts the spirit root grades from ordinary earth grade all the way up to the almost mythical heaven grade. He learns the 3 spirit root categories too: elemental roots, rare roots like lightning or space, and pure roots that boost spiritual affinity itself. The shapes matter just as much, from single core to dual core to the legendary multi-core roots with broad potential. Since he has no direct way to test himself yet, Yanwei pins all his hopes on the moonlit water divination method and waits for the full moon. The following night, the full moon rises exactly as expected, and Yanwei takes his place beside the pond at the back of the courtyard to begin the assessment. He jokes to himself that if he has no spirit root, maybe he will have to re-roll into another universe, then settles down to try anyway. After a few final stretches, Yanwei sits in meditation and begins the moonlit water divination method by trying to reach inward toward his own soul. For nearly 10 minutes nothing happens, and even after that he still feels like the method is failing. He keeps going for an entire hour, trusting the method's logic that moonlight and water can guide spiritual energy through a beginner who cannot control it directly. At last, spiritual particles begin gathering around him and ripple the pond, proving the full moon method is finally working. As the energy moves through him, Yanwei realizes his new body is almost free of impurities, far cleaner than a normal cultivator's body should be. He judges the impurity level to be only a tiny fraction, likely left over from cosmic fluctuations when this body was formed. Then Yanwei opens his eyes glowing white, and a small ancient manual materializes before him from the converging light. He recognizes it as his inheritance, the soul-bound record that will tell him his spirit root's grade, type, and shape once he touches it. Yanwei reaches out and the manual turns into light, merging directly into his soul. Now sure that he does have a spirit root, Yanwei stands up feeling relieved and credits his reincarnation setup for syncing his body with this world's power system. But the victory lasts only a moment, because after reading the inheritance he still has no clue what he is supposed to do next. As he wonders if he should just meditate again, a sudden vision slams into him and drops him unconscious beside the pond. 6 days after arriving in the Maxian world, Yanwei happily waters his courtyard garden and basks in the fact that his spirit root awakening did not ruin him at all. He reflects that his collapse after the moonlit test was just the cost of his body, soul, inheritance, and spirit root fully merging during 2 days of forced hibernation. Now that the merge is complete, he finally accepts how absurd his new spirit root is, a heaven-grade multi-core root tied to fire, water, earth, wind, wood, space, time, and soul bond. Instead of feeling intimidated, Yanwei decides he will train every single path, even if it takes centuries, because he wants the strongest possible foundation. From outside the gate, a few passing disciples can only stare as Yang Wei grins and nods to himself like a man losing his mind. A little later, he comes out with a dusty beginner manual at last ready to start real cultivation instead of just surviving strange awakenings. As he reads, Yang Wei realizes the first climb is already tedious. He has to master 8 separate basics just to reach the level of a mortal disciple. Even so, he sits down immediately and begins Qi awareness meditation, focusing on breath and the movement of energy inside his body. An hour into meditation, soft feminine hands suddenly land on his shoulders from behind, but Yang Wei keeps his focus instead of reacting right away. The stranger grows bolder, wrapping around him from behind, sliding her hands under his robe, kissing his neck, and openly savoring his smell and taste. The moment her hands slip too far, Yang Wei vanishes from her grasp and reappears behind her with overwhelming speed. He grabs her by the hair and demands her identity, instantly turning her seduction attempt into a control struggle she reacts to with obvious excitement. Instead of backing down, the woman calmly introduces herself as Mu Lin, Chief Mu's second daughter and the eldest daughter of this peak. Once he hears she is Lingxi's younger sister, Yang Wei lets go at once because he has no interest in provoking another powerful father over a daughter. Mu Lin even complains that he stopped too soon, making it obvious she is shamelessly entertained by rough treatment. Yang Wei studies her more carefully and confirms she is the younger sister Lingxi mentioned, dressed with the same noble black and gold bearing as the peak's ruling family. Mu Lin immediately shifts the conversation into politics, mocking the fact that Yang Wei calls Mu Lingxi by name, and saying men should accept that women hold the real power in this world. She goes further and boasts that powerful women could have wiped out male cultivators if they wanted, only to admit they still need capable men and find ordinary ones beneath them. When Yang Wei bluntly asks whether this is really something she should be saying to him, Mu Lin only doubles down and treats her own virginity like teasing conversation bait. Yang Wei asks if she seduces every man she sees, and Mu Lin says no, claiming he is the first one she has seriously considered. She teases that most truly capable men are already taken or not even from this world, while Yang Wei quietly realizes she cannot sense his real strength the way Lingxi could. Mu Lin rises onto her toes to kiss his neck again, but Yang Wei finally stops her and states clearly that he wants nothing to do with the elder's daughter. Mu Lin answers with a sharp little trap of her own, pointing out that Mu Lingxi would never let a weak man use her given name unless she had a soft spot for him. Yang Wei insists the name used is just disrespect, and Mu Lin calmly reveals why that answer sounds wrong to her. In the past, Lingxi killed weak men who addressed her too casually. She waves it off as old history, but the warning is clear: Ma Xian is a world where weak or arrogant men can vanish without explanation. Yang Wei casually admits he really is from another world and only came here to learn cultivation, which makes Mu Lin stare at him like he is even more absurd than before. Mu Lin tries again to explain the world's rules, but Yang Wei only gives a dry little "I see," and his lack of fear finally starts getting under her skin. Inside, Mu Lin realizes her original plan was to seduce him just to spite senior sister Lingxi, and now his clueless attitude is ruining the game for her. She quickly recovers and claims that women naturally pursue men they find attractive or capable, but pointedly says Yang Wei is too weak to make sense as someone Lingxi would want. Then she adds that neither her father nor senior brother Zhong would allow such a match anyway, and that Lingxi has already learned her lesson. When Yang Wei repeats that phrase back to her, Mu Lin pretends she let it slip by accident, but he can tell she wanted him to hear the warning. Yang Wei changes angle and asks the question bothering him most: why is Mu Lin so convinced he and Lingxi are romantically involved at all? Mu Lin says the signs were obvious to her. Yang Wei wore fourth brother Mu Yuki's old robes, and Lingxi let him stay in her residence and use her resources. Before he can deflect, Mu Lin steps right up to him and says she personally saw what looked like a kiss between him and Lingxi near the tree. Yang Wei instantly understands the misunderstanding, but instead of denying it again, he sees through her jealousy and decides to push back. In one sudden move, Yang Wei drives Mu Lin backward and pins her against a tree, forcing her to feel the same pressure she has been trying to impose on him. He leans in forehead to forehead and calmly calls it out for what it is. Mu Lin came to seduce him because she is competing with her sister. Mu Lin tries to deny it, but her sudden stutter only confirms that Yang Wei has finally hit the truth. Yang Wei keeps teasing Mu Lin at close range, talking in a slow, mocking tone while she shuts her eyes and tries not to react. When Yang Wei trails his fingers up her exposed thigh and asks if she likes it, Mu Lin snaps and blurts out a furious no. Mu Lin swings a punch at his stomach, but Yang Wei dodges so cleanly it almost looks like he vanished. Left punching air, Mu Lin looks around in frustration, curses Yang Wei, and storms out of the courtyard in a rage. Watching her go from hiding, Yang Wei exhales in relief because this mess would have been far worse if Mu Lingxi had seen it. With Mu Lin finally gone, Yang Wei heads back inside and looks forward to cultivating in peace. But the whole scene had a witness, and the young disciple watching from a distance is disgusted that a nobody like Yang Wei touched senior sister Lin. The disciple decides the young master needs to hear about this, but his real goal is obvious. He wants favor, rewards, and a better future for himself. After some time, Wu Fengtian reaches a forest clearing on Spirit Harmony Peak and starts shouting for the young master. One of the attendants tells him the young master is busy, which only makes Wu Fengtian push forward to see what is happening. Inside the clearing, Wu Fengtian finds Jin Tianyu towering over a beaten disciple and preaching that anyone who dares touch a sect beauty deserves punishment. The kneeling junior begs for mercy and claims it was an accident, but Jin Tianyu keeps humiliating him with cutting remarks about self-control and disgrace. Jin Tianyu finally dismisses the terrified junior, and the wounded man runs off, as if his life depends on it. When one follower asks if he is really letting that man live, Jin Tianyu casually reveals he plans to have him fed to spirit beasts anyway. As Jin Tianyu prepares to leave, Wu Fengtian rushes in with his real report. He saw a lowly junior making advances on senior sister Lin. The moment Mu Lin is mentioned, Jin Tianyu's expression hardens, and he demands to know how Wu Fengtian is sure the man was only a junior. Wu Fengtian says the man wore tattered robes and looked like a common outer sect candidate, so Jin Tianyu starts treating him as an insignificant nobody. Hu Jinwei interrupts with a cautious warning that they do not even know who this junior really is, so they should investigate before acting. Wu Fengtian sees his chance slipping away and desperately pushes harder, saying he knows where the junior lives and that ignoring this will make Jin Tianyu look weak as a future husband. That bait works perfectly, and Jin Tianyu flares up in outrage at the thought of some brat daring to touch Mu Lin. By day 7, Yang Wei is back in his study calmly heating a fresh cup of qi-infused herbal tea with wind, fire, and water qi. He drinks the tea, feels nothing at first, and frowns at his own body because he thinks he followed the manual correctly. Before he can make another batch, heat suddenly tears through his meridians, and Yang Wei realizes the tea is finally working. The rush opens his body to spiritual energy, and Yang Wei immediately turns back to the manual to understand the tea's ingredients and value. Looking from the manual to the courtyard garden outside, he realizes Mu Lingxi's abandoned herbs and books could become both his training ground and his source of money. He decides he still needs cash, plans to buy seeds instead of full herbs when possible, and puts selling part of the garden harvest at the top of his list. He throws on his ragged blue robe, stretches, and decides to stop planning and focus on cultivation. On the veranda, he settles into the Qi awareness method and forces himself to focus for hours without breaking. At last he opens his eyes in triumph because he has cleared the first stage of the foundation manual of vital Qi. Now he can clearly sense water, wind, wood, and earth Qi around him, but the harder parts of his talent, especially space, time, and soul, still refuse to answer. Instead of stopping, Yang Wei pushes straight into the second stage and starts concentrating on awakening his lower dantian. He keeps that concentration going for an entire day, and by dawn a surge of Qi bursts out of him hard enough to rattle the wooden house and startle birds from the roof. Standing in the aftermath, Yang Wei judges that reaching the first level of the mortal realm is now close enough to taste. By day 8, he has already taken his tea and spent the morning harvesting herbs from the garden, counting each one into baskets. But cultivation has changed his body fast, and after 7 days without food Yang Wei is suddenly hit by a much stronger hunger than he expected. He decides the herb sale needs to cover better materials than a real meal, but if he wants meat later, he would rather hunt and cook for himself than pay for someone else's food. He carefully packs the herbs into a compartmented wooden box, straps it onto his back, and closes the courtyard gate behind him as he sets out. As he walks the sect roads, Yang Wei decides not to fly because he does not need more attention, even if he is still annoyed that Mu Lingxi left him alone here. Other disciples keep eyeing him as he passes, and without Yang Wei noticing, Jin Tianyu's group is already watching from a distance. Wu Fengtian identifies Yang Wei as the man who touched Mu Lin, and Jin Tianyu instantly starts belittling him as some puny brat. One follower hesitates that Yang Wei does not exactly look puny, but Jin Tianyu shuts that down on the spot and demands agreement. Pleased with the report, Jin Tianyu promises Wu Fengtian a reward once he is done dealing with Yang Wei. Hu Jinwei quietly steps in and reminds Jin Tianyu that Yang Wei just came out of senior sister Lingxi's former courtyard. That finally gives Jin Tianyu pause, and he admits it is odd for an improving junior to be living in Mu Lingxi's former courtyard at all. Seeing Jin Tianyu hesitate, Wu Fengtian panics and twists the conversation, hinting that Hu Jinwei must think this unknown junior ranks above the young master. The poison works at once, and Jin Tianyu goes rigid with offended pride even before anyone says another word. Hu Jinwei tries to calm him by addressing him familiarly, but that only makes things worse. Jin Tianyu slashes Hu Jinwei across the cheek with his fan and follows with a brutal punch that smashes his nose and throws him into a tree. Bleeding and barely able to speak, Hu Jinwei apologizes, but Jin Tianyu coldly tells him he has already lost the right to address him that way. Jin Tianyu leaves Hu Jinwei there to suffer and turns his attention back to Yang Wei as the next target. Yang Wei heads down the sect road in a good mood, carrying a wooden herb box on his back and focused on selling his harvest. Two of Jin Tianyu's cohorts suddenly step in front of him and block the path, clearly looking for trouble. Yang Wei asks what they want, but when they dodge the question, he decides to ignore them and keep going. He walks forward anyway, casually picking his nose, which only makes the confrontation more ridiculous. One cohort grabs Yang Wei's shoulder hard and demands to know what is inside the box. Yan Wei says he is carrying herbs to sell, and the lead cohort tears his old blue robe while barking at him to show proper respect. More of Jin Tianyu's lackeys join in and mock Yan Wei's shabby clothes, but he barely reacts. Instead of getting angry, Yan Wei flicks a booger onto the lead cohort's face and calls him an idiot. The other cohorts burst out laughing, and that humiliation drives the lead one straight into a rage. The lead cohort throws a full power punch at Yan Wei's face, but Yan Wei yawns like the attack is beneath him. Yan Wei catches and redirects the punch with his forearm, and the impact shockwave gouges a crater into the road. Hidden nearby, Jin Tianyu and Wu Fengtian are both stunned that someone giving off such weak chi just blocked a third-level mortal initiate's serious attack. Yan Wei mocks the first cohort for being all bark and no real strength, which only pushes him into another reckless attack. Before the punch lands, Yan Wei snaps 2 fingers into the cohort's chest and sends him flying backward, coughing blood. A third cohort charges and shouting insults, and Yan Wei is already tired of hearing the same nonsense. Yan Wei pivots, knocks aside the punch, drives a sharp blow into the man's throat, and kicks him down in one smooth sequence. The fight spills into public view, and disciples pour out from nearby courtyards to watch the sudden street brawl. The second cohort finally understands how badly this is going and starts panicking because none of Yan Wei's strength makes sense. A fourth cohort still charges in anyway, screaming about seniority and respect. Yan Wei cuts him off with a cold shut up and sends him flying with one brutal slap toward a nearby stone fence. The fourth cohort crashes headfirst into a stone courtyard wall, leaving only his writhing body sticking out. Yan Wei calls them dim-witted simpletons and turns his attention to the last standing cohort. When Yan Wei warns that he will crush him too, the second cohort collapses from sheer terror before Yan Wei even touches him. With the whole road staring, Yan Wei casually praises the terrified man like a pet and strolls away over the wreckage. He even skips along happily with the herb box ropes in his hands, like the whole beating was just a minor interruption. Then Jin Tianyu finally steps out and orders him to stop. Yan Wei immediately pegs him as the bigger asshole behind the ambush and mockingly congratulates him for only managing to tear his robe. Jin Tianyu points his folded fan at Yan Wei and starts lecturing him about how a noble should be addressed. Yan Wei, still in a hurry to sell herbs, tells him to just get to the point. Behind Jin Tianyu, Wu Fengtian debates whether to support his master or save his own skin because he no longer trusts Yan Wei's weak-looking aura at all. He forces himself to step up and starts scolding Yan Wei for disrespecting the young master. One predatory look from Yan Wei cuts Wu Fengtian off mid-sentence and leaves him trembling into silence. Jin Tianyu takes over himself and calls Yan Wei trash who needs to learn not to act clever with someone of his standing. Yan Wei answers with sarcasm, pretending he cannot find this so-called genius Jin Tianyu keeps boasting about. At last Jin Tianyu reveals the real issue. He wants Yan Wei away from Mu Lin and arrogantly claims she and every woman on Spirit Harmony Peak belong to him. Yan Wei is genuinely baffled that sect men are ready to kill each other over a woman, and he bluntly says Mu Lin clearly wants nothing to do with Jin Tianyu. Jin Tianyu takes that as courting death, but Yan Wei yawns and keeps pressing the point that Mu Lin rejected him. Then Yan Wei goes for the throat, taunting that Mu Lin was all over him 2 days ago and must have dropped Jin Tianyu for someone better. He twists the knife even further by humiliating Jin Tianyu over his desirability as a man, and the young master's fan cracks in his grip. That finally snaps him, and Jin Tianyu charges with spiritual chi blazing and a clawed strike aimed at Yan Wei's throat. Yan Wei dodges and blocks with ease, and Jin Tianyu can only insist that this was still one of his weakest hits. Yan Wei answers with flat sincerity that even Jin Tianyu's strongest strike would not matter. Watching from the side, Wu Fengtian is relieved Jin Tianyu did not go all out yet, because if Yan Wei survives that too, everyone attached to the young master is finished. Inside his own head, Wu Fengtian quietly decides that if this turns ugly, loyalty can wait, and he will run for his life. Jin Tianyu keeps attacking with fists and a leg sweep, but Yan Wei slips past everything so fast it looks like he vanished. A heartbeat later, Yan Wei appears 3 meters behind him and says he has no interest in wasting time on an idiot. Jin Tianyu whirls around and threatens to destroy Yan Wei's clan and everything he cares about if he will not submit. Yan Wei rolls his eyes and dismisses the threat like he has heard the same melodrama 100 times before. Done talking, Jin Tianyu finally draws his Jian and activates a water spirit technique that wraps the blade in roaring spinning water. Yan Wei answers by forming a dense red scarlet magic sphere in his palm, preparing to wipe out both the attack and Jin Tianyu himself. Right before the clash, a mysterious man dives in, throws Jin Tianyu aside, and kicks Yan Wei's hand offline. The redirected scarlet magic sphere slams into the distance, and erases a whole cluster of 5 hills, leaving a massive crater behind. Yan Wei follows the blast with his eyes and grimly realizes even his restrained scarlet magic is still far too destructive for this peak. The watching disciples erupt in whispers as they recognize the man who stepped in, Mu Zhong, the gorgeous first son of Chief Mu. Jin Tianyu realizes too late who just interrupted him, and sweat breaks out when Mu Zhong coolly asks if he was the insolent brat being insulted. Wu Fengtian is already half ready to bolt, while Yan Wei folds his arms, complains that he only wanted to sell herbs in peace, and realizes this is Mu Lingxi's eldest brother. Mu Zhong took one look at the wrecked road and the crowd of gawking disciples, then shut the whole spectacle down with a calm order to disperse. Wu Fengtian tried to joke his way out too, but one glare from Mu Zhong made him fold immediately. Jin Tianyu quickly put himself back together and greeted Mu Zhong properly, while Yang Wei just gave him a casual good morning. Thinking he could win favor, Wu Fengtian loudly accused Yang Wei of disrespecting the first son of the Mu clan. Instead of backing him up, all three men hit Wu Fengtian with such cold looks that he finally realized he was the smallest person there. With the crowd gone, Mu Zhong turned stern and demanded to know what Yang Wei and Jin Tianyu had really been doing. Jin Tianyu bowed and spun a careful lie, claiming he had only been testing Yang Wei's combat skill to prepare him for the outer sect competition. Mu Zhong asked Yang Wei if that story was true, and Jin Tianyu pressed him to confirm it. To Mu Zhong's surprise, Yang Wei backed the lie and said it was exactly as Jin Tianyu described. Mu Zhong accepted the cover story, but he still warned Jin Tianyu that if he wanted to help a junior train, he should do it somewhere that would not look like a public beating. Dismissed at last, Jin Tianyu walked off with Wu Fengtian, but his unease only deepened when Yang Wei sent him away with a sly grin. Watching Jin Tianyu leave his own bruised followers behind, Mu Zhong quietly judged him even more harshly. Yang Wei tried to leave too, but Mu Zhong stopped him with a hand on the shoulder. Before Mu Zhong could even ask, Yang Wei flatly admitted he was the one who beat up the young master's men and insisted it was self-defense. Mu Zhong made it clear he never planned to punish him, so Yang Wei mocked the idea that trying to kill someone over a woman counted as a trivial matter. When Mu Zhong teased out the truth, Yang Wei called Jin Tianyu's story an obvious mediocre deception and pointed out that Mu Zhong had clearly seen through it. Mu Zhong admitted he played along on purpose because ending the conflict fast mattered more than exposing Jin Tianyu on the spot. Then Mu Zhong finally revealed why he stepped in so quickly. He wanted to settle things fast so he could have a private talk with Yang Wei. Yang Wei guessed the reason immediately and asked if Mu Lingxi had already told her brother about him. Mu Zhong confirmed it, and Yang Wei dryly pointed out that a prestigious clan heir would never seek him out unless Mu Lingxi had already said something. Mu Zhong invited him to keep walking and promised to explain the rest on the way, and Yang Wei agreed. Later at the Western Mountains Disciple Pavilion, Yang Wei came out of a private room officially dressed in Spirit Harmony Peak's deep blue outer sect uniform. Mu Zhong gave him time to finish, and Yang Wei quietly enjoyed the rare feeling of wearing sect clothes that actually suited him. When Mu Zhong asked what he thought, Yang Wei admitted the outer sect uniform looked better than he expected. Mu Zhong suggested getting a few more official items, and that finally made Yang Wei question why he was being treated like a full disciple already. Yang Wei said the answer sounded too good and asked for the real reason, and Mu Zhong laughed because he had seen right through him again. Dropping his voice, Mu Zhong admitted Chief Mu was behind this arrangement, though he still would not explain everything. Yang Wei guessed Chief Mu was trying to pull him into the sect without the exams, but Mu Zhong said the real problem was not power, it was gossip and Mu Lingxi's reaction. Mu Zhong explained that Mu Lingxi hated underhanded shortcuts, and even their strict father tended to soften whenever his daughters were involved. Yang Wei bluntly admitted that having to slog through outer sect competition in the normal way felt beneath his pride. Mu Zhong told him not to worry because they already had a plan, which instantly caught Yang Wei's full attention. He reminded Yang Wei that Mu Lingxi believed in his potential and even thought he could become a powerful outer sect disciple if he put the same effort into cultivation that he put into his strange magic. Mu Zhong pushed further and pointed out that someone who could beat a second path cultivator should find this next step easy. Yang Wei said he still did not see how this changed anything, and Mu Zhong grinned because he had saved the best part for last. The real plan was simple. If Yang Wei crushed the outer sect competition hard enough, Chief Mu could promote him straight into a core disciple position on Spirit Harmony Peak. Yang Wei instantly saw the beauty of it. If he earned it publicly first, nobody could complain about the promotion afterward. The two of them sealed the scheme with a quick high five, suddenly looking exactly like a pair of boys planning trouble. Then Yang Wei remembered Mu Lingxi, and both of them paused just long enough to admit the plan was shameless before breaking into laughter anyway. Still laughing, Yang Wei suddenly realized he did not even know what a core disciple was and finally asked the obvious question. Mu Zhong laid out the sect hierarchy for him, from ordinary disciples to inner, core, and finally elite or honored disciples. He explained that core disciples outranked even outer sect elders and were treated as the future pillars of the sect. Impressed, Yang Wei thanked him, then immediately pushed for more and asked what an elite disciple was. Before Mu Zhong could reply, a woman's warning rang out from elsewhere in the hall, and Yang Wei's sharpened senses caught trouble an instant before it hit. A rushing junior sister twisted her ankle, stumbled straight into Yang Wei, and knocked him to the floor in a chaotic crash. The fall somehow got even worse for Yang Wei when the woman landed squarely on his face and let out an involuntary moan from the impact. When Yang Wei shifted just a little under her, the awkward contact sent another wave of sensation through her, and the scene ended in stunned, embarrassing silence for everyone involved. In the disciple pavilion, the accident gets even worse as the woman stays pinned over Yang Wei's face and, in her shaky panic, grinds against him instead of getting free. Yang Wei grabs her thighs to shove her aside, but that only makes the already flustered woman lose control more completely. After one last struggle, Yang Wei finally twists free and shoves her off his face onto the floor beside him. The room erupts in outrage, and one disciple shouts that Yang Wei dared to defile senior sister Lu Yan before Mu Zhong shuts the chaos down with a glare. Mu Zhong kneels beside Yang Wei and checks on him like a concerned guide, trying to steady the scene before it turns uglier. When Yang Wei wipes his face, he realizes it is wet and sticky, and the question instantly makes the moment even more awkward. Mu Zhong compares the residue on Yang Wei's face with the damp patch on Lu Yan's robe, figures it out, and grimly says Yang Wei does not want the answer. The truth hits Yang Wei a second later, and his confidence vanishes into a quiet, horrified "oh no." Lu Yan turns back with surprising composure and starts to apologize as if she can still salvage this dignifiedly. Before Lu Yan can finish, Ling Meiyan rushes in and fusses over her injuries, instantly shifting the attention away from Yang Wei. The hall buzzes the moment Ling Meiyan appears, because even among a sect full of beauties, she is famous enough to stop the room cold. Lu Yan says she is fine, then gently removes Ling Meiyan's hands and stands on her own, though her distant stare shows the accident still has her rattled inside. After collecting herself, Lu Yan finally faces Yang Wei properly and gives him a formal apology for the incident. Yang Wei ruins the solemn mood at once by grinning and saying there is nothing to apologize for because he enjoyed it. Mu Zhong bumps him to be serious, but Lu Yan does not flare up at all and instead calmly greets Mu Zhong like an old acquaintance. Mu Zhong asks her to stop calling him young master, and their easy back and forth makes it clear they have known each other for years. While they talk, Yang Wei and Lu Yan keep exchanging strange little glances, hinting that the accident is not as settled as either of them pretends. The story pauses to properly introduce Lu Yan as a mature, famously sensual court disciple of Thundercloud Summit. Mu Zhong realizes he has skipped the introductions and presents Yang Wei as the friend Mu Lingxi personally brought into the sect. Yang Wei locks eyes with Lu Yan during the introduction, but she suddenly folds her arms and coolly looks away, leaving him unsure whether she is offended after all. Mu Zhong introduces Ling Meiyan next, and Yang Wei immediately jokes that being the niece of Hui Menglong must be rough. Mu Zhong tries to silently warn him off, but Ling Meiyan admits Yang Wei is not exactly wrong about her difficult aunt. Ling Meiyan keeps studying Yang Wei's face until she suddenly remembers exactly who he is, the man Mu Lingxi brought before the matriarchs a few days earlier. The moment she confirms his identity, Ling Meiyan walks right up and pokes his chest over a glaring contradiction. She points out that he was supposed to be training for the outer sect competition, so seeing him already in Spirit Harmony Peak's official uniform makes no sense. Mu Zhong nearly panics, but Yang Wei calmly lies that he only tried the uniform on to see how it would fit after he wins. To both men's disbelief, Ling Meiyan accepts the flimsy excuse immediately, and Mu Zhong all but collapses in relief. With that awkward question settled, Ling Meiyan says she and Lu Yan need to leave because work for the sect masters around the outer sect competition is piling up. Mu Zhong sympathizes, and Ling Meiyan admits the workload is exhausting even if she hopes for some closed-door cultivation time after the tournament. When Ling Meiyan mentions Lu Yan has been helping her, Mu Zhong warmly praises Lu Yan as one of the nicest people in the sect despite her intimidating face. An off-panel dry reply answers Mu Zhong's praise, and his easy laughter shows this is familiar banter, not stiff sect politeness. Mu Zhong fondly brings up the old days when he cultivated with Ling Meiyan and Lu Yan, and an off-panel deadpan reply cuts in that his memory was bad even then. Just as the farewell resumes, an off-panel Lu Yan stops and asks Yang Wei one pointed question about the fight that injured her younger sister, Lu Jing. Yang Wei only needs a moment to remember Lu Jing as the girl with that dragon technique, then answers the off-panel question with recognition. Ling Meiyan tries to head the argument off by reminding the unseen Lu Yan they agreed not to reopen that matter if the sect masters already let it pass. Yang Wei stops her, says he will answer for himself, and steps forward to address the unseen Lu Yan directly, insisting he was attacked first and only defended himself. He goes further and says the matriarchs did not forgive him because he had done nothing wrong in the first place, not even in a clash with Lu Jing. Yang Wei ends the matter harshly, saying Lu Jing can hold a grudge if she wants, but that is her problem, not his. The answer that comes back is calm rather than hostile, and Yang Wei is slightly caught off guard when the unseen Lu Yan says she only wanted clarity. Once that answer settles things, Ling Meiyan finally turns to leave the disciple pavilion, while Yang Wei and Mu Zhong remain behind. As she passes Mu Zhong, Ling Meiyan suddenly leans in and warns that whatever he is plotting with Yang Wei had better stay harmless, or she will deal with him herself. Mu Zhong laughs it off and promises it is nothing serious, but Ling Meiyan's hard stare makes it clear she expects that to be true. On her way out, Ling Meiyan switches back to a bright angelic smile and wishes Yang Wei luck with his training. Yang Wei calmly waves back, but after she leaves he can only think the same thing again. Women are terrifying. At the disciple pavilion, Yang Wei tightens the ropes on his herb box and says Mu Zhong already gave him everything he needs to start life in the sect. Mu Zhong says not yet, then pulls out one more thing with that same quietly mischievous smile. Yang Wei studies the unexpected scroll for a beat before finally taking it from him. When Yang Wei opens it, Mu Zhong reveals it is the Soul Harmony Attunement Arts, Spirit Harmony Peaks Course Spiritual Cultivation Method with 9 levels. The promise instantly lights Yanwei up, and he declares this technique is perfect for crushing the competition. Mu Zhong laughs that he has spent nearly 80 years on those arts, and only reached the 5th level. That warning only makes Yanwei bolder, and he vows he will learn it in under 3 months. Satisfied, Yanwei says he is heading back to his courtyard to start practicing right away. But Mu Zhong stops him with one soft question and asks why he never even asked about Lingxi. Caught off guard, Yanwei admits he assumed Mu Lingxi was still angry after she left without a word. Mu Zhong tells him he read Lingxi completely wrong, because the usually traditional and unsmiling girl had been smiling whenever she spoke about Yanwei after returning home. He adds that Lingxi has only stayed away because she entered closed-door cultivation and likely will not come out until the end of the month. Relieved, Yanwei realizes at least she does not hate him after all. Mu Zhong stops him a second time and, leaning against the pavilion beams, asks the real family question. Does Yanwei have romantic feelings for his younger sister? Yanwei goes quiet, instantly recognizing the older brother trap and bracing himself through another awkward round of family interrogation. Instead of answering, Yanwei coolly asks what the point of that question would even be. Mu Zhong lets it go, apologizes for the strange question, and walks away still smiling to himself. Left alone, Yanwei decides Mu Zhong's question was not random at all and suspects the Mu family is trying to tie a promising disciple to their clan and make him owe them later. Even while flying home, Yanwei refuses to be used as anyone's pawn and decides he will not mistake Lingxi's respect for love or take advantage of it. While crossing the mountain range, he also remembers he still needs to find somewhere to sell his herbs and realizes he knows almost nothing beyond these peaks. Elsewhere that day, Mulin sits in her room trying to write calmly, but her thoughts keep circling back to Yanwei and how badly their little game with him backfired. Her frustration explodes into an angry curse, and the brush jerks across the page, ruining the careful calligraphy. Annoyed at herself, Mulin crumples the ruined sheet and throws it onto a growing pile of failed pages. She starts over, but her inner rant only gets worse as she remembers how she meant to outplay Lingxi and seduce Yanwei, only to end up the flustered one. The idea that Yanwei might see her as childish stings so badly that she snaps the brush in her grip. Giving up on pretending to work, Mulin drops onto her bed and hugs a silk pillow while stewing over him. She hugs the pillow and growls that she wants Yanwei dead, then grudgingly admits she was drawn to the way he cornered her and to her own strange hesitation. That contradiction makes her snap again, and she flings the pillow away in fresh frustration. Back at his courtyard after the long day, Yanwei finds an unexpected visitor waiting at the gate, Hu Jinwei, one of Jin Tianyu's people. Yanwei asks who he is, and Hu Jinwei rises with glasses on and fresh bruises and a deep cut across his face, ointment bottle still in hand. Hu Jinwei politely says he came to apologize on behalf of the young master over what happened earlier. Yanwei instantly fires back with an insult toward Jin Tianyu, making it clear he wants nothing to do with that apology. Out of reflex, Hu Jinwei warns him not to speak of Jin Tianyu that way, and Yanwei answers with an even colder threat. Hu Jinwei immediately backs down and apologizes, but Yanwei still dismisses him and heads inside. Even when Hu Jinwei asks to come in and talk, Yanwei refuses and shuts him out. Inside, Yanwei puts his folded outer sect uniform aside and spreads out the herbs so they will not spoil. When he glances back toward the gate and sees Hu Jinwei still waiting outside, Yanwei decides the man can sleep there if he wants. Instead of dealing with him, Yanwei goes to the backyard with his foundation manual and starts the 3rd stage 4 pillars stance. As he holds the stance, Yanwei feels his chi merge with the earth so smoothly that a breakthrough seems almost effortless. By the next morning, he realizes he already cleared the 3rd stage in less than a day and can hardly believe how fast it happened. He tries to figure out what changed, briefly wondering if the chi-infused herbal tea helped, but he cannot prove it. Since no answer comes, he moves on to the 4th stage and reads up on the breath harmonization technique. The method sounds easier than the stance, and Yanwei decides that if he clears this one quickly too, it will mean real improvement instead of luck. Feeling oddly less drained than usual after cultivation, he grabs a broom and heads out to handle the courtyard chores. When he opens the gate area, he finds Hu Jinwei actually slept there all night. With zero sympathy, Yanwei uses the broom to shove the sleeping man out of his space and slams the gate, waking him in a cloud of dust. The noise draws Mulin's attention from a distance, and she glares from behind her folding fan, annoyed that Hu Jinwei is still ruining her chance to spy unnoticed on Yanwei. Now fully awake outside the gate, Hu Jinwei bangs on the wood and begs to be let in, while Yanwei keeps sweeping and tells him he can stay outside. Another day passes, and Yanwei proudly celebrates reaching the 4th stage of Vital Chi practice. His stomach immediately reminds him that if the manual wants him overfed by the 6th stage, he should start planning now. He grabs his broom for the usual morning chores, already annoyed that nearby disciples keep dumping dirt toward his place. Before he can start sweeping, Yanwei spots Hu Jinwei awkwardly trying to climb over the fence in broad daylight. Already fed up, Yanwei snaps that he has nothing to say to him, but Hu Jinwei still begs for just one chance to talk. Yanwei answers with action, dashing up the fence and bringing the broomstick down on Hu Jinwei over and over. Hu Jinwei yells for mercy and insists his business is important, but Yang Wei only promises to stop when he leaves. The beating gets loud enough to draw startled disciples out of their rooms, and the whole road watches Yang Wei's broomstick justice in stunned silence. After knocking him flat, Yang Wei dryly worries that the spectators will think he is the uncouth one, then hops back inside and resumes sweeping like nothing happened. Left outside the gate, Hu Jinwei painfully sits up, fixes his bent glasses, and grumbles that this junior is an absolute brute. Even so, he refuses to give up and wonders how he is supposed to lure out a junior who barely talks to anyone. Meanwhile, Yang Wei finishes the chores and heads back to cultivation, this time opening the 5th stage, Vital Pulse Visualization. He settles into meditation and visualizes warm qi flowing through his meridians like nourishment spreading through his whole body. The method starts working fast, and a radiant blue glow gathers around him as his practice deepens. When his progress begins to stall, Yang Wei changes his hand position into a triangle, and immediately feels the training speed up again. Hours pass with Yang Wei quietly cultivating, while outside the gate Hu Jinwei is still there, bruised and stubborn. From a distance, Mu Lin watches in irritation because Hu Jinwei's useless persistence is blocking her own chance to see Yang Wei. She finally strides over and coldly demands to know why Hu Jinwei is loitering there in such a filthy state. Hu Jinwei politely greets her, but Mu Lin ignores the courtesy and tears into his appearance as embarrassing for any man standing before a woman. Instead of taking offense, Hu Jinwei obediently dusts himself off and accepts her insult like honest correction. Then Hu Jinwei innocently asks what she is doing here, and the question hits Mu Lin far harder than she expected. Afraid he might guess she came to see Yang Wei, Mu Lin snaps at him for questioning his superior and hides her nervousness behind anger. She turns that panic into an order, forcing Hu Jinwei to leave and clean himself up as the chief's daughter. Once Hu Jinwei finally leaves, Mu Lin exhales in relief and smugly thinks Yang Wei is hers to approach now. But just as she is about to knock, she notices disciples watching and whispering, so she retreats rather than feed the gossip. Later, after washing up, Hu Jinwei appears in fresh robes with cracked glasses and sits in a small noodle shop still brooding over Yang Wei. His older sister Hu Yu notices immediately and asks if he is still hung up on that junior. Hu Yu bluntly says the easiest way to solve this mess is to leave Jin Tianyu and that young master nonsense behind. Hu Jinwei refuses, reminding her that he promised Jin Tianyu's father and does not abandon a promise. When he asks how to talk to Yang Wei, Hu Yu gives him a surprisingly simple answer, with food. She even jokes that food worked when their mother proposed to their father, which nearly makes Hu Jinwei choke when she teases the comparison too far. Hu Yu teases that she has never even seen him around women, then gently reminds him that loyalty to Jin Tianyu should not swallow his whole life. When he tries to rush back out, Hu Yu catches his wrist and orders him to finish the meal first because she has barely seen him lately. He gives in, sits back down, and finishes eating under his sister's pleased supervision. That evening, Hu Jinwei returns to Yang Wei's gate dragging a huge sack that clanks with hidden metal pieces. Mu Lin also sneaks back, convinced that at this hour nobody will notice her visiting Yang Wei. The moment she spots Hu Jinwei there again, her confidence vanishes and she dives behind a tree in disbelief. A rustle in the bushes makes Hu Jinwei glance around, but he decides it is none of his business and gets back to work. From hiding, Mu Lin fumes that this annoying junior keeps ruining her chances, but she still does not dare confront him again tonight. She realizes that if she approaches him now, Hu Jinwei might suspect her interest in Yang Wei or, worse, think she is stalking him, so she retreats for a second time. With Mu Lin gone, Hu Jinwei opens the sack and reveals his real plan, a full barbecue setup laid out right in front of Yang Wei's gate. He carefully prepares pork, lamb, and poultry, including spiritual meat and a rich marinade, and checks that he remembered the bamboo skewers. Not sure the idea will work, he decides it is still worth trying and lights the cooking fire. Inside the courtyard, Yang Wei has already reached the 6th stage, 3 harmonies breath, but he still lacks the food needed to truly support it. He plans to go sell herbs for money the next day, annoyed that all Mu Zhong's support still did not solve the one urgent problem of needing more food. Just as he tries to return to meditation, a sharp smell of roasting meat cuts straight through his focus. He tells himself to ignore it, but the smell is too strong, and he finally stands to find whoever dared interrupt his nightly cultivation. Outside, he finds Hu Jinwei calmly grilling a feast at his gate and inviting him to join. Yang Wei immediately refuses and insists he only came out to see who was disturbing him. Hu Jinwei plays it cool and tells him to go back inside if that is all, while the spread of food keeps tugging at Yang Wei's eyes. The worst part for Yang Wei is that some of the food is spiritual, so he can feel cultivation-friendly qi coming off the meal itself. Yang Wei tries to walk away anyway, so Hu Jinwei quietly unleashes his real weapon by listing every delicious extra topping and sauce out loud. Each word lands harder than the last, and Yang Wei's stomach betrays him before his pride can hold out. When Hu Jinwei reaches hoisin sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, and 5-spice powder, he thinks he has still failed because Yang Wei seems gone. Then Yang Wei suddenly appears right in front of him and, completely defeated by hunger, orders him inside. On Yang Wei's veranda, he keeps eating bowl after bowl while Hu Jinwei starts explaining that Jin Tianyu was not always the arrogant young master he is now. When Yang Wei laughs at the idea of Jin Tianyu ever being humble, Hu Jinwei's dead serious face makes him realize this story is not a joke. Hu Jinwei says he and Jin Tianyu only claim Dragon Blossom sect now because their real home was the Azure Lotus sect in the Azure Water Realm. As Yang Wei keeps eating, Hu Jinwei gives him the bigger picture, explaining the Crystal River Mandala, the Mashian world, and the Azure Tree as the larger structure their world belongs to. After the world-building detour, Hu Jinwei finally returns to the point and insists that back in Azure Lotus sect, Jin Tianyu was genuinely kind, humble, and beloved. Hu Jinwei says the sect thrived under Jin Tianyu's stepmother from Mashian world, but Yang Wei cuts in at once and asks when that good period ended. The answer is brutal. Emperor Heavenmind attacked their world, a mad ruler who turns entire worlds into pills for power. Hu Jinwei reveals that Heavenmind massacred the Azure Water Realm, and only some survivors escaped because Jin Tianyu's stepmother and a few cultivators bought them time. When Yang Wei asks how that tragedy led to Jin Tianyu's current behavior, Hu Jinwei says Jin Tianyu lost his family, and even his future as sect heir in the same collapse. Hu Jinwei explains that Jin Tianyu's stepmother remade the sect under Mashian world's matriarchal rules, stripped Jin Tianyu of his title, and folded Azure Lotus sect into Dragon Blossom sect as a branch. Yang Wei stays emotionally detached through the whole sad backstory, treating it as just one more tragedy in a world full of them. So Yang Wei stops circling around it and asks Hu Jinwei what he really wants from him. Without turning back, Hu Jinwei admits he wants Yang Wei to know Jin Tianyu is not completely rotten and to spare him from harsher consequences if he causes trouble again. Yang Wei says trauma is no excuse for becoming worse, and if Jin Tianyu lets the world twist him that easily, that is just another kind of slavery. Even so, Yang Wei finally gives in and agrees. Hu Jinwei rushes over and hugs him in gratitude, leaving Yang Wei stiff and deeply uncomfortable. After pulling back, Hu Jinwei thanks him again, and Yang Wei dryly warns him not to make the hugging a habit. Yang Wei dismisses him to leave and clean up later, ending the meal on his usual blunt terms. Before Hu Jinwei goes, Yang Wei asks why he is trying so hard for Jin Tianyu, and Hu Jinwei answers with simple certainty that Jin Tianyu is his friend. After Hu Jinwei leaves, Yang Wei quietly repeats the word friend to himself, turning that answer over in his mind. At dawn the next day, Yang Wei sits shirtless on a bamboo mat inside his room and pushes through the 6th stage of Vital Qi practice with intense focus. Hours later, a burst of spiritual qi erupts from him, marking his breakthrough into the 7th stage. Pleased with his faster progress, Yang Wei credits all that rich food from Hu Jinwei and immediately decides to try forcing another advance the same day. Just as Yang Wei prepares to overachieve again, someone starts knocking at his courtyard gate and ruins the moment. Assuming it is Hu Jinwei, Yang Wei throws on a thin black robe over his bare torso and heads out in a bad mood. But when he opens the gate, the visitor is Mu Lin, standing there with a lunch basket and a dangerously sweet smile. Mu Lin offers him food in an absurdly gentle tone, already plotting revenge in her head by winning him over first. Yang Wei answers by shutting the gate right in her face. For a stunned moment, Mu Lin can barely process that a man actually rejected her, and her outrage spikes hard enough that she nearly smashes the gate. She stops herself just in time, calms down, and decides on a more humiliating plan, begging sweetly until he opens up. Mu Lin drops the basket and starts pounding on the gate in a sugary voice, careful not to make enough noise to draw the other disciples. Inside, Yang Wei tries to ignore her until he notices she is actually damaging his gate, and that finally makes him panic. He rushes back and throws the gate open, blurting out exactly what he wants from her. "Woman, let me cultivate in peace." Mu Lin almost slips into a pleased smile at getting him to open up, then quickly covers it with her usual proud attitude. She starts lecturing him about how a regal woman should be treated, and Yang Wei cuts her off flatly with one demand: get to the point. Forced to drop the theatrics, Mu Lin sweetly presents the basket again and says she made the meal for her junior brother herself. Yang Wei does not buy it for a second and bluntly asks if she poisoned the food. Mu Lin nervously denies it, then switches tactics and touches his cheek while purring that no senior would poison a junior she likes so much. She leans in closer and lets her hand slide from his face to his bare chest, only to get distracted by how muscular he actually is. Mu Lin's revenge act slips completely as she draws circles on his bare chest, blurts out that touching him feels good, and realizes too late how honest that sounded. Seeing enough, Yang Wei finally gives in just enough to end the scene and tells Mu Lin to come inside. Back in his room, Yang Wei is already annoyed that Mu Lin's sudden visit is wrecking his plan to break through to the 7th stage, and he even wonders if Mu Lingxi or Mu Zhong somehow sent her. When he turns around, he finds Mu Lin sprawled across his bed like she owns the place, shamelessly enjoying his scent and the warmth of his bedding. Mu Lin moans that his bed smells so much like her junior brother, making it obvious she came here to tease him first and explain herself later. Yang Wei bluntly asks what she is doing, but Mu Lin only smiles and invites him to come lie beside her if he wants answers. He refuses to play along and reminds her she supposedly came to bring him food, pointing out that this scene has nothing to do with feeding him. Mu Lin turns the excuse into a dirty joke and says the only difference is that this time he would be eating her instead. Yang Wei fires back that she does not sound like an abstinent virgin, and Mu Lin doubles down, hugging his pillow and admitting she openly wants the man she loves to drill her. Yan Wei finally drops the banter and tells her he is not stupid enough to fall for her act the way other men do. His words hit the truth. Mu Lin has a reputation for charming men into becoming useful tools for errands, resources, and favors. Mu Lin shifts into a seated pose, pretends to be hurt, and asks if he really doubts her love for him. Yan Wei tells her to stop pretending and show her real face now that they are alone. Instead of turning cold, Mu Lin lunges at him, wraps herself around him, knocks him to the floor, and steals a cheeky kiss while deciding this common dog will belong to her. The narration reveals why Yan Wei is so dangerous to someone like her. He seems to carry the rare void-born Yin conduit physique, an ancient body overflowing with refined Yin energy. That physique gives off a sweet scent that can overwhelm weaker cultivators. And for women who touch him, the reaction can become intensely arousing and perfect for dual cultivation. Still straddling close to him on the floor, Mu Lin admits she always wondered why he smelled so good, and now she realizes even touching him boosts her cultivation. She guesses he has a dual cultivation physique, and Yan Wei casually agrees that it is probably something like that. Privately, Yan Wei is more smug than surprised, because he deliberately used a reincarnation failsafe to make sure he would be born with an exceptional body in this world. Excited by the discovery, Mu Lin grabs his hand and plants it on her soft backside, pushing the seduction even harder. Yan Wei still does not make a move, so he asks why she suddenly seems this desperate to lose something a woman should consider precious. Mu Lin confesses she keeps getting pulled back by his sweet scent and leans in close enough to almost kiss him again. At the last second, Mu Lin pulls away and turns toward the window, because his lack of reaction has started to genuinely confuse her. Inwardly, she is frustrated that her looks and charm are not working on him at all, and she realizes seducing someone this emotionally detached will be a lot harder than expected. Then she realizes that even their brief closeness helped break her cultivation bottleneck, confirming that Yan Wei's body is exactly the kind of dual cultivation treasure she wants to control. So Mu Lin decides to stop relying on charm alone and considers using the aphrodisiac pill hidden in the food she brought, planning to turn him into her obedient dual cultivation toy. The ugly part of her plan makes her tense and angry, and she suddenly screams and roughs up her own hair in frustration. Yan Wei cuts through the drama and asks if she is actually going to serve the food or if bringing it was just another bluff. Mu Lin instantly recovers, brightens, and says she has a proposition, using the meal as a new way to keep him close. The two of them sit facing each other on the floor, and Mu Lin unpacks a rich spread of spicy dishes from her basket to start the trap properly. She offers to feed him herself in one more flirtatious test, but Yan Wei simply takes the chopsticks and brushes the idea aside. Yan Wei starts mixing his noodles into the hot pot and even offers Mu Lin a bite, acting so normal that her careful setup keeps losing momentum. While Yan Wei eats with real appetite, Mu Lin barely touches her own meal and spends the whole time studying him for signs that the pill worked. After finishing everything, Yan Wei leans back with a satisfied burp, still looking completely unaffected. Unable to tell whether the drug did anything, Mu Lin decides to test him directly and tells him, in a sultry voice, to bark for her. Yan Wei just stares at her, calls her weird, tells her to stop calling him junior brother, and flatly refuses to humiliate himself for her. Mu Lin goes blank with shock as the truth lands on her all at once. The aphrodisiac pill did not work on him at all. Mu Lin finally admits her plan failed, because the aphrodisiac pill she trusted did absolutely nothing to Yan Wei. When Yan Wei asks what she means, Mu Lin tries to brush it off, but her composure is already slipping. Mu Lin gets up to leave, but Yan Wei suddenly blocks her path and catches her by the waist before she can retreat. Holding her close, Yan Wei calmly says he knew from the start that she put something in his food. He points out every tell she gave away, from staring at him from the first bite to barely touching her own meal. Mu Lin tries to turn it around by saying maybe she was watching because she cared, and Yan Wei instantly calls that out as impossible for someone as proud as her. That makes Mu Lin stop and realize the worst part. Yan Wei knowingly ate the meal even after suspecting she tampered with it. Yan Wei says he was not about to refuse delicious food from a beautiful woman, and the blunt compliment hits Mu Lin harder than the failed pill did. Overwhelmed, Mu Lin slips out of his arms and puts space between them before she embarrasses herself any further. She recovers just enough to proudly accept the praise, acting like her beauty and cooking were obviously worth admiring. Still fishing for his opinion, Mu Lin suddenly asks if her cooking is better than senior sister Lingxi's. Yan Wei answers honestly that he has never eaten Mu Lingxi's cooking, so he cannot compare them. Mu Lin instantly takes the small win and boasts that at least he ate her food first. Yan Wei pushes his luck by asking her to bring meals like this every week. She snaps that she has better things to do than spend her week cooking for him, trying to sound offended instead of tempted. When Yan Wei simply agrees and lets the matter drop, Mu Lin is quietly disappointed because she wanted him to press her harder. Her pounding heartbeat tells her the truth she keeps denying. She would not actually mind bringing him more food. Then Yan Wei circles back and asks the one question she cannot dodge forever. What exactly did she put in the food? Mu Lin pretends not to hear, buying herself a few seconds to decide whether to lie again. Yan Wei presses harder, and this time Mu Lin finally confesses that it was an aphrodisiac pill. Instead of outrage, Yan Wei sounds half amused and half smug, asking if she really found him so irresistible that drugging him felt like the best plan. Mu Lin immediately denies being attracted to him, but Yang Wei's smirk only gets more shameless. Fed up, Mu Lin marches over and jabs his chest, blurting out the truth that she only wanted to turn him into her dual cultivation slave for her own breakthrough. She doubles down by calling herself too elegant to fall for a common dog like him, trying to bury her own feelings under insults. Yang Wei teases that plenty of women say the same thing, then pats her head like an adorable child instead of a threatening senior. Mu Lin slaps his hand away and protests that she is the senior sister here, so she should be the one patting his head. Yang Wei ruins that comeback too by pointing out that she would need to be taller first. After letting her simmer, Yang Wei asks the practical question: if she only wanted a dual cultivation partner, why not use one of the many men already infatuated with her? Mu Lin's anger turns tired as she admits those men are worthless to her next to Yang Wei's legendary dual cultivation physique. Yang Wei leans in and says the real reason she never asked outright is simple pride, because she already knows he cannot really be made into her dual cultivation slave. Mu Lin tries to shrug it off as too much trouble, still refusing to admit that asking him plainly feels harder than scheming. Then Yang Wei gently taps her forehead and tells her that if she had asked, he would have granted her request without all this drama. He adds that she does not always need to act like a spoiled brat or a dangerous beauty to get what she wants, and that lands deeper than she expected. Unable to face him after that, Mu Lin abruptly announces she is leaving and turns for the door. Yang Wei calls after her about the forgotten plates and basket, but Mu Lin refuses to come back for them. Outside the courtyard gate, Mu Lin presses her hands to her forehead and admits to herself that Yang Wei might have been right. Elsewhere on Spirit Harmony Peak, Wu Fengtian struts down the road tossing a pouch of spirit stones and bragging to himself like he just outsmarted everyone. He laughs that Jin Tianyu believed him over Hu Jinwei, and he eagerly imagines Hu Jinwei getting punished for it. The heavier the pouch feels, the more excited he gets about buying manuals, pills, and climbing to the third level of the mortal realm. He even decides to go watch the fallout himself, hoping Hu Jinwei gets pushed out so he can become Jin Tianyu's top lackey. As he gets closer, the sounds of an ongoing beating reach him, and at first he smirks because he assumes Hu Jinwei is only getting what he deserves. Wu Fengtian arrives and greets Jin Tianyu, who lounges with his folding fan and wealthy self-satisfaction fully intact. Jin Tianyu says he confirmed Hu Jinwei really did go through Yang Wei's sector, then warns Wu Fengtian not to betray him too. Behind his obedient face, Wu Fengtian starts worrying that Hu Jinwei may have had a deeper reason for visiting Yang Wei after all. The moment Jin Tianyu's glare sharpens, Wu Fengtian instantly drops back into his favorite act, the harmless, obedient fool. He stammers out total loyalty, and Jin Tianyu rewards that obedience by openly calling him a good dog. Then Jin Tianyu casually tosses him another pouch, and Wu Fengtian catches it with instant greedy delight. When Jin Tianyu says it holds more than 400 low-grade spirit stones, Wu Fengtian drops to his knees in grateful excitement. Jin Tianyu tells him the reward is for exposing Hu Jinwei's disloyalty, and invites him to enjoy the punishment together. But the second Wu Fengtian gets a clear look, his excitement dies, because Hu Jinwei has been beaten into a blood-soaked wreck. The beating has gone so far that Hu Jinwei does not even cry out anymore, which makes the cruelty feel even worse. Jin Tianyu enjoys the sight and asks if Wu Fengtian loves seeing a disloyal ally get what he deserves, but Wu Fengtian cannot answer right away. For the first time, Wu Fengtian feels real guilt, because whatever he wanted, it was never this. He cautiously says the punishment seems excessive, and Jin Tianyu immediately turns that hesitation back on him. Wu Fengtian tries to explain that Hu Jinwei should learn a lesson, just not one this brutal, but Jin Tianyu hears only weakness and disobedience. Under that glare, Wu Fengtian quickly folds and reassures Jin Tianyu that he is still loyal. Satisfied, Jin Tianyu reveals his next move with chilling calm. Tonight they are going to kill Yang Wei. Wu Fengtian can only stammer in disbelief as he realizes Yang Wei is the next target. As afternoon fades into night, Yang Wei returns to cultivation and settles into the steadfast mountain posture, breathing with calm, rooted focus. When he finishes the cycle, Yang Wei realizes he has stepped into the 8th and final stage of vital chi practice, just one push away from the mortal realm. Stretching out his sore body, he decides to make more chi-infused herbal tea before choosing between sleep and another long night of training. While thinking out loud, Yang Wei admits cultivation is far harsher than magic, because it demands constant effort and throws real danger in the path of anyone who wants to rise. A little later he comes back outside with hot tea, a chair, and Mu Lingxi's manual, looking almost carefree despite the heavy thoughts. Sitting in the courtyard, Yang Wei praises Mu Lingxi for being studious and starts digging through the manual for one topic in particular, dual cultivation. The moment he reads what dual cultivation actually means, Yang Wei spits out his tea in shock and finally understands what Mu Lin was asking of him. Embarrassed and annoyed, he mutters that Mu Lin is far more shameless than he thought. Then his mood turns practical, and he admits to himself that occasional dual cultivation might be useful, if Mu Zhong does not kill him for it first. He yawns, brushes the whole mess aside with a lazy whatever, and lets the night settle around him. Outside the courtyard walls, Jin Tianyu and his men wait in the shadows, and Jin Tianyu grows irritated when Wu Fengtian fails to show up. One nervous follower suggests waiting, but Jin Tianyu refuses on the spot and makes it clear he does not need Wu Fengtian for something this small. His lackeys immediately switch to flattery, praising his spirit-gathering realm strength until the young master's pride settles back into place. With his temper soothed, Jin Tianyu orders the attack and draws his jian, while his men ready wooden spirit swords around him. Jin Tianyu launches himself high above the buildings, refining his blade with water qi in midair and aiming to kill Yang Wei in a single strike. His water-coated sword crashes down into Yang Wei's courtyard and blasts apart a wide section of the ground. Thinking he has won, Jin Tianyu boasts that no other junior will dare approach a woman tied to his name. Then Yang Wei's calm voice comes from behind him, and the whole victory pose collapses in an instant. Jin Tianyu freezes, unable to understand how a mere vital qi disciple dodged a killing blow while apparently asleep. Yang Wei casually mocks him for acting stupid again and says even Hu Jinwei never told him to spare an arrogant young master. The name Hu Jinwei hits a nerve, and Jin Tianyu demands to know why Yang Wei is saying it. Yang Wei brushes the question aside and tells him to stop talking and finish what he came here to do. Jin Tianyu's 5 cohorts move in to surround Yang Wei, but Yang Wei only yawns and complains that the spirit lavender roots are making him sleepy. After one quick look around the circle, he tells them to all attack at once if they want this over quickly. When one follower starts to bark back, Yang Wei cuts him off and decides he will move first instead. With a single finger snap, Yang Wei calls down lightning from the sky and drops all 5 men at once. The cohorts hit the ground unconscious and charred, and Yang Wei turns his cold stare onto Jin Tianyu with one word: next. Even though he expected Yang Wei to be dangerous, Jin Tianyu cannot stop his sword hand from trembling in fear. Yang Wei casually cracks his neck and tells him that fear is the correct response, so forcing it down would only make him more foolish. Driven into a corner, Jin Tianyu pulls out the Sapphire Crescent Talisman, a dark blue water artifact packed with essence qi. He finally snaps, screaming about being used, humiliated, and looked down on, until his rage spills out at Yang Wei in one ugly flood. Jin Tianyu swears he will destroy Yang Wei and even the whole sector, feeding more and more blue essence qi into the talisman with elaborate hand seals. But before the attack can fire, Yang Wei blurs across the distance and appears behind him, already gripping his wrist. Yang Wei coolly tells him that if he wants to attack, he should attack first instead of wasting time on a dramatic speech. Then Yang Wei yanks hard enough to break Jin Tianyu's right arm, and the talisman falls as the young master slams face first into the ground screaming. Yang Wei watches without emotion and tells him he might survive longer next time if he learns to move faster. Still desperate, Jin Tianyu starts crawling toward the dropped talisman with his left hand stretched out. Just before he can touch it, Yang Wei stomps down on that hand and crushes it too. Jin Tianyu accuses him of enjoying the torture, but Yang Wei answers with a flat stare and says crushing an ant is nothing worth taking pride in. Even after that, Jin Tianyu keeps cursing him, so Yang Wei decides he still has not learned anything. Yang Wei kicks him in the face, sends him skidding away, and starts taking the beating from punishment into pure dominance. Before continuing, Yang Wei calmly picks up the Sapphire Crescent Talisman and pockets it as his own spoil. Then he taunts Jin Tianyu with an even deeper wound, saying the man already lost his inheritance to a woman and was never going to beat him. Jin Tianyu is stunned that Yang Wei knows about that humiliation and demands to know who told him. Yang Wei answers that his only friend gave it away, twisting the knife right where Jin Tianyu is weakest. That line makes Jin Tianyu remember Hu Jinwei's recent visit and the brutal beating he ordered on him afterward. He tries to deny that Hu Jinwei was ever his friend, but Yang Wei cuts him off with another kick straight to the face. What follows is not a duel anymore but a long, merciless beating as Yang Wei keeps kicking him until his face and head are almost unrecognizable. Elsewhere on Spirit Harmony Peak, Wu Fengtian runs hard through the paths with Hu Jinwei's blood on his robes after secretly returning the badly injured man to Huiyu. Panting to himself, Wu Fengtian insists he is not really to blame and just needs to keep the young master from finding out what he did. He reaches Yang Wei's courtyard, decides there is no time for the locked gate, and vaults over the fence instead. The moment he lands, Wu Fengtian expects a fight and instead sees Yang Wei stomping Jin Tianyu's shattered face into a bloody mess. Seeing the charred lackeys and the broken young master, Wu Fengtian realizes this is not some scuffle at all and starts fearing Yang Wei as a true monster. At last Yang Wei stops, glances at his blood-soaked foot, and admits with a calm sigh that he may have gone a little too far. He lifts Jin Tianyu like a bag of trash and turns toward the trembling Wu Fengtian, who is sure he is about to die next. Instead of killing him, Yang Wei simply orders Wu Fengtian to clean up the mess and tosses Jin Tianyu's almost lifeless body at his feet. Yang Wei heads back into the house with a tired yawn, leaving the shaken Wu Fengtian to poke at Jin Tianyu and wonder if the young master is already dead. A full week after the clash with the young master, Yang Wei finally gets the peace he wanted and settles back into cultivation, gardening, and sweeping his courtyard. He figures Wu Jinwei is in bad shape and Jin Tianyu is probably still laid up, which makes the silence around him feel even better. That calm week was productive too, because Yang Wei has already mastered the 8th Vital Qi stage, unlocked Essence Qi, and stepped into the first stage of the mortal realm as a mortal initiate. Now he has too many paths in front of him at once: regular spirit root cultivation, spirit harmony peak soul harmony attunement arts, and the sex dragon vein cultivation. Holding the dragon vein scroll, he grumbles over whether to focus on spirit root cultivation or split his attention and make his life even busier. He decides he may need a trip to the market anyway, because pushing all those elemental spirit root branches into the mortal realm will eat through resources fast. After stewing over it, Yamwei leans towards spirit root cultivation first, since using dragon vein openly could draw attention before he is truly established in the sect. That thought reminds him the dragon vein scroll came from Mulingxi's study, and he knows perfectly well he has been helping himself to things she never clearly offered him. He gets even more tangled up when he remembers Mu Zhong openly gave him the soul harmony attunement arts, which makes the line between allowed and suspicious feel completely inconsistent. His real concern is simple: if he wants to keep rising, he cannot let Mulingxi suspect Chief Mu and Mu Zhong have been quietly helping him. A sudden knock breaks his train of thought and pulls him back to the present. When Yamwei opens the door, Mu Lin is waiting outside with a basket and a sweet smile that already looks a little too prepared. Instead of welcoming her, he immediately asks how she got in, because he normally keeps his gate locked to stop people from bothering him. Mu Lin puffs up at that and complains that after not seeing her for days, his first question makes it sound like her visit means nothing to him. When Yamwei gives a confused apology, Mu Lin presses harder and demands a proper one. He still has no idea what he is meant to be apologizing for, which only makes her sigh and call him hopeless. Mu Lin finally explains that she found his gate open, let herself into the courtyard, and came straight to the house. Yamwei jogs over to lock the gate, only to find it already bolted, which makes him stop in surprise. Mu Lin admits she locked it herself, then blushes and quietly worries that doing that might have seemed too strange. Her behavior is so unlike her usual bold self that Yamwei flashes back in front of her and asks if she is feeling alright. He points out that the daughter of Chief Mu would normally have walked straight in without asking, and Mu Lin instantly snaps back that she would never barge in like that. That outburst is exactly what he expected, and his little grin makes her realize she just dropped the sweet act for a second. Mu Lin recovers fast, smooths herself out, and switches to a softer, apologetic look. She says she only came because he asked for food before, and because she wanted to thank him for agreeing to be her dual cultivation partner. Then she twists the knife by saying his words made her sound like a rude senior sister who is not even fit for dual cultivation. Inside, Mu Lin is thrilled with her own performance, and smugly thinks men always fold when a proud beauty plays helpless. Yamwei does soften, drops the excuses, and gives her a direct apology. Winning that round, Mu Lin warmly asks if she can come in, and Yamwei lets her enter. Even as he watches her walk inside, Yamwei can tell the whole personality flip is an act, but he still thinks this is better than her old, more dangerous methods. Once the doors are closed, the two settle in Yamwei's study, where Mu Lin lays out a homemade spread of sweet, glutinous rice dumplings. Yamwei happily devours the dumplings, which gives Mu Lin time to scan the scrolls piled on his desk. She reads off the manuals one by one, then drags out the words dual cultivation with a mischievous grin just to see what happens. The joke lands perfectly, and Yamwei chokes so hard on his food that Mu Lin has to rush him water. After he calms down with the water, Mu Lin leans over the desk in an innocent-looking pose that turns naturally provocative, and Yamwei's eyes give away exactly where his attention goes. He tries to complain that she is just watching him eat and choke, but Mu Lin instantly teases him over whether that is really the part bothering him. Yamwei stands up and mentally scolds himself for getting rattled by such an obvious trick, even while admitting she played that one well. Once he steadies himself, Yamwei asks directly whether bringing food was the only reason she came today. Mu Lin dodges with a playful answer, acting like he sounds eager to chase her out before he even finishes the meal she brought. Yamwei bluntly says yes, he really does want to get rid of her, and the answer hits Mu Lin like a slap. Fuming inside, Mu Lin struggles to stay in character, and asks what she did wrong while reminding him he already agreed to be her dual cultivation partner. Yamwei clarifies that he will keep the dual cultivation arrangement, but he does not want whatever this is becoming to turn into anything beyond that. Mu Lin strolls closer and, with honeyed confidence, asks if he is scared he might fall hopelessly in love with her. His answer is a forehead flick, which knocks all the grand seduction out of the moment, and leaves Mu Lin sulking like a scolded child. Embarrassed but regrouping again, Mu Lin announces that she expected resistance like this and came with a backup plan. She pulls out her storage pouch and reframes everything as a clean business deal with no romance involved, just professional dual cultivation plus payment. Yamwei dryly calls it reverse prostitution, and Mu Lin explodes in denial before insisting it is a mutually beneficial transaction between cultivators. To make her case, Mu Lin empties the storage pouch onto the desk and reveals a real pile of spirit stones, medicine, manuals, breathing techniques, and cultivation artifacts. With obvious confidence, she tells him these resources could push him to mortal disciple in just a month. Yamwei looks over the offer, admits it is too good to refuse, and finally gives her the answer she wanted. Knowing she brought exactly the right bait for a fresh mortal initiate, Mu Lin steps in, takes his hands, and locks the deal in place. Then Mu Lin drops the real urgency, As a cultivator at the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm, she wants to dual cultivate with him right now so he can help her break through. Mu-Lin bluntly invites Yang Wei to dual cultivate, and the chapter makes clear this technique works by balancing a man's yang essence with a woman's yin essence. When Mu-Lin checks whether he understands the method, Yang Wei says he already learned all 8 stages, so she can skip the explanation. Mu-Lin tries to flirt by lifting the hem of her dress and praising him, but his flat okay completely kills her momentum. They settle into lotus position with palms together and begin the ritual in full meditation instead of rushing into physical contact. As they meditate, Yang Wei's white yang energy rises behind him and Mu-Lin's black yin energy pours out to meet it. The narration frames this as a smooth start. They have already covered the first 2 stages, and now their energies are moving into true spiritual connection. While the connection deepens, Mu-Lin privately thinks this might finally push her past her bottleneck and let her step closer to Mu-Lingxi's level. The 4th stage starts when Yang Wei's yang energy touches Mu-Lin directly, and the spiritual contact hits her like sudden, overwhelming pleasure. Mu-Lin tries to endure it with pride, but the sensation keeps spreading over her body and breaking her concentration. She finally collapses backward with a muffled moan, her composure gone as the pleasure drags her fully out of the lotus posture. What began as cultivation leaves Mu-Lin sprawled on the floor, flushed and needy, no longer acting like she can keep this purely spiritual. Even while Mu-Lin unravels, Yang Wei stays steady in meditation, making the imbalance between them even more obvious. Mu-Lin opens glowing blue eyes, crawls toward him on all 4s, and openly begs for more of his touch. When she throws herself onto him and asks him to dual cultivate properly, Yang Wei agrees with complete calm because crossing the 4th stage now requires it. Mu-Lin rubs against him, slips a hand inside his robe, and admits touching his body feels even better now that she is already soaked with desire. Yang Wei answers by grabbing Mu-Lin hard enough to make her arch and cry out, and the sudden force only makes her more desperate for him. He pulls her back against his chest, and Mu-Lin pants that she still needs more, leaving Yang Wei to realize just how thirsty she has become. The scene shifts from the floor to the bed, where they continue entwined and Yang Wei starts kissing along Mu-Lin's neck while keeping one hand on her waist. His touch on her waist makes Mu-Lin shiver and beg for more, fully surrendering to the pleasure instead of pretending she is in control. As their spiritual energies stay intertwined, Yang Wei murmurs at her ear that he can already feel her yin energy resonating with his yang. Yang Wei slips his hand under the cutouts of her tight dress and discovers that even touching her sweaty navel is enough to make her moan and hump against him. He deliberately works that spot with slow control, and Mu-Lin answers with increasingly needy moans when he asks if it is working. When his hand starts moving lower, Mu-Lin grabs his wrist and shyly admits she would rather not have him play with her body too much. Yang Wei notices her pride and innocence under all the flirting, so he immediately backs off instead of pushing her. Mu-Lin answers that gentleness by taking initiative herself and drawing his finger into her mouth. Her eager licking shocks Yang Wei, and the narration explains why it matters. Fingers are key meridian points, so this intimate contact expands his channels even further. Mu-Lin pulls back with a teasing smile and says he tastes good and that his yin essence feels good inside her, leaving Yang Wei briefly confused because he only meant to channel yang energy. Once she releases his hand, Yang Wei quietly takes control again and warns her to get ready because he is about to push them through the 4th stage. His hand traces down her stomach toward her most yin-sensitive area, and Mu-Lin freezes between embarrassment and anticipation but does not stop him this time. When his fingers slip under her dress, he finds the first sticky traces of her arousal already running down her thighs and staining the bed. Yang Wei gathers energy into 2 fingers, and when he presses them against her most sensitive point, Mu-Lin is hit by a brutal surge as her yin resonates with both his yang and his refined yin. The narration identifies this move as the Taiji Harmony Seal, a madrao that turns physical touch into a direct yin-yang exchange for cultivation growth. After withdrawing his soaked fingers, Yang Wei calmly checks whether he hurt her, and Mu-Lin says she is fine with glowing blue eyes and no hesitation at all. Yang Wei says he is moving on to the 5th stage, and before Mu-Lin can process that, he starts opening the front of her dress. He answers with a simple "trust me" and grabs her exposed chest firmly enough to make her whole body jolt again. That touch triggers a stronger eruption of yin, yang, and a darker yin energy between them, and the narration confirms they break through both the 5th and 6th stages together. After an intense round of dual cultivation, Yang Wei and Mu-Lin lie tangled on the bed, both breathing hard and spiritually drained. Yang Wei warns that they have already reached the 7th stage, and pushing to the 8th could force a much bigger breakthrough than Mu-Lin is treating it as. Lost in lust and yin energy, Mu-Lin begs for more and says she can feel herself pushing toward the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm. Yang Wei tries to slow her down and explains that the 8th stage is not casual at all, especially for a virgin. Mu-Lin refuses to back off and bluntly tells him to prove that commitment if he has already been enjoying her body this whole time. As Mu-Lin kisses and licks along his neck, Yang Wei nearly gives in because he wants her too, but he knows both of them are being pushed by his intoxicating yin energy. Mu-Lin presses her whole body against him to make her answer unmistakable, but Yang Wei decides this has gone too far. Fighting his own desire, Yang Wei shoves Mu Lin away and disperses the yin-yang energy between them to stop everything cold. The sudden refusal hits Mu Lin hard, and what stings most is that she had truly believed they were about to share something real. Her humiliation twists into insecurity, and Mu Lin starts wondering if even all the effort she put into her beauty was still not enough for him. Mu Lin snaps, grabs at her own hair, and explodes at Yang Wei for acting like he gets to decide what she wants. Yang Wei tries to explain that he stopped her to prevent a mistake, but Mu Lin is too furious to hear it that way. He tells her their so-called professional arrangement was always fooling itself, because deflowering a woman who barely knows him can never be a meaningless act. When Yang Wei adds that Lingxi would hate him for crossing that line, Mu Lin's anger collapses into quiet pain. Mu Lin says she understands, but what really hurts is hearing herself measured against her senior sister again. Yang Wei tries to deny that this is about favoring Lingxi, but Mu Lin leaves convinced that he never respected her enough to even care who she is. Weeks pass, and Yang Wei's courtyard finally settles into a quiet stretch with no visits from Mu Lin, Hu Jinwei, or Jin Tianyu. While sweeping the courtyard, Yang Wei admits Mu Lin's cultivation gifts have helped him a lot, even if their falling out still has not healed. He reflects on his progress. His affinities have all reached the first level of the mortal realm, while the stronger soul harmony arts stay locked until he reaches the 5th level. Finished with chores, Yang Wei changes into his outer sect robes, grabs his map, and heads out for the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool. He jokes that the place feels almost too peaceful now, then uses wind under his feet to launch into the sky. Following the map through the mountains, Yang Wei spots the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool and is stunned by the sheer size of the coiling dragon monument. As he approaches, Yang Wei senses the heavy dragon vein qi and decides to keep his own mana suppressed before entering. At the entrance, a gray-haired Thunder Cloud Summit cultivator named Wang Zhang stops him on sight. Yang Wei tries to stroll past as if nothing is wrong, but Wang Zhang instantly draws his yin and blocks the way. Wang Zhang demands his identity, and Yang Wei's smart mouth answer only makes the senior cultivator angrier. When Yang Wei still does not play along, Wang Zhang presses the blade to his neck and threatens him with death like that should settle it. The confrontation draws a crowd of nearby disciples, who immediately assume Wang Zhang is putting an arrogant junior in his place. Yang Wei casually pushes the sword away with a finger and says that if he identifies himself properly, Wang Zhang had better apologize. Wang Zhang swears by his ancestor Lin Feng that he will apologize if Yang Wei proves himself, but if not, he will cut off his head. Yang Wei calmly shows his token and identifies himself as a Spirit Harmony Peak Outer Sect disciple under senior sister Lingxi. The instant Yang Wei gives his name, Wang Zhang recognizes it, and his face turns openly murderous instead of apologetic. Wang Zhang attacks without warning, stabbing for Yang Wei's chest the instant he gets the chance. Yang Wei barely avoids the follow-up /2, stepping back as the blade grazes his robe instead of his flesh. Even while dodging, Yang Wei mocks the cheap ambush, which only makes Wang Sheng's hatred boil over. Wang Zhang finally says why he snapped. He accuses Yang Wei of ruining his junior brother Wang Hao and attacks out of personal hatred. Outside the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool, Yang Wei tries to remember who Wang Hao even is and gets annoyed that he is being blamed for something he does not recall doing. He quietly checks the cut on his robe and realizes he shut his mana down too hard, so his usual physical boosts are not ready yet, and he has to stall carefully. Instead of attacking, Yang Wei suddenly raises his hands, bows, and puts on an absurdly innocent act to throw Wang Zhang off balance. Yang Wei sweetly insists he does not know Wang Hao and begs Wang Zhang not to bully a weaker junior, buying himself a few precious seconds. The act works on the crowd, and the nearby disciples start whispering that Wang Zhang looks shameless for picking on someone from the younger generation. Their whispers only push Wang Zhang over the edge, and he glares at Yang Wei as if this smiling junior is a hidden monster fooling the whole sect. Wang Zhang finally snaps, curses Yang Wei as trash, and flashes him with a Jian meant to kill him. Yang Wei bends his neck just enough to let the diagonal slash miss, then flicks a spark of red energy along the blade's path and knocks the Jian from Wang Sheng's hand. Wang Zhang immediately switches to a bone-breaking fist aimed at Yang Wei's throat, but Yang Wei knocks the punch upward and jumps back before the shockwave can smash him apart. The full pressure of Wang Sheng's first-level core formation aura slams into the area, dropping weaker disciples to their knees and leaving some coughing blood. The crowd is stunned that Yang Wei, who should be far below spirit gathering, is still standing there without a scratch under pressure that is wrecking everyone else. Seeing the others collapse finally makes Yang Wei understand the gap, and he realizes this pressure only feels notable now because his mana is still suppressed. Once he understands the gap, Yang Wei shamelessly turns the moment into a performance and boasts like a future core disciple in front of the crowd. His ridiculous confidence wins the crowd over, and the disciples start praising Yang Wei as a rising star and a rare genius the sect was lucky to receive. Watching from behind a large boulder, Wu Fengtian is not surprised at all and quietly reminds himself that Yang Wei already beat a stronger young master before. True to form, Wu Fengtian immediately adds even more protective talismans to himself instead of getting any closer. Meanwhile, Yang Wei soaks up the attention and openly asks for even more praise, making Wang Zhang look even more foolish in front of the younger disciples. Furious that Yang Wei keeps hijacking the scene, Wang Zhang gathers dragon vein chi and forms a bright blue dragon sword to finally put him in his place. He lectures Yang Wei about respect and bad upbringing, then launches the dragon sword straight at Yang Wei's chest. Before the dragon sword can hit, a graceful woman cuts into the battlefield and catches its tip with 2 fingers, shattering Wang Sheng's attack in front of everyone. The disciples recognize that unmistakable figure at once and erupt when they realize the woman protecting Yang Wei is Lu Yan, the sex-famous beauty. Lu Yan, a 7th-level core formation senior, turns from Wang Zhang to Yang Wei and asks softly if he is hurt. Yang Wei reassures her that he is fine, and the familiarity in his tone shows he remembers her well from the disciple pavilion. Then Lu Yan turns on Wang Zhang, raises her voice, and demands to know how he dared attack Yang Wei like this. Wang Zhang refuses to back down, and calls Yang Wei a disease that should be purged before he causes even more trouble in the sect. Lu Yan sighs in disgust and scolds him for still being this narrow-minded despite his age, his family, and his years in the sect. When Wang Zhang drags up what happened to Lu Jing, Lu Yan drops the polite tone and prepares to punish him. Azure power pours from Lu Yan's hand and crushes Wang Zhang to his knees, proving the gap between them in one brutal instant. She coldly reminds him that Yang Wei is protected by the Mu clan and backed by the matriarchs, so attacking him is the same as inviting death. Just as Lu Yan is about to press harder, Yang Wei reaches over, gently threads his fingers through hers, and asks her to stop because Wang Zhang has learned enough. Lu Yan checks if he is serious, and Yang Wei plays the magnanimous genius, saying it was just a misunderstanding and his own excellence probably provoked the trouble. Accepting that, Lu Yan releases some of the crushing force and publicly declares that anyone who touches Yang Wei will answer to her. That single declaration sends the female disciples into romantic squealing and the male disciples into total despair. Ignoring the chaos around them, Lu Yan asks Yang Wei whether he is leaving or entering seclusion so she can decide whether to accompany him. Yang Wei tells her he is heading into seclusion and only came here to cultivate some dragon vein chi. Before letting the matter end, Lu Yan orders Wang Zhang to apologize because what he did was a clear abuse of seniority. Wang Zhang flatly refuses until Lu Yan threatens to take the matter to the older Wang elders, and that finally shakes him. Terrified of the consequences, Wang Zhang rushes over with a fake smile and offers a cowardly apology, even admitting Wang Hao also had blame in the conflict. Lu Yan leaves the final word to Yang Wei, and Yang Wei accepts with a smug little flourish, enjoying every second of the reversal. With the humiliation settled, Lu Yan's expression softens and she invites Yang Wei to go into the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool with her. Yang Wei goes in with Lu Yan at his side, while Wang Zhang is left outside grinding his teeth and vowing revenge. Inside the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool, Yang Wei enters a dark maze of torchlit tunnels where suppression arrays keep nearby cultivators from disrupting each other. As Lu Yan walks beside him, disciples in the tunnel lower their heads and greet her with obvious respect. Lu Yan casually asks whether Mu Lingxi is still in seclusion, and Yang Wei says he assumes she is because she still has not come to see him. When Lu Yan suggests asking Mu Zhong, Yang Wei recalls that Mu Lingxi needed at least a month to revitalize her nascent soul, and Lu Yan quietly accepts that. Lu Yan unexpectedly offers to help him if he has questions as a newcomer, showing a warmer side than usual. Yang Wei answers with polished modesty, thanking her while boldly claiming she can ask him for help too, already convinced his charm is working. Lu Yan dryly says she is surprised by his respectful act, because Wang Hao described him as strong and arrogant. When Yang Wei blanks on the name, Lu Yan explains Wang Hao was the loud disciple who tried to stop him before, and Yang Wei remembers him only as the bald one. Lu Yan awkwardly tells him to call Wang Hao by his actual name, and Yang Wei agrees even though he clearly does not care. Just as Lu Yan starts to continue, Yang Wei abruptly steps in front of her and catches both her shoulders, stopping her before she collides with him. Lu Yan asks what he thinks he is doing, sounding stern but not entirely displeased, while the watching disciples can barely believe anyone would touch her so casually. Instead of backing off, Yang Wei keeps staring into her eyes, and Lu Yan finds herself unable to look away as she finally notices just how dangerously attractive he is up close. Yang Wei finally asks the real question, wanting to know if she also sees him as the cruel-blood scorpion that Wang Hao and Wang Zhang painted him to be. Lu Yan goes quiet because the question hits deeper than expected, stirring thoughts she has not entertained about any man in more than 60 years. The disciples watching from the tunnel are sure Yang Wei is finished for crossing such a dangerous line. Yang Wei tightens his hold and bluntly says he would be devastated if Lu Yan truly thought of him that way. That finally breaks Lu Yan's reserve, and with a small blush and her hand over her mouth, she admits she does not see him as cruel at all and even finds his personality pleasing. Satisfied, Yang Wei lets go and smiles, already deciding it is smarter to keep things friendly with a well-connected core disciple like her. Lu Yan quickly restores her usual stern face, says she has already spent too much time here, and prepares to leave. They part on unexpectedly warm terms, with Yang Wei hoping to see her again and Lu Yan quietly admitting that she hopes so too. After leaving Lu Yan, Yang Wei enters a shared cultivation cave where giant hollow pillars pulse with thin blue dragon vein energy. Feeling the dragon vein chi fortify his body, Yang Wei immediately realizes this cave's dragon veins are unusually pure and perfect for cultivation. At the cave entrance, Wu Fengtian lingers to keep watch on him instead of honestly cultivating. Ignoring the watcher for now, Yanwei lays out a bamboo mat, cultivation aids, and the dragon vein cultivation scroll because he wants to master this technique fast. When Yanwei notices him, Wu Fengtian panics, then hastily drops into a fake lotus pose and pretends this was normal all along. Yanwei instantly sees through the act, but he drops the distraction and refocuses on the technique because his time matters more. As he studies the manual, Yanwei quickly grasps the path ahead, awaken dragon vein chi, refine it, and then condense it into the third realm's dragon sword formation. Confident in his understanding, Yanwei calmly sets a brutal goal for himself: reach the third realm in a single day. Wu Fengtian cracks an eye open, hears that boast, and privately laughs it off as impossible for someone at Yanwei's level. The other 3 cultivators hear it too and dismiss Yanwei as a clown, especially because even Mu Lingxi needed 3 days for that same realm. Yanwei begins anyway, bringing his palms together with a gap between them and sinking into deep meditation. At first only scattered motes answer him, but the dragon vein chi steadily starts streaming out of the 7 pillars and gathering between his hands. 3 hours later, the chi thickens into dense swirling streams, and Yanwei rises hovering slightly above his bamboo mat as his control sharpens. When Yanwei opens his eyes, a shockwave tears through the cave and knocks loose stalactites, showing he has already broken through 2 realms of dragon vein cultivation. The cave goes dead silent as the disciples realize Yanwei has already blasted through 2 realms and reached the edge of dragon sword formation far faster than anyone expected. Wu Fengtian can barely get words out, openly calling the feat insane because he just watched Yanwei do the impossible in front of him. A full day passes, and Yanwei keeps compressing the dragon vein chi sphere, annoyed only that he has not yet reached the peak he wanted. By now every disciple in the cave is watching him like a spectacle, because if he reaches the peak of dragon sword formation in 1 day, he will outshine even Mu Lingxi in that talent. Yanwei crushes the dense chi sphere between his palms and reshapes the energy with pure force of will, visualizing a sword worthy of dragon vein power. The cavern erupts in shock as the dragon vein chi whirls together into a blazing blue sword, and even Wu Fengtian can only blurt out that Yanwei really did it. The 3 cultivators collapse on the spot and shout in disbelief, because Yanwei has truly reached dragon sword formation in a single day. Even Wu Fengtian can only stare and admit the truth out loud: Yanwei actually did it. Back at Mu Lin's courtyard, the proud young miss has crashed hard, sprawled across her silk bed with a full meal left untouched for hours. When the maids beg her to eat, Mu Lin ignores them and reaches for straight alcohol instead of medicine. She downs the drink in 1 shot and keeps drinking, her breath turning harsh enough to make the maids recoil. The maids warn that she has not eaten or cultivated for days, but Mu Lin only finds the jug empty and snaps. She hurls the jug at them, screams for everyone to get out, and collapses back on the bed cursing Yanwei by name. Outside the room, the frightened maids report Mu Lin's collapse to Yunfian, the elegant head maid of the Mu household. The maids explain that Mu Lin refuses to eat and keeps sinking deeper, and Yunfian admits even she cannot make sense of it. Yunfian even notes that Mu Lin skipped her usual monthly prayers, a sign this is more serious than a bad mood. Trying a different approach, Yunfian asks the maids what they think caused Mu Lin's sudden change, which catches them completely off guard. The maids awkwardly admit they are shocked she wants their input at all, since she usually reads Mu Lin better than anyone. Yunfian waves off their nervous apology and makes it clear she only cares about finding a real answer for Mu Lin. Since Mu Lin refuses to open up, one maid carefully suggests the problem might be man trouble. That possibility hits Yunfian hard enough that she immediately orders the maid to explain. The maid shakily compares Mu Lin to her own aunt, who drank herself sick after giving everything to a man who chose a higher status woman instead. Yunfian admits the theory fits, but without proof or even the man's name, she still cannot be sure. The maids almost dismiss the idea themselves, insisting Mu Lin is the one who captures men, not the other way around. Then Mu Lin suddenly screams from inside that Yanwei is a bastard and should choke to death, answering the mystery for all 3 of them. With that outburst, Yunfian calmly locks onto the only lead she needs now: the man's name is Yanwei. Elsewhere in the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool, Yanwei finally forms a blazing blue dragon sword, but he still looks annoyed instead of proud. While the other disciples stare at the sword in confusion, Yanwei studies it with a grim frown and mutters that he still cannot reach the true peak of dragon sword formation. To everyone's horror, he tests the result by smashing his own forearm into the sword and breaking it apart into blue energy. Yanwei dismisses the sword as still not strong enough, which only makes the struggling disciples feel even worse. He casually announces that he is going back to Spirit Harmony Peak to raise his spirit root paths and push his cultivation even higher before trying again. The cave falls silent behind him, and Wu Fengtian drops to his knees, crushed by the gap between their progress. Unable to take it anymore, Wu Fengtian explodes and screams one furious word after Yanwei. Over the next 10 days, Yanwei all but moves into the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool, obsessed with forging a dragon sword so real that every other version looks fake. He even links his home courtyard to a cave abode with spatial magic, making the Spirit Pool his true base for the week. During those same first days, Yunfian starts hunting for Yang Wei's identity, but nobody can tell her anything and he feels like a ghost. After 2 useless days, Yunfian gives up in frustration, baffled that Mu Lin could fall for a man no one seems to know. But by the end of the week, Yang Wei's name suddenly explodes across the sect after his confrontation with Wang Zhang and his strange connection to Lu Yen. The biggest shock is not just Yang Wei resisting a senior's pressure, but that Lu Yen, who normally gives men nothing, openly showed him protection. That is enough for the sect to start building Yang Wei into some rising prodigy worth all the attention. Soon the rumors spiral into nonsense, with people claiming Yang Wei can make flowers bloom, humble dragons, and even move the stars. The wildest version turns Yang Wei and Lu Yen into a destined romance, as if the whole sect is writing a love story for them. The gossip finally crosses the line when paintings of Yang Wei and Lu Yen with a child start spreading everywhere. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi stays in seclusion, calmly cultivating in her incense-lit room until she feels her damaged internal state finally settle back into place. Satisfied that her nascent soul, celestial soul heart, and deeper foundation are back in shape, Mu Lingxi rises from meditation. Then she spots a stray paper on the table, an odd little interruption in an otherwise sealed and controlled space. When she picks it up, she finds one of the ridiculous rumored drawings of Yang Wei and Lu Yen together. Mu Lingxi is not impressed at all, dismissing the whole thing as childish nonsense and deciding Yang Wei can wait even longer. With that, she tosses the rumor sheet aside and returns to cultivation, ending the chapter on a very cold answer to Yang Wei's rising fame. At the start of a new week, the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool is packed with disciples waiting for one thing: the rare arrival of Outer Sect star disciple Sun Yueying. Yang Wei heads there through the mountain path instead of taking a portal, casually chewing chi-strengthening herbs and thinking more about cultivation supplies than the crowd's excitement. He reaches the noisy entrance, ignores the gossip around him, and mutters that this is already day 9 of trying to perfect the dragon sword formation. The crowd suddenly falls quiet when Sun Yueying descends on her jian, and her cold, graceful presence instantly turns the whole entrance into a worship scene. As Sun Yueying walks forward with eyes closed, the disciples respectfully open a path for the top-ranked Outer Sect talent from Inkflow's spire. Yang Wei only notices the crowd crush getting tighter and casually asks what all the noise is about, which immediately offends 2 worshipful juniors nearby. The 2 juniors snap at him for speaking so lightly about Sun Yueying, calling her a goddess and the Outer Sect star disciple. Yang Wei glances through the crowd, sees Sun Yueying for himself, and answers with a flat little IC that leaves the 2 disciples stunned. Then he shrugs it off and walks away, leaving the juniors furious that he looked at their idol without any awe at all. The irony is that they do not realize the man they just scolded is Yang Wei himself, the rumor-covered rising star they admire from exaggerated drawings. While all eyes stay on Sun Yueying, Yang Wei quietly slips into the megastructure through a different entrance and vanishes unnoticed. Inside her cultivation cave, Sun Yueying sits on a bamboo mat, pulls in the dragon vein chi with a precise mudra, and rises into the air as the energy obeys her. She refines that gathered chi into 6 flawless dragon swords, showing exactly why the crowd treats her like a star. Elsewhere in another cave, Yang Wei lies back on his mat and grumbles after another failed day, even though 3 hours of effort have already produced more than 35 swords. His problem is not weakness but standards, because every sword he made was better than the last and still not good enough for the perfect blade he wants. When Sun Yueying comes back out, she lets the crowd admire the 6 perfected swords hovering behind her like a peacock's tail. She pauses on purpose to absorb the praise before leaving, since walking off too fast would only make the fan crowd chase her. Then she notices part of the crowd drifting away toward another commotion, and that sudden shift pulls her attention with it. She dismisses her 6 swords into blue mist and heads over, ignoring everyone trying to greet or flirt with her on the way. At the new gathering, she finds disciples holding dozens of shattered dragon swords and calmly demands to know what happened. A junior explains that he found these blades in a cave and instantly lost the will to cultivate after seeing them. At first, Sun Yueying only notes that they are broken swords, until another disciple points out the impossible part: the destroyed blades still keep their physical form. That finally shocks her, because a dragon sword should lose its structure completely once it is destroyed. Far away in a mountain gazebo, Peak Chief Xiao Yulan smugly boasts over tea that her new disciple Sun Yueying is the brightest talent among the 5 peaks. Lin Feng bitterly admits Sun Yueying is impressive, and Xiao Yulan keeps needling him until the tea meeting turns sharp. Then Xiao Yulan goes further and declares that Sun Yueying may even be more talented than Mu Lingxi, aiming the challenge straight at Mu Jihao. Mu Jihao shuts that down with one blunt no, making the whole gazebo go still for a beat. He makes it clear that Mu Lingxi is far above Sun Yueying, and Lin Feng eagerly starts to agree before Xiao Yulan's glare cuts him off. But Mu Jihao's real point is even bigger. He says a brand new disciple of his will become the single pillar of the entire sect. Xiao Yulan mocks that as a pride-saving lie, until Mu Jihao calmly answers that it is sad as she thinks he is joking. Back at the spirit pool, Sun Yueying explains the rule herself. Once a dragon sword breaks, its chi should disperse, so these intact fragments should not exist at all. One disciple guesses the senior cultivator made them, but another senses only 3rd-level mortal realm traces on the sword, which makes the whole crowd erupt. The whispers turn ugly fast, because if a 3rd level mortal realm cultivator made this, then someone may already be far ahead of the 7th level Sun Yuing. When one junior praises the broken blade's absurd quality, a bald ink flows senior named Yuanpa suddenly slaps him for insulting Sun Yuing by comparison. Yuanpa grabs the terrified junior by the collar and demands he apologize to Sun Yuing for lowering her heavenly status. Sun Yuing answers that whole performance with one cold command to get lost, and marches straight back into the dragon vein spirit pool to chase the truth behind the superior sword. The crowd nearly laughs at Yuanpa being brushed off so hard, but one glare from him kills the laughter on the spot. Trying to recover his pride, Yuanpa rubs ointment onto his bald head until it shines so brightly the disciples joke that it looks like heavenly light. Still convinced of his own charm, Yuanpa follows Sun Yuing inside and tries to spin her insult as proof she was flustered by him. Sun Yuing stops and crushes that fantasy immediately, telling Yuanpa she insulted him because he is insignificant to her cause. When he still tries to laugh it off, she turns back with open disgust and tells him plainly that she does not like him and never will. She walks away without another glance, leaving Yuanpa on his knees in total heartbreak in the middle of the tunnel. A couple minutes later, Sun Yuing keeps searching for her cave when a big red lizard suddenly darts out and startles her badly enough to throw off her footing. She starts to fall, and in the next instant an unseen hand catches her before she hits the rocky ground. The one holding her up is Yang Wei, and their first real meeting begins with his simple question, "Are you okay?" In the dim tunnel, Yang Wei catches Sun Yuing before she hits the ground, but his hand lands on her backside and the sudden contact freezes them both. Yang Wei calmly asks if she is alright, but the touch drags Sun Yuing back into old trauma and her voice turns shaky with fear and anger. When Yang Wei does not hear her, Sun Yuing snaps, tears free, and screams for him not to touch her. She instantly forms a blue dragon sword and slashes for his neck, but Yang Wei summons his own sword just as fast and cuts hers apart in one clash. Sun Yuing is stunned, while Yang Wei just studies his own blade and judges it as still not good enough. Still reeling, Sun Yuing demands to know how he destroyed her dragon sword so easily. Yang Wei slips into a smug lecture, acting like a master, as he tells her that calling yourself one with the sword is shallow, and names his idea the frog's tail of the living blade. He bluffs his way through the speech even though he suddenly remembers she is actually in a higher realm than him. As Yang Wei keeps walking, Sun Yuing rushes to the dragon sword he left behind and, from its spirit signs, realizes the maker is only at the 3rd level of the mortal realm. That discovery rattles her so badly that she calls after him and asks for his name. He answers with a simple Yang Wei and keeps walking, while Sun Yuing can only watch him leave with a strange flush rising in her face. Left alone in the tunnel, Sun Yuing cannot make sense of him, because talent like his should have made him far more than an ordinary outer sect disciple. Then the confusion turns personal when she feels her heart pounding and realizes his name is already getting under her skin. Her thoughts jump back to that touch, and instead of pure disgust she feels an embarrassing, almost relieving pleasure that leaves her even more shaken. Horrified by her own reaction, she nearly lets out a sound, bites it back, and panics at what she just did. She slams her fist into the tunnel wall until it bleeds, trying to crush the shame and fury boiling inside her. By the time she turns away, Sun Yuing has buried the crush under rage and vows that she will destroy Yang Wei. Back in her cave abode, she throws herself into the 3rd realm of dragon vein cultivation, convinced his strange mantra points to a higher level of sword formation. As she cultivates, Sun Yuing reframes Yang Wei's words into a real doctrine. The sword has its own essence, and only humility can bring out its true intent. 6 hours later, drenched in sweat and nearly spent, she finally forges a supreme dragon sword with a darker azure glow and a golden crest of supremacy. Seeing what she created, Sun Yuing realizes this new supreme level sword can even challenge an early spirit gathering cultivator. When she comes out with the new sword, a crowd of disciples instantly surrounds her, convinced their goddess has finally surpassed the mysterious broken blades. A junior disciple carefully compares her sword against one of the shattered blades everyone has been obsessing over. Sun Yuing is already certain she has won, right up until the junior disciple quietly says the broken swords are still better. The whole group explodes, and Yuanpa storms forward ready to punish the junior for insulting Sun Yuing. But Sun Yuing does not even argue. Bitter and close to tears, she just calls it nonsense and walks away from the mess. 10 days pass, and Sun Yuing still cannot beat Yang Wei's work because every time she improves, the disciples find even better broken swords in his cave. The insult gets worse because Yang Wei keeps smashing his own nearly perfect swords as if even his leftovers are enough to mock her. No one can pin him down either, so the mystery sword maker turns into one of the sect's hottest rumors. The rumors climb all the way to the Peak Chief's tea gazebo, where Xiao Yulan slams the table and calls Yang Wei's sudden rise impossible. Lin Feng acts amused, which only irritates Xiao Yulan more, while Mu Zhong casually refuses to treat the matter as suspicious. When Xiao Yulan realizes Yang Wei belongs to Spirit Harmony Peak, Mu Zhong's evasive answers make it clear he already knows more than he is saying. Xiao Yulan decides she will personally pay Yang Wei a visit, but Lin Feng tries to brush it off as a late-blooming talent they should not overreact to. She changes targets and mentions the rumor that Yang Wei is interested in Lu Yan, instantly touching a nerve Lin Feng cannot hide. Lin Feng explodes in anger, shattering his teacup as his aura surges hard enough to startle the mountains around them. Mu Zhong calms him down, but then casually adds that Mu Lingxi might also be interested in Yang Wei, which makes the old man choke all over again. Meanwhile, after days of failure, Yang Wei gives up on brute force practice and sits in his cluttered study to rethink dragon vein cultivation from scratch. He admits his spirit roots are lagging, the supreme dragon sword still will not form, and simply pushing his realm higher probably will not solve it. Pacing the room, he becomes convinced his mantra is not the problem and starts hunting for the missing factor that keeps the perfect sword out of reach. A voice calling him senior brother interrupts the silence, and the strange formality immediately puts Yang Wei on guard. He realizes he forgot to lock the gate, and notices just how badly his failed cultivation has wrecked the neat order of his study. When he opens the door, the visitor turns out to be Wu Fengtian, smiling sweetly and offering wine. Yang Wei answers the greeting with a brutal kick to the stomach, sending Wu Fengtian flying while casually snatching the wine out of the air. Wu Fengtian survives only because he came loaded with protective talismans, and even he knows that kick should have finished him. Desperate not to lose his chance, Wu Fengtian scrambles after him and clings to Yang Wei's leg, begging to deliver something important. But even that plea is happening under hostile eyes, because Yuanpe and his men are already watching the courtyard from a distance and sizing Yang Wei up. In Yang Wei's study, Wu Fengtian nervously tries to play host with good wine, but Yang Wei's face already says he is not wanted. Yang Wei lazily tells him to stay standing, saying he does not want Wu Fengtian's weasel germs anywhere near Mu Lingxi's things. Wu Fengtian silently fumes, but Yang Wei catches the mood anyway and mocks him for lacking the nerve to insult him out loud. When Wu Fengtian pretends innocence, Yang Wei bluntly lists the exact insults he knows were in that man's head and tells him to be more creative. Yang Wei cuts through the fake politeness and demands the real reason Wu Fengtian came. Wu Fengtian starts a dramatic apology, and even thanks Yang Wei for beating him, only for Yang Wei to dryly point out that he never actually touched him because the weasel always runs first. After brushing off more nonsense, Yang Wei forces him back to the point. Wu Fengtian finally leans in and offers something useful. He has contacts across the peaks and hears that an inner sect disciple named Yuanpe is coming after Yang Wei. Yang Wei has never even heard of Yuanpe, so Wu Fengtian explains that he is an Ink Flow's Spire inner sect bully obsessed with Sun Yueying. Wu Fengtian spells out the danger. Yang Wei's stronger dragon swords made Sun Yueying look bad, and Yuanpe wants him dead to protect her standing and Ink Flow Spire's future gain. He adds that Peak Chief Xiao Yulan probably expects it, and will simply act ignorant, which Yang Wei receives with a dry shrug instead of panic. Thinking Yang Wei must be rattled, Wu Fengtian gets bold enough to pat his shoulder and act like the one reliable friend in a dangerous martial world. Yang Wei instantly slaps the hand away and makes it clear he is not scared of Yuanpe at all. Wu Fengtian is stunned by that answer, and Yang Wei twists the power balance further by calmly confirming he is not afraid. Then Yang Wei unexpectedly tells him to sit, admitting he is less irritating now. Even that small favor comes with a threat, because Yang Wei admits he is only sparing Wu Fengtian for his connections and saw through the forced friendship attempt from the start. Wu Fengtian realizes he was being read the whole time, and hurriedly promises not to cross that line again. By dusk, the standoff has somehow melted into a long, sloppy drinking session, and Yang Wei's study is now a wreck of bottles and spilled wine. Completely drunk, Wu Fengtian clings to Yang Wei and gushes that their generation was supposed to belong to women, but Yang Wei outshines all of them. Wu Fengtian's drunken rant turns shameless, so Yang Wei kills the buzz, clears the alcohol from his body, and finally remembers he came to ask about Hu Jinwei. Yang Wei clears the alcohol from his own body, turns serious, and remembers he still needs to ask about Hu Jinwei. Wu Fengtian eagerly offers to take him there, and Yang Wei immediately decides they should go now. Wu Fengtian screams in triumph and immediately ruins the moment by vomiting on the floor, earning only Yang Wei's order to clean it later. Later that night, the two head through the forest toward Hu Jinwei's courtyard, but Yang Wei quickly doubts whether his drunken guide knows the way. Wu Fengtian confidently says yes and then admits almost at once that he forgot where to go. The drunk guide trips on a vine, and Yang Wei has to catch him before he eats dirt. Since relying on Wu Fengtian is hopeless, Yang Wei decides to get a better view from above. He forms a glowing dragon sword from dragon vein chi and steps onto it, startling Wu Fengtian with a proper flying sword technique. From the hovering sword, Yang Wei casually guesses the flying technique is only 3rd level, and Wu Fengtian blurts out that it actually takes the 4th. From above, Yang Wei spots a residential area to the north, and finally gives them a real direction. Back on the ground, he tells Wu Fengtian the path, and the suddenly confident guide declares that must be the place. At the Hu family courtyard, Huyu is still up alone, hauling bucket after bucket of water and trying to finish the chores before morning. Just as Huyu is about to head inside, Wu Fengtian comes running and calling for her, with Yang Wei strolling behind him. Huyu warmly greets him and even laughs while warning him not to fall, because she has no idea yet how drunk he is. Wu Fengtian immediately plays weak and leans into her sympathy, claiming he pushed himself too hard in training because he wants to get stronger for her. Yang Wei gets tired of the act and kicks Wu Fengtian straight into the stairs before he can milk the moment any further. When Huyu questions that, Yan Wei coolly tells her not to worry because the weasel is just drunk. Huiyu tries to scold Wu Fengtian for drinking, but her face is so soft and angelic that even her stern look comes out more cute than scary. Wu Fengtian protests that Yan Wei is bullying him, and only then does Huiyu realize this rude stranger is the famous Yan Wei she has heard about. Yan Wei introduces himself with a shameless joke about her not being pregnant by him, and Huiyu freezes in flustered embarrassment. Huiyu flusters and denies it in total sincerity, and Yan Wei has to clarify that he was only joking. Embarrassed but amused, Huiyu admits she is bad at catching jokes, which only makes the meeting feel stranger and softer at the same time. Sensing danger to his own hopes, Wu Fengtian jumps in and insists they will help Huiyu finish her chores so she can go rest. Huiyu refuses and says they should visit Hu Jinwei and the young master instead, because those two should recover within the week. Wu Fengtian protests that he cannot just watch his precious Shiji do menial work, and Huiyu answers with a warm smile that she was raised to be a future housewife. That answer catches Yan Wei off guard because in a world ruled by women he expected her to want more than submission and a little affection from a future husband. While Wu Fengtian silently claims that role for himself, Yan Wei decides they will simply wait until Huiyu is done and let her lead them to Hu Jinwei and the young master. Huiyu lightly teases him for his vulgar mouth, and Yan Wei answers that he simply does not care how he uses words. Yan Wei tells Wu Fengtian to come inside and wait, then immediately smacks him out of his daydreams and drags him across the ground. Left alone with her chores again, Huiyu watches Yan Wei go and quietly admits he may be the most handsome man she has seen in a long time. Inside the Hu family home, Wu Fengtian quickly passes out from the alcohol, while Yan Wei waits on the polished wooden floor. As the quiet stretches on, Yan Wei starts thinking about Huiyu and realizes her loneliness is not family loneliness at all, but the romantic kind. That thought turns into irritation with the whole world, because women like Sun Yueying and Mu Lin attract men easily while someone as sweet and beautiful as Huiyu gets overlooked. Following that unease, Yan Wei wanders deeper into the residence until he reaches a backyard gazebo. There he finds Huiyu quietly brewing tea by herself, and the sight confirms the lonely feeling he sensed in her. Yan Wei almost turns away without bothering her, but Huiyu notices him and softly asks him to stay and share some tea. Alone with Huiyu in the backyard, Yan Wei panics that she caught him staring and tries to dodge her question by pretending he was only out for a walk. Huiyu gently corrects him and reveals she was not scolding him at all, she was inviting him to sit and drink tea with her. When she turns back, Yan Wei spots the tear stains on her face and realizes her calm voice has been hiding real pain. Huiyu quickly denies crying and tries to laugh it off, but Yan Wei apologizes for pushing into her feelings about relationships. She insists it was not his fault, but Yan Wei answers with shameless sweetness, saying he cannot ignore the tears of a beautiful woman he made cry. Yan Wei refuses to leave things at simple company, and declares that for the next hour he will serve her with all his attention. His oddly specific offer makes Huiyu giggle, and he smoothly tells her time is precious so he only spends it on someone special. He closes the distance, drapes an arm over her shoulders, and bluntly tells her she deserves more attention than the useless men around her ever gave. Flustered by his scent and boldness, Huiyu tries to slide away on the bench, but Yan Wei follows and tightens his hand around her waist. Huiyu suggests they just drink tea instead, and Yan Wei pushes the teasing further by hinting he wants something sweeter than tea. He lifts her chin and openly admires her face, and Huiyu answers by touching his chest and admitting his presence and scent are affecting her. Yan Wei lets his hand slide down to her thigh and asks if she wants to do anything about that feeling, but the sudden touch makes Huiyu turn away again. Sensing she is not ready to go further, Yan Wei backs off and the two finally settle into drinking tea together while waiting for Fomer. Over tea, Huiyu says her brother probably told Yan Wei what happened to the Azure Water Realm, then asks if he heard anything about their mother. She explains that her mother came from this world to the Azure Water Realm because she wanted a marriage built on real feelings, not status or worship. Huiyu says her mother still chased her father relentlessly anyway, even interrupting his seclusion because she knew at first sight he was the man she wanted. When pursuit failed, her mother tried food instead, and Yan Wei immediately realizes that is exactly where Hu Jinwei got his own habits from. Her mother was a terrible cook and nearly poisoned her future husband, but instead of driving him away, her clumsy effort and devotion made him fall in love with her. Huiyu says the family was happy after that, with her mother giving up risky cultivation and becoming a housewife while her father kept cultivating to stay by her side as long as he could. Then Huiyu's expression goes cold as she reaches the real wound and says everything changed when Emperor Heavenmind attacked their world. Yan Wei already knows Heavenmind's reputation as a tyrant who destroys worlds for cultivation, so he lets Huiyu skip the details and goes straight to what matters most to her. Huiyu says her mother died that day, but before dying she left Huiyu one private lesson she never even told Jinwei. Her mother's final advice was simple and absolute: if Huiyu ever finds a man who fights for her tears and truly cares how she feels, she must never let him go. Huiyu adds that this does not mean throwing herself at any nice man, only recognizing the real thing when she sees it. As Yan Wei starts to ask whether she has seen those feelings in anyone, Huiyu answers without words and suddenly throws herself onto him. She kisses him hard enough to shock him for a second, but he gives in almost immediately, and kisses her back just as fiercely. Once he gives in, Yamwei pulls Huiyu tight against him and grabs her butt, turning her impulsive kiss into openly heated foreplay. Huiyu gets even bolder and starts sucking on his tongue greedily, lost in the taste of his saliva and the thrill of finally being touched by a man. Her body keeps reacting harder, and Yamwei answers by grabbing her breasts through the tight cheongsam until she breaks into loud, helpless moans. Driven by desire, Yamwei lifts Huiyu's cheongsam higher to bare her waist and expose her breasts, and she trembles through the overwhelming touch. Even in the middle of groping her, Yamwei suddenly turns serious and tells Huiyu this cannot be a one-time fling. He tells her she does not need to give up everything and serve the man she loves, because what he wants instead is for them to walk their own paths while committing to each other. That one promise wipes the lust from Huiyu's face, and for the first time she feels certain she may have found the right man her mother wanted her to recognize. In Huiyu's backyard, Yamwei keeps groping her exposed chest under the lifted cheongsam, and the direct contact leaves both of them visibly worked up. When Yamwei starts pinching and twisting her hardened nipples, Huiyu loses the last of her ladylike restraint and moans openly from the sharp pleasure. He eases into a slower teasing touch, and Huiyu admits shyly that she likes it when he asks her outright. Then Yamwei notices her swollen nipples trembling, and white milk starts beading out and running down the exposed skin at her chest. Huiyu nervously asks if that is bad, but Yamwei is too fascinated to stop and squeezes her chest again, making the milk come faster. Right at the peak of it, Wu Fengtian walks in and freezes in disbelief at what he has stumbled onto. Yamwei acts shamelessly casual and claims they just got bored, making the scene even worse for the already shaken Wu Fengtian. Wu Fengtian accuses Yamwei of charming Huiyu by force, but Yamwei only dares him to do something about it. Before the fight can start, Huiyu steps in and says it was her choice, not some trick from Yamwei. When Huiyu calls Yamwei Wei Shui, Wu Fengtian finally breaks and drops to his knees, crushed by the intimacy he just witnessed. After that messy backyard scene, the three head deeper into the house toward the room where Huizhenwei and Jin Tianyu are resting. Huiyu keeps sneaking looks at Yangwei until he silently signals her to check herself, and she realizes dried milk has stained the chest of her cheongsam. Trying to stay composed, Huiyu points out the sickroom ahead, then folds her arms over the stains and hurries off to change. Wu Fengtian refuses to face the young master yet, so Yangwei mocks him as a weasel and goes in alone. Inside the room, Yangwei finds bandaged Jin Tianyu quietly apologizing to the sleeping Huizhenwei beside a pair of silk canopied beds. Yangwei dryly tells him to save that apology for when Huizhenwei is awake, and the startled Jin Tianyu immediately tenses up in fear. Instead of threatening him, Yangwei says he only came to check on them, and that unexpected kindness leaves Jin Tianyu shaken. Jin Tianyu bows his head and offers a sincere apology for everything he has done, even knowing he cannot undo it. Yangwei accepts the apology on the spot, and Jin Tianyu can barely believe he is being forgiven so easily. To drive the point home, Yangwei steps over, pats Jin Tianyu on the head, and says he was never a serious threat to him anyway. That small kindness breaks Jin Tianyu completely, and he bursts into tears and clings to Yangwei while asking how to stay on the right path. Still trapped in the hug, Yangwei reveals that Huizhenwei actually came to plead for Jin Tianyu that night, not betray him. The truth stuns Jin Tianyu, because he remembers beating Huizhenwei for the exact thing that was really an act of loyalty. Yangwei bluntly says privilege was never the real issue, because if Huizhenwei had given up on him, Jin Tianyu would already be dead. Jin Tianyu can only choke out a shaky thank you, realizing mercy reached him only because someone else refused to abandon him. Yangwei tells him he is not innocent, but his cruelty came from losing his home, his parents, and even his inheritance, then trying to control people to hide his helplessness. Jin Tianyu admits he does not know how to change and is not even sure he deserves another chance after all the juniors he ruined or killed. Yangwei breaks the hug for good, grips his shoulders, and tells him change starts by seeing himself from a new perspective instead of living as pain's prisoner. Left with that truth, Jin Tianyu drops to the floor in full remorse and finally says out loud that he really needs to change. As Yangwei heads for the door, he leaves Jin Tianyu with one final direction: get stronger, then take back what was stolen from him. Watching him leave, Jin Tianyu quietly says thank you, Yangwei, the first time he has ever spoken his name with real gratitude. Back in the courtyard, Yangwei and Wu Fengtian find Huiyu washing mung beans, and she immediately asks whether he managed to speak with the people he needed to see. Yangwei says he only talked to Jin Tianyu, but Huiyu relaxes, clearly trusting that it was enough. The two of them share a warm, affectionate look that makes Wu Fengtian feel like a third wheel. Unable to stand the mood anymore, Wu Fengtian excuses himself and heads outside so they can talk alone. Once they are alone, Huiyu asks if Yangwei really has to leave so soon. Yangwei admits he does, because cultivation and everything else he needs to handle are already piling up. Huiyu quietly admits she wishes he could stay with them, then pulls back and calls that wish selfish. Yangwei surprises her by saying moving in does not sound bad at all. Huiyu gently explains why it would be a problem. She still has not told Huizhenwei about their sudden relationship, and pushing too much while he recovers could create trouble. Yangwei accepts the reason, but the disappointment still shows on his face. To cheer him up, Huyu playfully pinches his cheeks and promises she will explain everything, confident her brother already likes him. Yanwei protests that he is not a child, then pats her head and turns the joke back on her height instead. Huyu plants her hands on her waist and insists she is not short, which leaves both of them laughing together. Outside the gate, Wu Fengtian is waiting and instantly starts teasing Yanwei about showering Huyu with shameless affection. Yanwei shuts the joke down with a flat no and tells Wu Fengtian to stop fooling around and come with him. When Wu Fengtian asks if they are heading back home, Yanwei says no, because he wants to cultivate first and thinks Wu Fengtian should do the same. Before sunrise, they reach a dense forest where Yanwei settles onto a huge boulder to meditate, while Wu Fengtian lazily skips stones across a stream instead of training. Yanwei opens one eye and calls him out, but Wu Fengtian only yawns and says maybe later. A sudden red light floods the forest, and in an instant all motion stops around them. Yanwei realizes time itself has been frozen, and he is somehow the only one still able to move. Footsteps echo through the dead-still forest, and a rift in space opens to reveal Ming Huiran with an unusually stern expression. She says she does not want anyone overhearing what she is about to call him, acting all businesslike for exactly 1 second. The moment Yanwei addresses her as the second matriarch, her stern act collapses and she lights up, shouting a cutesy way right in his face. She even appears in front of him in lotus position with their foreheads touching, jealous that another woman gets to call him Wei Shui so casually. Yanwei says that nickname is just between friends, but Ming Huiran grabs his collar and bluntly calls out what she has clearly been spying on, his groping with Wu Yu and his pair cultivation with Mu Lin. Yanwei pushes her head away and insists both situations were consensual, even trying to frame the Mu Lin case as purely professional. Ming Huiran half accepts the Mu Lin explanation, but she refuses to let the Huiyu excuse slide and mocks him for pretending that was business. Yanwei blurts out that Huiyu enjoyed it, then immediately realizes how embarrassing this argument has gotten. When Ming Huiran dismisses Huiyu as a woman with a trash cultivation base, Yanwei immediately corrects her name, and makes it clear he was not with Huiyu for power at all. Ming Huiran asks if he really got close to Huiyu simply because he wanted to, and Yanwei calmly admits that is exactly what happened. After all that prying, Ming Huiran suddenly claims it is none of her business, which only makes Yanwei more suspicious about why she came. Yanwei finally asks the real question, and Ming Huiran remembers she is supposedly here to help him. With another snap, the world shifts into a surreal vision where the entire Dragon Blossom sect looks tiny under Ming Huiran's command, and she says she will help him forge the supreme sword he wants. Ming Huiran admits she has been watching Yanwei's dragon vein cultivation, and his odd mantra, the frog's tale of the living blade, is what finally caught her interest. Yanwei calls her out for spying, but she dodges the accusation and tells him to focus on how this connects to his sword. She reveals the key fact first: the 5th realm of dragon vein cultivation, dragon spirit confluence, has only been reached by a tiny handful of people, including her. Then she drops the real twist: even the 1st and 3rd matriarchs never reached that realm, because those positions were not guaranteed by title alone. Ming Huiran explains that dragon spirit confluence cannot be forced by talent alone, because someone has to do something worthy enough to be acknowledged. The judges are the senior dragons, the living concept behind dragon vein cultivation itself, who rejected those failed breakthroughs. When Yanwei asks what senior dragons even are, Ming Huiran says they exist beyond ordinary realms and outside the current Tao dimension, in a space tied to spirit-reaching dragons. Yanwei cuts to the practical point and asks whether earning their acknowledgement is the only way to create the ultimate dragon sword. Ming Huiran says he has already done something unusual enough to be noticed, because no other cultivator at his level forged a dragon sword like his. To prove it, she summons an overwhelming field of dark blue dragon swords and explains that Yanwei's blade stands out not by raw power, but by the intent refined into it. Yanwei smugly accepts being impressive, and Ming Huiran laughs because he still has no idea how right she thinks he is. Another snap sends them to a towering peak in the frigid celestial serpent dragon realm, a vast untouched world where the senior dragons reside. Yanwei grumbles about the absurdly long realm name, but Ming Huiran ignores that and tells him the plan is simple. He is here to meet the senior dragons and get guidance for the sword. Yanwei still wants to know why she is helping him in a world that usually favors women, and Ming Huiran says this was not her call alone because the senior dragons chose him. She adds that even if she wanted to interfere, Liang Xinyue would apparently punish her for it, and she rubs her cheeks like she has suffered that before. Ming Huiran conjures a small red cyclone and fires it forward, where it twists into a dragon-decorated red scroll tied with gold. She hands him the Celestial Serpent Dragon Ascendancy Codex, a sacred manual from the Celestial Serpent sect that contains 3 celestial illustrations meant to raise his dragon sword mastery. Yanwei realizes the codex is the missing key he lacked, and Ming Huiran adds that for someone at the 9th level of the mortal realm, it promises a transcendence beyond mere excellence. Before he can get more out of her, Ming Huiran abruptly decides to leave because Senior Yandian is furious with her, and she vanishes in a burst of red spark. Alone in the realm, Yanwei tries to open the codex but it will not budge, so he figures the problem is either his cultivation level or the fact that he still has not met the senior dragons. He decides to force a path by using spatial magic to alter the properties of the realm and navigate to the senior dragons himself. The attempt fails instantly because chi and magic reject each other, and in the next moment Yang Wei is back on the forest boulder, as if nothing had happened. The trip was real after all, because the Celestial Serpent Dragon Ascendancy Codex is now physically resting in Yang Wei's lap. Yang Wei realizes the mistake was trying to use basic magic against a place ruled by profound chi, but the Codex proves he can return once he meets the right goal. With that settled, he stands up, tucks away the Codex, and asks Wu Fengtian for a place with even denser spiritual energy so his cultivation can speed up. Wu Fengtian suggests the Serpent's Spire, but warns it is dangerous enough that only a fool would go there unprepared. Yang Wei does not hesitate for even a second and decides they are going to the Serpent's Spire, leaving Wu Fengtian stunned. At the Serpent's Spire training grounds, Yang Wei sits on the grass reading a basic cultivation manual, while a jumpy Wu Fengtian stands guard with his jian out, expecting monsters at any moment. Yang Wei asks for the fastest way to reach the 4th level of the mortal realm, and Wu Fengtian tells him that practicing Whispering Breeze and Harmony Flow together can awaken the Cascading Rivers method. When Yang Wei asks why Wu Fengtian does not use that shortcut himself, Wu Fengtian admits the 4th to 6th level process feels like bone-breaking pain and can turn a weak body to dust. Wu Fengtian adds that a chi channeling stone is also essential for that stage, so Yang Wei casually pulls one out and says he already has it. Wu Fengtian blurts out that a chi channeling stone is so expensive a man would practically need to sleep with a woman to get one, and Yang Wei deadpans that yes, that is exactly what happened. That answer makes Yang Wei think of Mu Lin, and he quietly decides it is time to stop waiting and be the one who talks to her first. Yang Wei ends the conversation, drops into a lotus position, and tells Wu Fengtian to be quiet while he starts cultivating. As Yang Wei runs Whispering Breeze and Harmony Flow together, spiritual energy starts spiraling around him like a typhoon, and even Wu Fengtian is stunned by how fast he absorbs it. Yang Wei does not stop for an entire day, forcing open more meridians while the chi channeling stone helps stabilize the dangerous process. When an essence chi cloud starts gathering overhead, Wu Fengtian realizes the Serpent's Spire energy could make the breakthrough pressure deadly and panics. The moment he understands how dangerous that cloud is, Wu Fengtian abandons Yang Wei and sprints for cover. A huge beam of essence chi slams down onto Yang Wei, and he deliberately shuts off his mana so his body will not reject the breakthrough energy. The pressure starts breaking Yang Wei's bones and grinding the ground beneath him apart, but he forces his palms together and tries to use every bit of excess essence chi. Minutes later the cloud clears, and Wu Fengtian crawls back out of hiding only to find Yang Wei sealed inside a giant shiny jade-like block. Convinced Yang Wei is trapped inside, Wu Fengtian spends 6 miserable hours punching the rock until he collapses in despair. Just when Wu Fengtian gives up, the shell cracks and explodes apart as Yang Wei breaks out by force. Wu Fengtian stares in disbelief as Yang Wei confirms he became a mortal disciple in less than 2 days and feels lighter and stronger than before. Wu Fengtian wants to see a new technique, but Yang Wei only yawns and says his first priority is food. The two wander through the Serpent's Spire hunting for something to eat, but all they find are dead monsters already rotting in the wild. Starving and annoyed, Yang Wei rejects Wu Fengtian's offer of pocket-dried meat and keeps scanning for a better option. Yang Wei suddenly notices thick steam rising deeper in the brush and decides to investigate even though Wu Fengtian immediately hates the idea. At the source of the steam, Yang Wei pushes through the shrubbery first and suddenly freezes at what he sees. Before Wu Fengtian can look, Yang Wei slams his face into the ground to block his view of the hidden hot spring. The reason is Sun Yueying, alone in a secluded hot spring, her long light gray hair loose and her body bare in the steaming water. Still hidden in the bushes, Yang Wei watches as Sun Yueying relaxes in the hot water and lets out a soft, satisfied moan. Sun Yueying grumbles that her large chest hurts her back, and she resents how Lady Xiao Yulan keeps pushing breast refinement and robes that reveal more of her body. Her mood sours further when she remembers sect men staring at her chest, and she snaps that even the seniors here have no decency. Even while peeking, Yang Wei tries to rationalize the whole thing as observing some important secret cultivation technique instead of plain voyeurism. Sun Yueying sinks deeper into the water and bitterly mutters that Yang Wei has made her feel incompetent for the whole month because she still cannot forge a better dragon sword than him. Her frustration turns into a raw confession that all she wants is enough strength to protect her remaining sisters in Dragon Ridge Township, and Yang Wei's talent makes that dream feel farther away. Then she quietly says she hopes Yang Wei dies alone, and that bitter line wipes the smile off his face. Instead of getting angry, Yang Wei recognizes that loneliness immediately and thinks he would have drowned in his own depression without Mingya. The tension snaps when Wu Fengtian suddenly struggles to peek too, and Yang Wei has to clamp him down again before he shouts about wanting to see the naked beauty. Their clumsy wrestling rustles the bushes hard enough for Sun Yueying to hear it, and she immediately demands to know who is there. Yang Wei and Wu Fengtian freeze in panic, realizing they have just been caught. At the worst possible moment, Yang Wei's unstable breakthrough and empty stomach hit him with a sharp pain, and he loses his balance backward out of the bushes. Seeing disaster unfold, Wu Wu Fengtian instantly abandons all curiosity and runs for his life. Yan Wei crashes beside the spring straight into Sun Weiying's discarded clothes, and her purple undergarments end up draped over his face. Sun Weiying hugs herself in the water instead of attacking, while Yan Wei peels the undergarments off his face and braces for the usual fury that never comes. When she recognizes him, Sun Weiying glances toward her Jian, but what shows on her face is not murderous anger, it is scared, helpless embarrassment. Shivering, Sun Weiying quietly begs him not to look at her, and Yan Wei immediately stands, turns away, and gives her privacy. Sun Weiying dresses slowly behind him, still visibly shaken, and the whole scene feels less like anger and more like someone badly hurt inside. Once dressed, Sun Weiying thanks him in a small voice and asks him to tell no one what happened here, practically begging for that mercy. Sun Weiying leaves the hidden spring slowly and without her usual elegance, and watching her go, Yan Wei can only think that something about this was deeply strange. In the quiet forest, Yan Wei keeps replaying Sun Weiying's strange vulnerable state at the hot spring and concludes she bathes here because the place is too dangerous for most disciples to approach. Wu Fengtian runs back out of breath and asks how Yan Wei escaped trouble with Sun Weiying. But Yan Wei brushes him off because something in the forest already feels wrong. The silence suddenly snaps when 5 dragon swords streak out of the darkness toward them. Yan Wei throws up a blue mana shield in time to stop most of the attack, but 2 swords punch through and one tears deep into his abdomen. Wu Fengtian panics at the wound, but Yan Wei only glances down at the sword in his stomach and dryly notes that this is bad. 5 senior disciples from Inkflow Spire step out of the trees, already treating the fight like an easy execution. Even while injured, Yan Wei keeps his head clear and realizes his cultivation is unstable, his regeneration is not working yet, and he will have to finish this quickly before the wound or his drained energy catches up to him. He immediately guesses these attackers are Yuan Po's lackeys and taunts them by saying Yuan Po is probably waiting for them to fail, just like he failed with Sun Weiying. Wu Fengtian confirms from their uniforms that they really are Yuan Po's men and warns that every one of them is at least in spirit gathering, so if Yan Wei loses they are both dead. When Yan Wei asks if Wu Fengtian plans to fight too, Wu Fengtian shamelessly admits he would only get in the way and leaves the whole battle to his senior brother. Yan Wei walks forward with the sword still sticking out of his stomach, stops a few meters from the 5 seniors, and calmly tells all of them to attack him at once. The seniors burst out laughing at what sounds like suicidal arrogance, but Yan Wei keeps insulting them until they finally lose their tempers. One enraged senior disciple charges in first and unleashes a spirit thundering fist powerful enough to crater the ground and shake the whole spire. Dust swallows the clearing, and even Wu Fengtian can only stand back and hope Yan Wei survived the blast. The attacker starts bragging too early, because Yan Wei suddenly bursts out of the dust and grabs him by the head before anyone can react. With a chillingly casual look, Yan Wei decides the kill on the spot and twists the disciple's head clean off. He follows it by burning the headless body to ash with scarlet magic and throws the severed head at the survivors, making it clear that none of them are leaving alive. The remaining seniors are stunned that a mortal disciple endured a second-level spirit gathering technique head-on, and even erased the senior disciple's corpse without hesitation. Hidden deeper in the forest, Yuan Po watches the fight with growing interest and realizes Yan Wei really does have something special. Trying to recover their pride, the 4 surviving seniors decide to stop underestimating Yan Wei and use a coordinated combined attack. They pull out scrolls and brushes, take formation, and begin painting at impossible speed as a devouring array shield rises around them. Yan Wei wants to smash the formation immediately, but Wu Fengtian urgently stops him and explains that the shield will devour his unstable energy before he can break through. The Inkflow Spire disciples finish their brushwork and launch 7 giant eagle constructs made of ink and spiritual energy straight at Yan Wei. Yan Wei instantly reads the problem. Those projections are neither fully physical nor fully non-physical, so his usual magic counters are unreliable and dodging is risky with his wound and Wu Fengtian behind him. Then he remembers the simpler answer and starts drawing on his own cultivation instead of forcing unstable magic. Straining his spirit root, Yan Wei rapidly refines dragon vein chi and summons 30 dragon swords that whirl around him like a storm. He fires the whole swarm into the oncoming eagles, shredding the ink beasts out of the sky in a violent clash of sword light, ink, and spiritual energy. When the explosion clears, Yan Wei still has 8 dragon swords left under control, now circling him like a threat the seniors can finally understand. The 4 seniors falter in disbelief, and Yan Wei calmly tells them it is his turn now. The 8 dragon swords tear through the formation and butcher 3 more seniors, leaving limbs, heads, and blood scattered across the clearing. Only the rear disciple survives by throwing up a flimsy array, and even he is left staring at the massacre in pure terror, while Wu Fengtian cheers from cover. Before that last survivor can process how badly they lost, Yuan Po drops into the clearing like a meteor and blasts open a small crater. With Yuan Po finally in front of him, Yan Wei casually yanks the sword out of his own stomach and tosses it aside while the wound starts healing only slowly. Yuan Po threatens him for killing his fellow disciples, but Yan Wei answers by focusing on Yuan Po's shiny bald head instead of taking the threat seriously. The joke lands exactly where it should not, because everyone in the sect knows not to mock Yuan Po's head, and both Wu Fengtian and the surviving disciple immediately start backing away. Yan Wei keeps pushing anyway, teasing that maybe rubbing Yuan Po's scalp brings good luck, and that mockery finally knocks Yuan Po into a cold, dangerous calm. That sudden calm scares Wu Fengtian more than shouting would, because he knows Yuan Po is at the peak of spirit gathering and close to forming a golden core. Without raising his voice, Yuan Po bites his thumb, unsheathes his jian, and smears blood across the blade to activate his secret blood ink technique. Wu Fengtian recognizes the technique at once and turns pale, understanding that Yuan Po is unleashing something far beyond the earlier ambush. The last surviving senior disciple breaks completely and runs for his life, screaming that they are all going to die. At Serpent's Spire, Yuan Po drops his usual brutish act and coldly warns Yang Wei to kneel and apologize to Sun Yueying or die on the spot. Wu Fengtian panics and begs Yang Wei to give in, because he knows Yuan Po is about to use one of Ink Flow Spire's 5 great powers. Yang Wei refuses outright, and when Wu Fengtian wavers, he tells him to leave if he wants but never call him senior brother again. Wu Fengtian almost runs, but Yang Wei steps in front of him and quietly says that if he cannot face death yet, then he should trust his senior brother instead. That finally snaps Wu Fengtian out of his fear, and he curses Yuan Po instead of abandoning Yang Wei. Yuan Po decides they are fools, and the blood on his sword spreads into a blazing red blade as he starts writing 12 calligraphy strokes in the air. His Crimson Serpent Dragon scriptorium forms at last, releasing a gigantic dragon of blood and ink whose pressure crushes the surrounding forest. Even from behind Yang Wei, Wu Fengtian nearly buckles under the dragon's pressure as the whole Serpent's Spire shakes. Yang Wei answers with his own trump card, gathering red and green flame-like energy around himself with rapid hand seals. When Yang Wei claps his palms, those flames turn gold, and he calls out Golden Emperor's golden palm. The sky seems to tear apart above the battlefield, revealing a colossal golden hand descending with terrifying finality. Wu Fengtian can only stare as the giant hand covers everything overhead and wipes away even the spiritual energy in the air. The golden hand slams into the Crimson Dragon and crushes it effortlessly, reducing more than half of Serpent's Spire to ruins. When the dust settles, Yang Wei is still standing, smiling in front of a coughing but unharmed Wu Fengtian. Yang Wei reaches back to help Wu Fengtian up, and the shaken disciple thanks him for saving his life. As they walk through the wreckage, Wu Fengtian is stunned that the rich spiritual energy of Serpent's Spire has been drained almost completely. Wu Fengtian asks how Yang Wei pulled off that absurd attack, but Yang Wei shuts the question down immediately. A moment later they find Yuan Po still alive, but he has been warped into a thin, wrinkled, hideous shell of his former body. Wu Fengtian recoils in horror, and Yang Wei coolly tells him that ugly creature is still Yuan Po. Even in that state, Yuan Po bitterly claims Yang Wei still failed to finish him off. Yang Wei crouches beside him and says this outcome was deliberate, because living on as a crippled mockery is worse than a clean death. He twists the knife further by reminding Yuan Po that Sun Yueying will only find him more disgusting now. Then Yang Wei forms an ice mirror and forces Yuan Po to see his own ruined face. The sight breaks Yuan Po on the spot, and he can only gag, deny it, and vomit in horror. When Wu Fengtian assumes they are heading home, Yang Wei says no, because they will stay and keep cultivating here for another month once the energy returns. Wu Fengtian instantly agrees, and the two of them walk off while Yuan Po screams after them from the ruins. 1 month later, their forest retreat pays off. Wu Fengtian reaches the 4th level of the mortal realm, and Yang Wei rises to the 6th. Yang Wei could have pushed higher, but he diverts part of his effort into his spirit root paths and uses Jin Tianyu's Sapphire Crescent Talisman to raise his water root to the 3rd mortal realm level. That experiment also teaches him a limit. The rest of his spirit roots will need matching artifacts or special spirit pools to advance properly. During that month, Wu Fengtian masters Whirlwind Tempest Kick, and by the 4th level both of them learn Azure Sky Palm. Yang Wei keeps stacking gains after that, learning Dragon Blossom 4 steps at the 5th level and Cerulean Cyclone Slash at the 6th. After that long retreat, the two finally walk out of the dense Serpent's Spire forest and see other disciples again. Wu Fengtian sighs that heaven is cruel because even now he still cannot break into the Dragon Sword Formation realm. Yang Wei pats him on the shoulder and reminds him that becoming a mortal disciple and learning core techniques is already real progress. A bunch of nearby disciples stare at them anyway, because both of them look rough from the wilderness and Yang Wei now looks even more striking than before. Yang Wei notices the attention and decides they should find water first and clean themselves up. After a quick wash, Wu Fengtian keeps staring at Yang Wei until he blurts out that his senior brother somehow looks prettier now. Yang Wei snaps back with a glare, but the point sticks because his white hair has grown long enough to cover his rump and gives him a softer, more feminine look. As they continue, more male disciples can't help staring at Yang Wei like he is some unreachable icy beauty. The real issue is that Yang Wei is lost, turning the map over in frustration because Serpent's Spire is unfamiliar ground and they cannot use flying swords until their cultivation stabilizes. So Yang Wei decides to ask a nearby disciple for directions. The disciple starts out irritated at being touched, but one look at Yang Wei's pretty face makes him completely misread the situation and treat him like a junior sister. Instead of helping, The idiot blurts out something shameless and lunges in for a kiss. Yan Wei answers with one brutal slap that leaves everyone around them stunned. Without wasting another word, Yan Wei grabs his dignity and marches off with a laughing Wu Fengtian. The story then shifts to the Lingwu Kingdom, a major central kingdom bordered by mountains and plains and watched over by nearby sects because of the dangerous northern ravages. Among the sects around it is the White Serpent sect, an all-female dual cultivation sect feared by many smaller sects and wandering male cultivators. The reason becomes clear fast when a terrified male cultivator is shown sprinting through a hidden corner of the kingdom as if his life depends on it. He finally tries to stand and fight, but an energy whip smacks his sword right out of his hand. His pursuers finally come into view, 2 White Serpent sect women in red and black, one with long brown hair and the other with short gray hair and bright green eyes, both stalking him with total confidence. The brown-haired woman sweetly claims they do not want to hurt him, but the promise sounds worse than a threat. The gray-haired one drops all pretense and says exactly what they want from him, licking her fingers like she has already won. The poor man keeps begging for mercy, because he knows getting caught by White Serpent sect women means becoming a dual cultivation slave. His scream echoes through the hidden passage as the pursuit turns into a full-on capture scene. The next morning, Yan Wei wakes up feeling almost spoiled by real sleep after that brutal month at Serpent's Spire. He stops when he sees a letter with his name on it waiting on the hallway table. The letter is from Mulingxi, and she immediately scolds him for wasting her time, causing trouble, and turning her courtyard into a filthy drunken mess. Even while chewing him out, Mulingxi also notes that he somehow reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm, and thanks him for looking after her study and garden. Yan Wei grumbles that Mulingxi is difficult, but when he notices the place has been cleaned up, he realizes she helped him anyway. Instead of throwing the letter away, he folds it up and keeps it before heading out to the veranda for some peace. That peace lasts about one breath, because a crowd of disciples is already waiting outside and calling for senior brother Yang. One disciple sweetly asks for cultivation advice, and that opens the floodgates for everyone else to pile on with their own problems. Already overwhelmed, Yan Wei finally snaps and shouts that he will help all of them. He spends the whole day mentoring them, correcting mantras and explaining cultivation methods with a clarity that leaves even stronger disciples impressed. By late afternoon, the disciples finally leave, and Yan Wei gets a brief moment alone in his study room. His break ends when Yunfian steps into the study and says she has been searching everywhere for Yan Wei. Yan Wei guesses she is not a cultivator and answers cautiously, while Yunfian immediately calls out his bad manners for not offering her a seat. He smugly fires back that she entered his courtyard uninvited, then gestures for her to sit anyway, which only irritates her more. The moment Yunfian says this is about Mu Lin, Yan Wei visibly remembers the mess he still has not settled with her. After a long explanation, Yunfian makes it clear she will not pry into what happened between them, but Mu Lin has not been herself since. Yunfian reaches across the desk, holds Yan Wei's hands, and pleads with him to visit Mu Lin so she can return to normal. She adds that Mu Lin barely leaves her courtyard, and only went to the Heilong Mountains because Mu Lingxi dragged her there for prayers. When Yunfian pushes for a real answer, Yan Wei stands and decides he will go sort things out with Mu Lin right away. Before the moment can settle, Wu Fengtian barges in and instantly assumes senior brother Yang is flirting with another woman again. Yan Wei shuts that down at once and tells the idiot to come back because it is not what he thinks. Yan Wei reassures Yunfian that he will sort things out with Mu Lin, and this time she leaves the room visibly relieved. The search leads into the Heilong Mountains, where Yan Wei and Wu Fengtian trudge through sacred frozen peaks in white fire-warmed cloaks. Wu Fengtian identifies the region as the Frozen Peaks, a sacred place wrapped in old dragon legends. When the blizzard starts grinding them down, Yan Wei quietly decides to end it before the cold wears Wu Fengtian out. With one casual wave, Yan Wei disperses the storm so completely that Wu Fengtian thinks heaven itself just took pity on them. As they keep moving, Wu Fengtian asks if this whole trip is really just for a jade beauty, and Yan Wei admits that yes, it is. Privately, Yan Wei also knows he needs Mu Lin back on his side because his cultivation resources are nearly exhausted. From a high ridge they finally spot secluded monasteries, but Wu Fengtian checks the map and says the Frost Lotus Temple is still farther down. Yan Wei decides to stop hiking, summons a glowing dragon sword under his feet, and takes to the air. After a long flight, the Frost Lotus Temple comes into view at the foothills, and Yan Wei tries to approach it directly. Wu Fengtian stops him and points out the real problem. The temple sits beyond a sacred bridge that only women are allowed to cross. Wu Fengtian claims he has a foolproof plan to get them across, which makes Yan Wei trust him even less. The genius plan turns out to be a disguise, and Yan Wei can hardly believe he agreed to walk in with pink ribbons braided into his hair. Wu Fengtian pushes the act too far with a fan, a blush, and a fake girly giggle, so Yan Wei smacks him and threatens him into acting normal. They keep walking their nerve-wracking disguise route until two women in expensive cloaks appear ahead on the bridge. Wu Fengtian nearly panics, but Yan Wei quietly orders him to stay in character for their first close test. They almost make it past, but one of the cloaked women suddenly stops and says she recognizes that smell. Then she pulls down her hood, and Yan Wei is stunned to find Mu Lingxi standing right in front of him. Before the confrontation, Mu Lingxi was crossing the temple bridge with Lu Hua, who was still upset that Lu Yan had become Yang Wei's direct martial sister. Lu Hua complains that Yang Wei crippled several strong disciples the moment he entered the sect, so she sees nothing good about him. Mu Lingxi quietly admits she started that whole mess by attacking Yang Wei first, which makes Lu Hua panic and backpedal at once. After Mu Lingxi reassures her, Lu Hua shifts into admiration and praises her coming promotion to Grandmaster after reaching the Spirit Ascension realm. Lu Hua shyly says she wants to become a second path cultivator like Mu Lingxi someday, and Mu Lingxi encourages her with quiet confidence. When Lu Hua admits her bottleneck still will not break, the talk turns to Lu Yan, whose own stalled cultivation has apparently started loosening for some mysterious reason. Lu Hua jokes that if Mu Lin managed it, maybe she can too, and that easy conversation leads them straight into Yang Wei and Wu Fengtian's disguise problem. Back in the present moment, Mu Lingxi abruptly stops the pair and orders one of them to turn around while Wu Fengtian nearly folds from stress. Lu Hua tries to ask what is happening, but Mu Lingxi silences her with one raised hand and keeps her full attention on the suspect in front of her. Yang Wei turns around with cool indifference, and one look at his crystal blue eyes is enough for Mu Lingxi to recognize him immediately. Without wasting a second, Mu Lingxi grabs Yang Wei by the wrist and drags him toward a more secluded part of the bridge. That leaves Wu Fengtian stranded with Lu Hua, and he burns with resentment because this whole disaster was his idea in the first place. Lu Hua coolly asks who he is, and the sudden question makes Wu Fengtian squeak on the spot. In private, Mu Lingxi plants her hands on her waist and glares at Yang Wei like she wants answers immediately. Yang Wei gives the simplest answer he can: he came here to meet someone. Her expression softens a little, but when she looks over his ridiculous outfit, Yang Wei admits Wu Fengtian talked him into sneaking in disguised as a woman. Mu Lingxi dryly points out that he could have at least used magic to make the disguise convincing, but Yang Wei refuses to waste his power on something he finds degrading. That answer finally cracks Mu Lingxi's composure, and she starts laughing behind her hand at how absurd he is. From farther down the bridge, Lu Hua stares in disbelief and rising envy because Mu Lingxi is actually laughing with Yang Wei. Once the laughter settles, Yang Wei asks the real question: how did Mu Lingxi recognize him so easily through that disguise? Embarrassed, Mu Lingxi quietly admits it was his scent, then gets flustered when Yang Wei keeps asking her to repeat it. Cornered by her own answer, Mu Lingxi snaps, warns Yang Wei not to get caught, then drags Lu Hua away before he can ask anything else. Yang Wei watches her leave, mutters that her ability to identify him by scent is unsettlingly obsessive, and turns his attention back to the temple and Mu Lin. Soon after, Yang Wei and Wu Fengtian actually make it through the guarded bridge and into Frost Lotus Temple without being exposed. Inside, even Wu Fengtian is impressed they fooled the guards, while the temple opens up into a serene complex of white jade and towering pagodas. Yang Wei explains why the infiltration works so well. In this matriarchal world, most men are too cowardly to even attempt entering a place like this. Wu Fengtian adds that men have tried to steal the temple's inheritance before and never returned, which makes Yang Wei dismiss the pattern as typical. As they search, they realize the temple is packed not just with dragon blossom women but with nuns and female cultivators from many northern sects. When Wu Fengtian asks where they are even supposed to look, Yang Wei guesses Mu Lin would be somewhere like an inner sanctum where prayers are held. Their search keeps turning up nothing, so they split up and agree to meet back at the main temple if either finds her. Searching alone now, Yang Wei studies every passing face while the women around him greet him politely, still unaware of who he really is. Fed up with the fake hairstyle, Yang Wei tears off the disguise braids, ties his hair back into his usual ponytail, and keeps searching under the cover of his cloak. That leads him to a massive pagoda marked with blue, white, and gold patterns and a strange monstrous turtle design, with prayer voices echoing from inside. He pushes open the door and walks straight into a full congregation of women, where the entire hall falls silent at the sight of a white-haired man. At the far end of the hall, Yang Wei finally spots Mu Lin in modest robes and a veil, and he casually calls out to her in front of everyone. The silence instantly explodes into chaos as the crowd of supposedly pure and stoic women loses all restraint over how handsome he is. Yang Wei barely reacts to the uproar and just tells them he is here to see Linner, which puts all eyes on Mu Lin at once. Flushing hard under all that attention, Mu Lin immediately denies knowing him at all. Yang Wei tries to end the spectacle by telling Mu Lin they should talk outside, but the crowd only gets thirstier as they stare at his exposed neck, arm, and collarbone. One bold woman yells for Yang Wei to remove the cloak, and the whole hall starts clamoring to see his chest and body despite their vows. Instead of backing down, Yang Wei smirks and opens the cloak just enough to flash his flawless chest, which nearly pushes the women over the edge. That is the last straw for Mu Lin, who forces her way through the crowd, grabs his hand, and drags him out of the pagoda. Outside in a secluded spot, Mu Lin plants her hands on her waist and glares at him, giving Yang Wei a second angry woman standing in front of him that same day. Yang Wei starts explaining that Yun Fian told him Mu Lin had stopped eating and taking care of herself, and that is why he came. Mu Lin cuts him off at once and says something has changed. She is no longer waiting for an apology because she now understands what he was trying to do during their dual cultivation. Relieved, Yang Wei starts to say he only wanted to protect her virginity, but Mu Lin still does not let him finish. Mu Lin bluntly admits the truth about herself. She wanted power fast enough to compete with her elder sister, and she was willing to lose her virginity to him if that gave her a chance. Then she draws a hard line, telling Yang Wei they do not really know each other, and that maybe that is exactly how it should stay. Mu Lin tells him to forget the dual cultivation and even her eagerness to lose her virginity, as if the two of them never knew each other at all. After delivering that final rejection, Mu Lin walks away and leaves Yang Wei trying to call her back. Before he can follow, a powerful force suddenly engulfs Yang Wei and starts ripping his spiritual existence out of his body. When he opens his eyes again, Yang Wei is no longer at the temple but floating in a vast star-filled expanse with no land, no walls, and no idea what just happened. Yang Wei suddenly finds himself in a vast sea of stars where even galaxies look small, with two colossal six-armed Asuras standing guard over the realm. Confused and alarmed, Yang Wei realizes his soul has been dragged somewhere beyond anything he ever sensed before. A thunderous voice crashes through the realm and calls him forward, hitting his soul hard enough to shake even his magical protections. The two Asuras notice him at last and sweep their massive hands through the stars to erase him. Knowing he cannot hold back, Yang Wei answers with his full-body Chaos Emperor manifestation. He adds a third and even more dangerous power, summoning the golden three-faced emperor behind him. The Asura's attack stops cold when their giant hands are shredded by the mere presence of Yang Wei's three avatars. Those three forms embody Yang Wei's epical laws of chaos: Scarlet Emperor for physical entropy, Jade Emperor for spiritual dissolution, and Golden Emperor for total annihilation. Ready to destroy the entire realm and even the Tao holding it together, Yang Wei is stopped when the voice calls him Son of Magic. Yang Wei jolts awake drenched in sweat, back in a room at the sect with Wu Fengtian and Huyu hovering over him in relief. When Yang Wei asks what happened at the temple, Wu Fengtian explains that he found him unconscious near the inner sanctum and carried him all the way back. Wu Fengtian admits the trip scared him because Yang Wei had no body heat and no detectable spiritual energy, almost like a corpse. Huyu cuts off the dark talk and quietly takes over, cooling his forehead and nursing him with obvious care. A little later, Yang Wei stares at a table full of rich food and realizes Huyu prepared an entire recovery feast for him. Huyu cheerfully says she will take care of him if no one else will, and Yang Wei thanks her with real warmth. When she feeds him a dumpling, Huyu teasingly asks him to call her something more romantic than senior sister. Yang Wei only says he will think about it, and Huyu keeps smiling like she already enjoys having him cornered. She tells him to close his eyes and open his mouth, and he obeys after her little pout makes it clear this is not optional. Instead of feeding him, Huyu steals a kiss, turning the tender nursing scenes suddenly intimate. The kiss turns heated fast, and Huyu climbs onto Yang Wei's lap while he pulls her closer and kisses her back just as hard. When they finally part, Huyu happily notes that his mouth is warm again, making the whole ambush feel like her own odd little treatment. Then Huyu turns serious and asks him to promise that whatever happened with Wu Fengtian last time will never happen again. Her insistence surprises him, but Yang Wei gives in and promises it will not happen again. Relieved, Huyu softly sucks his thumb with a bold intimacy that leaves Yang Wei stunned and finally reveals she is far less innocent than he thought. Later that night, Yang Wei walks Huyu to the courtyard gate, and she reluctantly leaves even though she still wants to stay beside him. They drag out the goodbye with one last hug, then keep waving at each other from farther and farther apart because either of them wants to end it. The moment Huyu disappears, Yang Wei's soft expression falls away and he heads back inside with something heavier on his mind. Inside, Wu Fengtian suggests he should rest, but Yang Wei says he only lost a day and wants to cultivate instead. Wu Fengtian suddenly claims Yang Wei was unconscious for 10 years and that he himself has already reached core formation, nearly making Yang Wei's heart stop on the spot. Wu Fengtian finally admits it was a joke and says the truth is only about a week, but Yang Wei is still rattled enough to panic over needing to see Mu Lin. Before he can move, a savage pain tears through Yang Wei's chest and drops him to one knee coughing blood. With his body failing fast, Yang Wei orders Wu Fengtian to get out of the compound and lock the gates before whatever comes next begins. Wu Fengtian obeys immediately, leaving Yang Wei alone in the courtyard as the crisis turns monstrous. Left by himself, Yang Wei's whole being starts burning as his spirit root, mana core, and even his mana space begin collapsing back into him. The pain drives him wild enough to crash into walls and furniture while screaming like his body is being remade from the inside out. Then the pain vanishes in an instant, and Yang Wei finds himself floating inside a peaceful spiritual garden filled with streams and fruit trees. As he tries to understand the sudden change, an unimaginably huge black tortoise with a coiled serpent appears before him like a god from the stars. Yang Wei quickly realizes this is the same presence from the temple mural, and the same voice that called to him in the sea of stars. Xuanwu calls him Son of Magic again, but Yang Wei stays calm enough to mock the god as just a big turtle. Ignoring the insult, Xuanwu tells him this place is his spiritual domain, the first real step of foundation establishment, and the third stage of the mortal realm. That answer electrifies Yang Wei because it means he has finally touched the 7th level of the mortal realm for real. Xuanwu goes further and says a spiritual domain records Yang Wei's whole existence, becoming a vessel where magic and cultivation meet. Yang Wei immediately demands the truth, desperate to know if magic and cultivation come from the same origin, but Xuanwu refuses to reveal that yet. Instead, Xuanwu says the time is not ripe and tells Yang Wei to prepare for an inheritance that will guide his path toward the malevolent star domain and the Azure realm. Golden scripts and shining figures performing link stances appear all around him as Xuanwu unveils the first volume of the profound Black Tortoise inheritance. Inside his spiritual domain, Xuanwu tells Yang Wei the hard part is still ahead. He must build a foundation of ultimate existence, powerful enough to stand above every path of cultivation. Yang Wei tries to stop him with more questions, but Xuanwu only says in time and prepares to leave. Before departing, Xuanwu touches Yang Wei's forehead and chest, and Yang Wei feels his spiritual domain bloom wider like a living garden. Yang Wei opens his eyes back in the real world and immediately sits down to cultivate, determined to push his awakening into a true breakthrough. With his spiritual domain awakened, Yang Wei realizes he can sense spiritual energy with unnatural clarity, and he starts shaping that insight into a deeper balance between soul and nature. As Yang Wei forms one mudra after another, essence chi surges so violently that tribulation clouds start condensing directly above his house. The cloud keeps building instead of striking, and its sheer size makes it clear this is no normal foundation establishment tribulation, but a terrifying heaven-defying one. 3 days pass, then more, and the entire sect starts gathering because Yang Wei has stayed in seclusion under the same giant storm for over a week. Inside that long silence, Yang Wei has only one thought left: to forge an unmatched foundation and reach the very peak of existence. Watching the cloud from below, Hui worries that something may have gone wrong because Yang Wei still has not broken through after more than a week. Wu Fengtian reassures her that Yang Wei is too stubborn to fail, even while the storm above them keeps looking worse. The two of them end up praying for Yang Wei anyway, and Wu Fengtian's hidden panic slips through in one selfish thought: if Yang Wei dies, who will protect him? Elsewhere in the sky, Mu Jihao watches the tribulation with Xiao Yulan, Mu Zhong, and Mu Lingxi, and he bluntly points out that Sun Yueying was never on Yang Wei's level. Mu Lingxi notes that Yang Wei has been absorbing spiritual energy nonstop for more than a week, which only makes the delayed breakthrough feel even stranger. The older man wonders if Yang Wei somehow missed that a spiritual domain awakening comes before this kind of foundation, but Mu Zhong calmly says Yang Wei must have a plan. Mu Zhong immediately turns that into a tease aimed at Mu Lingxi, implying that if she had taught Yang Wei more, they would understand what he was doing. Mu Lingxi refuses to show embarrassment, and only says she will reserve her comments, while the older man cuts off Mu Zhong before the needling goes any further. When the older man mentions that Feng did not even bother to watch, Xiao Yulan confirms he was simply not interested. Even Mu Lin, who usually acts indifferent, cannot hide her fear and quietly begs Yang Wei to survive. Yun Fian notices that softer side of Mu Lin and silently roots for Yang Wei too, if only for her young missus' sake. On another part of the peak, even proud Sun Yueying is shaken badly enough to stammer over what kind of spirit root Yang Wei could possibly have. At last the waiting ends when the tribulation cloud roars and Yang Wei rises from meditation so violently that his roof explodes apart. Mu Lingxi's first reaction is pure outrage over her wrecked house, even though she is still staring at Yang Wei's breakthrough. Mu Zhong lightly reminds her that Yang Wei matters more than the building, and Mu Lingxi can only turn away with an irritated huff. Yang Wei ascends higher into the sky wrapped in giant serpent-like streams of spiritual energy, turning the start of his breakthrough into a stunning display. The watching disciples break into shocked excitement, because after an entire week the impossible breakthrough is finally happening. Then the first heavenly lightning slams into Yang Wei with such force that even nearby low-level disciples are hurt by the overflow. Seeing the danger spread across the sect, Mu Jihao orders immediate suppression, and Xiao Yulan, Mu Zhong, and Mu Lingxi split off in the air to form the array. The clash drags on for 3 brutal hours before the array finally contains the excess power. When it ends, Yang Wei falls from the sky with his body burnt black and rigid, looking horrifyingly dead. Mu Lingxi breaks first, screaming Yang Wei's name as she flies to catch him before he hits the ground. Holding his hardened, blackened body in her arms, Mu Lingxi begs for any sign that he is still alive. Across the peak, the people who cared about him are devastated, and Mu Lin can barely force out his name as she collapses to her knees. Hui Yu and Wu Fengtian are left just as shattered, and the whole sect sinks into shock at what looks like Yang Wei's death. 2 months later, Yang Wei finally wakes up bandaged and burned, but the pain hits so sharply that he cannot even sit up properly. Annoyed, Yang Wei uses his white healing energy on himself and instantly eases the worst of his injuries. Once he can think clearly again, Yang Wei pieces together what happened. He deliberately dragged the tribulation down to strengthen the very soil and foundation of his spiritual domain. He still is not sure whether he truly formed the ultimate foundation he wanted, but one result is obvious. He has reached the 7th level, the Mortal King stage. That breakthrough also puts him one step closer to opening the Celestial Serpent Dragon Ascendancy Codex and forging the Supreme Dragon Sword he has been aiming for. Then he remembers Xuanwu's teachings and jumps up to copy them down before any of the details fade. 4 hours he paints every figure and writes every script until the first volume of the profound Black Tortoise Inheritance is finally complete. Proud of himself, Yan Wei declares the first volume complete and briefly considers cultivating it right away like an excited child with a new toy. The moment he senses someone approaching, he hurriedly tosses the sacred scroll aside and identifies the incoming aura as Mu Lin's. Mu Lin quietly cracks the door open, checks that no one is watching, and slips inside his room in secret. Seeing Yan Wei lying there, Mu Lin's guarded face softens into genuine sadness, while Yan Wei instantly pretends to still be unconscious. Mu Lin notices the candlelight she forgot to put out and mutters that she has to be quick before anyone else comes to check on him. Then Mu Lin pulls out a torn piece of Yan Wei's outer sect robe that she secretly kept from the day of his lightning strike. She shamelessly buries her nose in the burnt cloth, savoring Yan Wei's lingering scent and even touching herself for comfort, while Yan Wei is internally horrified behind his fake sleep. Once the strange craving passes, Mu Lin gently touches Yan Wei's cheek and confesses how worried everyone has been during the 2 months he never woke up. She even mentions the rumor that first big sister Lu might like him, proof that Yan Wei has far more women paying attention to him than Mu Lin wants to admit. Listening in silence, Yan Wei admits to himself that Mu Lin is much easier to tolerate when she is being gentle instead of trying to seduce him into serving her. Mu Lin starts listing the women around him one by one, from Hui Yu and Sun Yueying to Lu Yan and even her own older sister, and her jealousy comes fully into the open. After spiraling for a moment, Mu Lin talks herself back up and insists she is just as talented, beautiful, and worthy as any of them. Trying to care for him, Mu Lin leans over to light incense behind Yan Wei's head, but in the process she accidentally presses her chest against his face. Yan Wei tries to breathe through it without exposing himself, but even that tiny contact makes Mu Lin let out an involuntary moan and feel desire rush back in. Pulling back, Mu Lin admits to herself that she is no longer strict about giving herself to Yan Wei, because he treats her purity with real value instead of greed. Remembering Yan Wei's words about understanding each other first, Mu Lin decides she can at least start small by finding out what his lips taste like. And before Yan Wei can break cover, Mu Lin closes the distance and kisses him. Mu Lin leans over Yan Wei's bed and kisses him while he is still supposed to be unconscious. Yan Wei opens his eyes mid-kiss, and Mu Lin freezes when she realizes he is awake and looking right at her. He casually greets her, and Mu Lin jumps back from the bed, stammering as she asks how long he has been awake. When Mu Lin nervously asks what he heard, Yan Wei teases her by admitting he even watched her sniff his burnt clothes. Mu Lin tries to save face with a proud excuse and heads for the door, pretending the whole thing meant nothing. Yan Wei catches her wrist and pulls her back against his bare chest before she can leave. She weakly insists she wants nothing to do with him, but Yan Wei lifts her chin and points out that her kiss already gave her away. Mu Lin claims the kiss meant nothing, but she cannot explain why she stayed by his side instead of walking out. Overwhelmed, Mu Lin pushes him away and pleads with him to stop before her feelings break through. Yan Wei explains that he still believes her virginity should matter, which is exactly why he refused to treat her like a convenient dual cultivation shortcut. He tells her plainly that if she ever gives herself to him, it cannot be as part of the manipulative way she handles other disciples. Mu Lin mocks his words as a warm-up apology, but Yan Wei says he is not apologizing anymore and will prove her wrong instead. He challenges her to listen while he proves that he really does know her, and Mu Lin reluctantly agrees without daring to face him fully. Yan Wei starts by joking about obvious things and even her underwear, instantly getting under Mu Lin's skin again. Then he turns serious and accurately describes the little habits that betray when Mu Lin is acting, flustered, or truly hurt. He keeps going, laying out intimate details about her tastes, cooking habits, and inexperience with real romance until her breathing turns heavy. Yan Wei even points out the contradiction between her religious side and the way she uses charm, showing he has noticed the parts she thought no one saw. When he says even her favorite color gave her away, Mu Lin's voice starts to shake and she begs him to stop. Mu Lin finally asks the real question, why he suddenly cares enough to do this. Yan Wei answers that he always cared, and Mu Lin softly asks if she can finally tell him something of her own. A little later, the two sit side by side on the bed in a calmer mood as Mu Lin waits for his answer to whatever she just confessed. Mu Lin bluntly asks whether they can sleep together now, turning the old misunderstanding about him not wanting her into an open challenge. Yan Wei admits the old him would have taken her immediately, but his hesitation now clearly has nothing to do with her looks. Mu Lin presses closer and starts listing possible reasons he might still reject her, pushing for the truth. To force a response, Mu Lin grabs him through his pants and whispers that inexperience does not mean she cannot please a man. Even under her touch, Yan Wei says none of that is the reason, which only frustrates Mu Lin more. Mu Lin loses her cool and blurts out exactly what she wants, demanding that he stop hesitating and just take her. Yan Wei dryly calls her out for dropping the ladylike act, and Mu Lin covers her face in embarrassment when even that still does not sway him. Behind his calm face, Yan Wei admits to himself that the real block is old sexual trauma and the lingering fear of Mingyu, not any lack of desire for Mu Lin. After that pause, Yan Wei ties his long white hair into a messy bun and finally agrees that they can sleep together. Mu Lin lights up at once, and that eagerness makes Yan Wei suspicious enough to question why she wants this so badly. Mu Lin claims she trusts him to take care of her, but Yang Wei immediately says she is lying because he knows her too well now. Mu-Lin refuses to explain herself, but inside she is thinking like a jealous claimant who wants to mark her place before his other women do. Yang Wei gently accepts that her intentions are sincere, even if she cannot explain them, and that reassurance finally steadies her. When Mu-Lin finally tells him to go ahead, Yang Wei lowers her onto the bed and starts with a deep kiss instead of rushing her. As they kiss, Yang Wei slides his hand along her waist and down to her thigh, making Mu-Lin melt under the deliberate touch. Mu-Lin eagerly asks for more, so Yang Wei pushes farther and works his hand inside her underwear to grab her more intimately. His rough squeeze makes Mu-Lin moan, but she still says she wants something new instead of the same touches he has used before. Yang Wei answers by taking full control and roughly pulling her buttocks apart through her underwear, giving her the sharper, rougher sensation she was craving. With Mu-Lin left dazed and wanting even more, Yang Wei strips off her dress and leaves her laid out before him in only her undergarments. Mu-Lin spreads herself out on the bed, closes her eyes, and finally surrenders her pride by inviting Yang Wei to do what he wants with her body. On the bed, Yang Wei slowly drags Mu-Lin's undershirt down and deliberately exposes her chest, turning the slow striptease into a tease she can barely endure. The teasing pushes Mu-Lin into a trembling moan, and when she jerks on the bed in embarrassment and need, Yang Wei strips the shirt away completely. Instead of easing up, Yang Wei grabs her chest hard, and Mu-Lin immediately cries out for him not to be so rough. Mu-Lin begs him to go easy on her chest, but the relentless pressure only leaves her more overwhelmed, panting through the mix of pain, shame, and pleasure. When Yang Wei finally lets go, Mu-Lin stares up at him in breathless submission, already waiting for whatever he does next. Yang Wei coolly asks if this is what she wanted, and Mu-Lin can only nod and meekly ask him not to treat her so harshly. That answer makes her surrender obvious, with proud Mu-Lin now laid bare as vulnerable, hungry, and fully under his control. Yang Wei ignores her lingering fear and starts lowering his trousers, making it clear he is moving this much further. He tells her to get ready, and Mu-Lin turns pale at the sight of what he has revealed, her fear suddenly becoming very real. Even while scared, Mu-Lin's body betrays her, leaving her caught between anxious hesitation and obvious desire. Mu-Lin finally voices the fear outright and asks if something that big can even fit inside her. Yang Wei answers with a dry, taunting remark that he is not even fully hard yet, which only shocks her even more. That cruel little tease pushes Mu-Lin deeper into panic, and she instinctively snaps her legs shut to protect herself. Now openly intimidated, Mu-Lin tries to slow everything down and nervously suggests they may be moving too fast. Yang Wei ignores Mu-Lin's plea and bluntly tells her she should accept his attention because he is already set on her. As Yang Wei forces her legs apart, Mu-Lin's body gives her away with an involuntary slick release, and his teasing smile makes it worse. Mu-Lin, embarrassed and angry, tells him to be careful, but Yang Wei traps her legs and presses forward anyway. The moment he forces himself in, Mu-Lin's whole body arches from shock, pain, and involuntary desire colliding at once. It is clearly Mu-Lin's first time, and the painful breakthrough leaves a trace of blood even before Yang Wei has fully pushed all the way in. Mu-Lin thinks in panic that he is too much for her, yet even while she cries for him to stop, her body keeps lifting toward him instead of pulling away. When Yang Wei finally bottoms out, the overload wrings a small climax out of Mu-Lin, leaving her trembling as more fluid soaks into the bedding. Instead of slowing down, Yang Wei keeps up a hard, steady rhythm that rocks Mu-Lin across the bed. Without easing up, Yang Wei grabs one of Mu-Lin's heaving breasts and kneads it hard, pushing her even deeper into the sensation. By the end of the struggle, Mu-Lin stops resisting and openly begs Yang Wei for more, desperate for him to keep going and hit the place she wants. The painful first time finally turns into real pleasure for Mu-Lin as Yang Wei keeps driving her toward the peak with her. As Mu-Lin adjusts to the pain, she gasps out that it feels good, making it clear she is no longer just enduring it. They hit the climax together, and Yang Wei releases his yang essence into her with one final thrust. Shaking with afterglow, Mu-Lin admits that Yang Wei's yang essence feels amazing. That moment changes everything at once. Mu-Lin is deflowered, their dual cultivation succeeds, and she breaks through to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Afterward, Yang Wei rests on the bed while Mu-Lin falls asleep clinging to his arm with a completely satisfied smile. While Mu-Lin sleeps on his chest, Yang Wei lies awake measuring the gap between her mid-stage spirit master progress and his own strange Mortal King path. He figures Mu-Lin could reach core formation in a few years, while his own Mortal King stage works differently because each level is split into 3 folds. Yang Wei sorts out the pattern. His Mortal King realm runs from the 7th to the 9th levels, and each level has 3 folds based on how much his spiritual garden is strengthened. He realizes lightning pushed him into the first fold before, but pair cultivating with Mu-Lin just carried his spiritual soil all the way to the 3rd fold of the 7th level. Looking ahead, he figures the 8th level will be about crystallizing his spiritual stream, but the final 3 folds of the 9th level are still a complete mystery. With no answer yet, Yang Wei can only guess that the last step will come through either later cultivation or some lucky opportunity. The mood softens again when sleepy Mu-Lin grumbles for him not to move so much, still half asleep on his chest. Her sleepy complaint makes Yang Wei smile, and he gently runs his fingers through her hair before finally giving in to his own exhaustion. At last Yang Wei admits he is exhausted, stretches out on the bed, and falls asleep beside her. After a long nap, Yang Wei wakes up alone and realizes Mu Lin has already slipped away. He assumes Mu Lin probably went back to her own room, leaving him to drag himself up and think about food instead. After more than a month unconscious, Yang Wei wakes in a cleaner, fresher room and realizes he still does not even know exactly where he is. His hand lingers over the spot where Mu Lin's blood once stained the sheets, and the memory pulls a private smile from him. Right as that question hits him, Mu Lin steps in carrying a wooden lunchbox and warmly greets him now that he is finally awake. When Mu Lin offers him food with an eager little smile, Yang Wei immediately slips into teasing and says she is treating him so well he might marry her on the spot. Mu Lin does not indulge the flirting and firmly tells him to focus on recovering first. Yang Wei insists he already feels fine and even wants to test the new things he gained after surviving the tribulation cloud. Mu Lin says nothing, but the way she holds the lunchbox and watches him gives away a quiet, melancholy worry that stops him cold. Seeing that look, Yang Wei gives in and agrees to eat first, and Mu Lin's smile returns at once. As they settle into the meal, Mu Lin jokes that she still cannot believe a young master really fought Yang Wei because of her. Then she proudly boasts that plenty of men would gladly die to have her in their bed. Yang Wei gives her a dry, unimpressed stare and asks if she is done praising herself yet. Still amused, Mu Lin asks again for the young master's name, and Yang Wei starts to answer that it was Jin Tianyu. Before he can finish, Mu Lin cuts in and correctly identifies Jin Tianyu as the former heir of the Azure Lotus sect. Yang Wei is impressed that she knows the sect's politics so well, and Mu Lin instantly demands a reward. Mu Lin opens her mouth for her prize, and Yang Wei flicks a shrimp toward her like they have done this before. She catches it cleanly, and both of them celebrate the perfect score with a bright high five that shows how relaxed they are together. Once the laughter settles, Mu Lin gently feeds Yang Wei a piece of roasted fish dipped in sauce and watches him eat with obvious fondness. Then she circles back to the fight and asks Yang Wei to tell the story of Yuanpa again, because she still has trouble believing he beat a senior disciple while only at the 4th level of the mortal realm. She presses the point by reminding him that Yuanpa used an ancient clan technique, so she is only taking Yang Wei's version with a grain of salt. Yang Wei swallows and protests that she just does not know how strong he really is. Mu Lin covers a smile and says she will believe him this once, though she frames it as faith in his future potential rather than his current strength. That qualified praise lands exactly like a punchline, and Yang Wei answers with a dry, flat thank you. Over their meal, Mu Lin acts mock offended that Yang Wei expected her to say something degrading, then sweetly insists she would never treat her Wei that way. Yang Wei answers with dry sarcasm, praising her sincerity just enough to make the tease land. Mu Lin protests with a playful shove, and Yang Wei only makes it worse by saying she is sincere only occasionally. As Mu Lin tears off another piece of roasted fish, she brushes back her hair and narrows her eyes at him, asking if there is a problem. Yang Wei softly reassures her that nothing is wrong at all, and the teasing mood turns warmer. Mu Lin's attention leaves the food completely as she leans toward Yang Wei, and the two drift into a near kiss. Just before their lips meet, the door suddenly swings open and shatters the moment. Both of them turn in surprise and find Mu Lingxi standing there in her usual black and gold martial robes. The interruption lands hard enough that Mu Lin and Yang Wei can only stare and blurt out Mu Lingxi's name in shock. Mu Lingxi appears at the doorway with her hands behind her back, and Mu Lin's usual sweet act vanishes the second she sees her sister. Mu Lingxi coldly reminds Mu Lin that she is still the junior, and Mu Lin crushes her chopsticks in anger. Yang Wei quietly puts a hand on Mu Lin's hand to stop her from lashing out, already regretting being trapped between the Mu sisters. Mu Lin forces herself back into a smug front, and steps up proudly to meet her sister head-on. Mu Lingxi enters with a warm look for Yang Wei, but he instantly turns away and pretends he does not even know her. Annoyed that Yang Wei is snubbing her, Mu Lingxi starts to curse at him, but Mu Lin cuts in first and mocks her as an aging grandmaster who should chase Lin Feng instead. Mu Lingxi refuses to trade insults and brushes past Mu Lin, saying she is not here to fight over Yang Wei like some childish competition. That only makes Mu Lin blurt out that she does not care if Mu Lingxi wants Yang Wei, but Mu Lingxi cuts her off and mocks her weak cultivation instead. When Mu Lingxi asks what realm she is in, Mu Lin has to admit she is only at Spirit Gathering, and the answer lands like a humiliation. Stung by that jab, Mu Lin whirls on Yang Wei and demands to know why he is just standing there and letting her sister talk down to her. Mu Lingxi steps right in front of Yang Wei, blocks his view of Mu Lin, and presses him to put her first as his only martial sister so they can talk alone. Yang Wei finally answers by bluntly saying she has never acted like a real martial sister, and only dumped him in a big courtyard full of manuals he could not use. Even Mu Lingxi has to admit he is right, and she awkwardly starts to apologize for never teaching him what he needed. Mu Lin immediately ruins the moment by sneering that even Yang Wei does not care about Mu Lingxi, and that taunt finally pushes Mu Lingxi toward violence. Mu Lin boldly tells her sister to do her worst, and for a second the room feels one breath away from a real fight. Mu Lingxi reins herself in at the last moment, and decides she will not waste time fighting Mu Lin. Instead, Mu Lingxi walks over and sits beside Yang Wei, coolly saying she only came to check on his cultivation after his shocking foundation establishment breakthrough. To make it worse, Mu Lingxi casually wipes food from Yang Wei's lips and calls him a messy eater right in front of Mu Lin. Yang Wei abruptly stands up and escapes, saying he needs fresh air and some peace of mind. The moment he steps outside, a line of junior disciples bows in unison and greets him as star disciple. When Yang Wei looks back in confusion, Mu Lingxi calmly reveals that his new status is the other reason she came. The story shifts to the Mu clan's grand hall, where Yang Wei stands before Mu Jihao and finally realizes he has been recovering in the Mu clan settlement the whole time. He learns he was unconscious for 2 months after the tribulation, and the Mu clan's servants and healing elixirs stabilized his cultivation while he was out. Mu Jihao praises him sincerely for reaching foundation establishment in under 2 months with barely any help, and Yang Wei answers with shameless confidence that talent like his makes it normal. Mu Jihao even says Yang Wei's power already makes him a nightmare for second path cultivators like Mu Lingxi. As Mu Jihao walks the hall, the clan elders stay eerily silent because the rumors around Yang Wei have them terrified of provoking him. That fear comes from how few people actually know Yang Wei's real standing in the sect, which makes every rumor about him feel even more dangerous. Mu Jihao stops in front of him, puts a hand on his shoulder, and formally announces that the sect is promoting him to a star disciple of the inner sect. He explains that Yang Wei's unprecedented spiritual domain awakening raised Spirit Harmony Peak's reputation so much that even Matriarch Blossom Dragon's son pushed for the honor. Yang Wei is only confused, because as far as he knows he merely strengthened his spiritual domain instead of awakening something new. So when Mu Jihao expects gratitude, Yang Wei just shrugs it off with a flat okay. Yang Wei immediately asks whether that flimsy title is really all he gets for nearly dying to improve Spirit Harmony Peak's reputation and reach the Mortal King stage. One offended elder almost speaks up, but another drags him down and hisses that angering Yang Wei could destroy their entire family line. Yang Wei keeps pressing, reminding Mu Jihao that he was supposed to become a core disciple through the outer sect competition, and demanding to know if that promise was fake. Mu Jihao admits the problem is not the promise but the sect itself, because promoting male cultivators to core disciple is difficult when women get priority for scarce resources. Yang Wei calls that excuse nonsense and boldly says he could beat any core disciple in the blink of an eye. That arrogance makes Mu Jihao snap, and as he moves like he might strike, the clan elders panic because they think he is about to get everyone killed. Mu Zhong steps in at once, calms his father down, and smoothly reframes the whole argument as Yang Wei simply wanting resources that match his new title. Once Mu Zhong spells it out, Mu Jihao grudgingly agrees to have the clan elders prepare gifts and send them to Yang Wei's courtyard. Yang Wei immediately approves that as the proper treatment for a star disciple, acting like he is graciously accepting a favor they owe him. That nearly sets Mu Jihao off again, and the elders openly break into panic as if their clan's end is seconds away. Mu Zhong saves the scene again by physically getting between them and soothing his father before things really explode. Privately amused that Mu Zhong is the sensible one, Yang Wei thanks him for everything and casually promises to repay him someday. Mu Zhong tells him he should go back to his fellow disciples, because many have been waiting for him to finally wake up. Yang Wei says of course they came, because if they had not, he would have been deeply disappointed. But when he casually gives the clan elders a small farewell wave, they freak out so badly that some squeak and others vanish on the spot, leaving Yang Wei staring in plain confusion. Back in the Mu clan settlement, Yang Wei strolled out in fresh intersect robes and finally got the treatment his new star disciple status deserved. He soaked up the respect and answered with a shameless grin, telling the guards to keep working hard and maybe one day they would be as outstanding as him. A little farther ahead, Yang Wei spotted 4 familiar people waiting for him, and Wu Fengtian immediately charged in first. Wu Fengtian threw himself at Yang Wei, bawling that he had missed him and was terrified of what would happen to him if Yang Wei had really died. Yang Wei dryly told him to get off before he ruined the new robes, and Wu Fengtian let go with teary embarrassment. Hu Jinwei and Ji Tianyu greeted him properly as junior brother, making the reunion feel a little more serious for a moment. Before Yang Wei could finish talking to them, Hu Yu rushed in too and buried herself against him, crying hard with relief. Hu Yu calling him Wei Shui left Hu Jinwei baffled, but Yang Wei answered her tears much more gently than he had answered Wu Fengtian's noise. Yang Wei carefully pulled Hu Yu back, wiped away her tears with one finger, and flirted just enough to leave her blushing. That sweet little moment was so unbearable to Hu Jinwei that he looked ready to throw up on the spot. Over the next couple of weeks, Yang Wei settled fully back into sect life, and his fame only grew while juniors and even disciples from other peaks kept seeking him out. His cultivation stories and absurd breakthrough had turned him into the inner sect's golden boy, and even the jealous disciples still wanted his favor. Elsewhere on a mountain gazebo, Ling Meiyan admitted she was worried because she still had not heard from Lu Yan after more than 3 months. Mu Zhong reminded her that Lu Yan was likely tied up with a dangerous capital assignment about men being kidnapped across the Lingwu kingdom. Mu Lingxi backed Lu Yan's strength, but Ling Meiyan still poured tea with a worried face and quietly hoped her friend was safe. Trying to change the mood, Ling Meiyan asked how their recent weeks had been, and Mu Lingxi immediately said Yang Wei had picked up even more disgusting habits. Ling Meiyan leaned in with interest, But Mu Lingxi only got sharper, complaining that Yang Wei now acted like he was the intersex golden child. Mu Zhong made the obvious point that Yang Wei basically was the intersex golden child now, and one glare from Ling Meiyan was enough to shut him up. Even Ling Meiyan had to admit Yang Wei's talent was absurd, from his overpowering dragon sword to the breathtaking foundation establishment breakthrough that nobody had seen in decades. Mu Lingxi was not persuaded at all and insisted that achievements did not excuse Yang Wei's lack of humility. What really bothered her was that Yang Wei had even demanded rewards as star disciple, and she found that arrogance hard to stomach. Mu Zhong bluntly reminded her that she had been the one demanding the best resources for Yang Wei from their father, and Mu Lingxi exploded in red-faced denial. The next morning, Yang Wei stepped out of his house yawning and grumbling that Green Sanctuary Peak disciples had exhausted him with endless cultivation questions. That sleepy mood vanished when he noticed Wu Fengtian waiting in the courtyard with a suspicious little pouch. Wu Fengtian played with the suspense for a second, and Yang Wei, too tired for games, asked what was inside. When Wu Fengtian opened it, gifts started pouring into the courtyard in absurd quantities, and Yang Wei immediately realized this was far more than a normal delivery. Wu Fengtian explained that the pile was not just from the Mu clan, because chiefs and disciples from Green Sanctuary Peak and Inkflow Spire had also sent thanks for Yang Wei's help. Yang Wei slowly pieced it together, and realized his casual advice sessions had actually improved other peaks' dragon vein cultivation and spirit refinement. Even so, Yang Wei knew he had mostly been helping out of boredom and curiosity, and he was perfectly happy to enjoy the praise anyway. He hurried off the veranda to inspect everything, while Wu Fengtian added that the Mu clan and the second matriarch wanted him equipped for a trip to the sacred immortal lands. The mention of the sacred immortal lands caught Yang Wei off guard, because he had no idea what that place even was. Wu Fengtian skipped the explanation for now and instead opened a black box to show off what he called one of the very best gifts in the pile. Inside was a dragonfire spirit seed, and the moment Yang Wei recognized the rare red thorny seed from medicinal manuals, he snapped fully awake. When Wu Fengtian revealed it was a gift from Green Sanctuary Peak Chief Gui Xiaomei and over 300 years old, Yang Wei instantly treated it like treasure. Yang Wei judged that one seed alone could push his fire spirit root all the way up to core formation level, so he set it aside as a priority prize. After that, both men tore through the rest of the crates like excited children, shouting out one valuable herb after another. Then the scale of the gifts jumped again when a Mu clan elder appeared at the gate, and ordered even more boxes carried into the courtyard. As the elder read out one high-grade resource after another, even Yang Wei and Wu Fengtian started doubting that this amount was normal. Wu Fengtian finally grabbed Yang Wei by the collar and demanded to know whether he had seduced a Mu clan woman or secretly turned out to be Chief Mu's son. Yang Wei denied it with a straight face, pointing out that if he really were an illegitimate son, he probably would have heard about it by now. Before that question could go any further, another nervous clan elder approached Yang Wei with a black and gold box and looked too scared to open it himself. So Yang Wei opened the box himself and found his real star disciple attire inside, the custom-made heavenly phoenix feather robes. Watching from afar on a flying dragon sword, Mu Lingxi proudly decided Yang Wei must be gushing over the robes she personally arranged from the finest materials. At the same time in Mu Lin's house, Yunfian noticed that Mu Lin looked unusually happy over tea. Mu Lin admitted that her good mood came from knowing Yang Wei was receiving 30 kinds of medicinal herbs from her, plus a special dimensional osmanthus seed. When Yunfian gently called that extravagant, Mu Lin only blushed, cupped her cheeks, and insisted that nothing was too much for her sweet Wei. Meanwhile in the Mu clan main hall, Mu Zhihao sat panting through the expense report, and finally realized both of his daughters might be completely infatuated with Yang Wei. A few days after the gifts arrived, Yang Wei gathered in the open fields with Wu Fengtian, Hu Jinwei, and Jin Tianyu while Huyu relaxed under a tree and stitched up Hu Jinwei's torn pants. While Huyu quietly enjoyed watching him, Yang Wei adjusted his new heavenly phoenix feather robes and said he wanted to test what the blue phoenix feathers could really do. Yang Wei explained that the robes boosted agility and resisted flames, and Hu Jinwei praised the Mu clan's work before Yang Wei made it clear that still was not the part he was interested in. Jin Tianyu and Wu Fengtian returned from testing another gift and handed Yang Wei the dimensional osmanthus seed, confirming that its pocket realm worked and held rich spiritual energy. They warned that the tiny realm's stored energy seemed to fade over time, but it still gave Yang Wei a way to train for much longer inside while only minutes passed outside. Yang Wei suddenly noticed Jin Tianyu's shorter hair, and Jin Tianyu admitted he cut it as a sign of penance and a fresh start after the bloodshed of his old self-hating life. Hu Jinwei backed him up, saying Tianyu had changed so much that he now lived with him and Huyu instead of staying at the Azure Lotus sex settlement. Yang Wei put a hand on Jin Tianyu's shoulder and told him he was proud of who he was becoming, and Tianyu openly credited that change to him. Wu Fengtian tried to move on to testing the ethereal tiger claws, but Yang Wei brushed that off and suddenly sprinted across the plain for a different experiment. Before anyone understood what he was doing, brilliant blue phoenix wings burst from the back of Yang Wei's robes and launched him into the sky hard enough to shake the ground. Jin Tianyu gaped that Yang Wei's flight speed already matched a peak spirit master, while Wu Fengtian looked proud and unsurprised. Hu Yu rushed out from the tree in alarm, suddenly worried that Yang Wei was really flying so high, and Hu Jinwei immediately noticed how personally invested she sounded. When Hu Jinwei pressed her about calling Yang Wei Wei Shuai and caring this much, Hu Yu shut him down with one threat about never sewing his ragged pants again. High above the sect, Yang Wei tested the wings in earnest, diving, gliding, spinning, and hovering as he studied how they could help him both attack and evade in battle. He figured out that fully spread wings traded speed for control, while a tighter wing shape formed through chi condensation turned him into a near projectile at the cost of precision. Yang Wei pushed that faster mode into a steep dive that sent birds scattering in panic below him. At the end of that dive, he spotted Sun Yueying below and realized too late that he was barreling straight toward her. The nearby disciples lost their minds as they watched senior brother Yang descend like some impossible bird straight at star disciple Sun. Sun Yueying turned to face him and held her ground, trusting that he would not actually crash into her. Yang Wei killed the wings at the last instant and landed running, but his momentum still carried him into Sun Yueying and pinned her against a tree in an accidental indecent pose. Breathing hard, Sun Yueying exploded at him for always turning their encounters indecent, and the whole crowd heard every word. The onlookers instantly started whispering that star disciples Yang and Sun were in another scandal, with some accusing him and others rushing to defend his character. Yang Wei stepped back and tried to dismiss the whole thing as too minor to get angry over, which only made Sun Yueying even colder. Sun Yueying snapped that touching her like that was not menial at all and blasted him as disgusting and completely lacking self-restraint. Yang Wei answered by calling her a hypocrite who could not even control her own temper, and that was enough to push her over the edge. Sun Yueying summoned a dragon sword and leveled it at his neck, demanding he repeat himself. Instead of backing down, Yang Wei casually praised the sword, teased her for using his mantra well, and irritated her even more. Then Yang Wei gently pushed the blade aside and launched into a fake elder's lecture about respecting her seniors, clearly performing for the crowd around them. His act worked exactly as he wanted, because the disciples immediately turned on Sun Yueying and started calling her jealous, disrespectful, and unworthy of her title. Already at her limit, Sun Yueying hurled the dragon sword away in rage, and it nearly skewered a disciple before splitting a boulder in half. With one bitter mutter, Sun Yueying stormed off, leaving the crowd shaken and Yang Wei watching her go. Yang Wei opened his blue and gold star disciple fan, checked that the nearly hit disciple was alright, then quietly admitted he was more worried about Sun Yueying. In the days that followed, Yang Wei leaned hard into his star disciple status and turned himself into the sect's insufferably grand super senior. Juniors loved his help because his advice raised their cultivation, but elders and seniors hated how much begging it took before he agreed to teach anyone. He even developed a script for it, waiting for people to beg for his profound wisdom before declaring that the inner sect's golden child might spare some time. On a rainy day, that new routine reached full form as Yang Wei strolled down a tree-lined sect path under an umbrella held by a nervous junior. When Yang Wei casually asked where they were headed, the junior immediately made it clear that anywhere senior brother chose was the right answer. Around them, other juniors ran for cover without umbrellas because ordinary disciples were not allowed that privilege, and each still stopped to greet Yang Wei on the way past. Yang Wei paused when he overheard two disciples discussing something interesting enough to distract them from greeting him first. He called them over in his most overbearing tone and demanded to know what topic had made them forget to pay respects to him. The two juniors panicked so badly that they dropped to the muddy ground and blurted out that they were only talking about fresh sect gossip. When Yang Wei pressed for the details, they revealed the gossip was about Yuanpa being found alive after disappearing for months. Yang Wei went silent and privately realized that if Yuanpa had survived this long, the old pervert must have been clinging to life with preservation pills. After hearing enough, Yang Wei simply took the umbrella from the junior himself and walked off, leaving the terrified disciples behind in the rain. Only after he was gone did the juniors finally breathe, with one thanking the heavens and the other admitting he thought he had just wet himself. In steady evening rain, Sun Yueying walks alone through a small settlement near Inkflow's spire, already in a foul mood. Her irritation turns straight back to Yang Wei, and she bitterly complains that someone she despises is talented enough to earn gifts from peak chiefs. She works herself up even more, imagining Yang Wei casually calling her junior sister until she swears she will kill him next time. Then a sudden clatter from a dark alley cuts through the rain and snaps her attention away from her rant. She demands to know who is there, but the alley gives her nothing back except another unsettling noise. The silence and footsteps drag up an old fear from her childhood, and for a moment she nearly freezes where she stands. Instinct finally kicks in, and she whips around, throws away the umbrella, and forms a dragon sword with killing intent. A thin bandaged figure staggers out of the alley, coughing like a corpse that somehow kept walking. When the stranger calls her my sweet, Sun Yueying steps closer with her blade at his neck and orders him to unwrap his face. The face underneath is so ruined that she stumbles back in horror and blurts out the only thing she can think of, demon. The monster identifies himself as Yuanpa, but he is so withered and broken that she can barely connect him to the man she knew. To prove it, Yuanpa pulls out a bundle of Sun Yueying's stolen hair tied with a purple ribbon and strokes it like a treasure. When he calmly admits he stole those strands from her while she slept, Sun Yueying explodes in disgust and finally realizes how twisted he really is. Yuanpa shuffles toward her and says Yang Wei reduced him to this, but her face is still the one thing that kept him alive. The moment she hears Yang Wei did this to him, her sword disappears and shock replaces her anger. Yuanpa mistakes her stunned silence for hope, puts a rotting hand on her shoulder, and begs her to say she still loves him. But Sun Yueying cannot fight back at all, because this encounter tears open the same old fear that once left her helpless. When Yuanpa realizes she is recoiling from what he has become, his desperation flips into rage. He suddenly shoves her into the mud and screams at her for refusing to love him. Flat on the ground and shaking, Sun Yueying can only beg him not to hurt her, and that helpless fear makes Yuanpa even worse. Just as Yuanpa starts to unbuckle his belt, another hand clamps down on his wrist and stops him cold. Yuanpa turns and finds Yang Wei behind him, staring with such empty calm that the threat feels even colder than anger. Yang Wei does not argue or taunt him this time, he just promises a quick painless death. Yuanpa tries to curse him for ruining his life, but Yang Wei cuts him off by snapping his arm without hesitation. Even half dead, Yuanpa panics at how calm Yang Wei looks, because this version of him feels far more murderous than his usual mocking self. In one last desperate rush, Yuanpa throws a weak punch, and Yang Wei sidesteps it effortlessly. Yang Wei answers with Dragon's Breath Palm, driving Dragon Vein Chi into Yuanpa's chest. The blow liquefies Yuanpa on the spot, leaving only blood splashing across the rain and onto Sun Yueying's face. Sun Yueying whispers Yang Wei's name, but even after being saved she is still terrified of the man standing over the blood. Yang Wei starts walking toward her in silence, and every step sends her scrambling backward in panic. Cornered against a wall, she can only accuse him of enjoying her humiliation because she has no idea what he is about to do. Then Yang Wei finally speaks, and his cold order is so harsh that it sounds exactly like the threat she feared most: spread your legs. When he repeats the order with her name, Sun Yueying breaks down and asks if all men are the same before forcing herself to obey. Instead of touching her, Yang Wei suddenly throws his outer robe over her body to warm and cover her. He crouches beside her, lifts her chin, and coldly reminds her that the shameless pervert she wanted dead just chose not to take advantage of her. Then he lowers the umbrella so she can see him clearly and forces the lesson deeper, telling her she should learn who someone really is before judging them. He goes even harder after that, asking if she would really spread her legs for any man who cornered her, and if she values her own virginity at all. His final verdict is brutal: he hates weak-willed women, and to him Sun Yueying is the worst kind. After saying his piece, Yang Wei turns his back on her and starts to walk away, leaving her alone with the shock of everything that just happened. As the rain finally starts to weaken, Yang Wei tosses his umbrella back to her and tells her to use it on the way home. Sun Yueying quietly thanks him, but Yang Wei does not look back, and she is left under the fading rain to think about what he showed her. The morning after the Yuanpa and Sun Yueying mess, Yang Wei relaxes in his courtyard and starts planting the precious dragonfire spirit seed in a new fire garden bed. Wu Fengtian walks in, greets him, and immediately gets pulled into the job when Yang Wei wordlessly orders him to hand over the shovel. Yang Wei proudly packs down the soil and declares the planting finished, already thinking ahead to refining the seed and finally returning to cultivation. Wu Fengtian blurts out in horror that Yang Wei planted the dragonfire spirit seed the wrong way. Realizing the seed has no room to breathe, Wu Fengtian snatches the shovel and digs it back up before Yang Wei can ruin a treasure worth centuries. The moment the seed is exposed, a tiny pillar of fire bursts from the dirt, proving Wu Fengtian was right. Wu Fengtian explains that dragonfire spirit seeds burn themselves out when planted too tightly, and that old methods ruined so many of them that the herb became scarce. He carefully replants the seed with proper spacing, and this time the fire garden is set up to last for centuries instead of dying young. Yang Wei is genuinely impressed by how much Wu Fengtian knows about herbs, and Wu Fengtian awkwardly admits he once nearly became an apothecary master. The mood dips when Wu Fengtian admits he failed the apothecary master exam once, could not afford the final study materials, and is therefore banned from ever taking it again. Yang Wei brushes off the sad story and tells Wu Fengtian to come inside because there is still a mountain of exotic herbs and Mu clan deliveries waiting to be sorted. Wu Fengtian nervously pushes back, saying he was planning to leave for the capital city today. When Wu Fengtian claims he is visiting a little sister, Yang Wei instantly calls him a liar and accuses him of dodging work. Wu Fengtian insists the sister is real, and Yang Wei abruptly changes course by deciding he wants to visit the capital city too. Wu Fengtian lights up at once, thrilled that their day has turned into a capital city trip instead of more chores. Elsewhere in the White Serpent sect, two missionary elders head for the main hall carrying unconscious men they abducted for the sect. The sisters' banter makes the sect's method plain. They do not actively recruit women, but they do hunt down men for dual cultivation. Deng Rilon coldly says these captives are just toys, but men are still necessary if the sect wants to satisfy its cultivation needs and break the White Serpent medallion seal. With that goal in mind, the two elders continue on to present their supposedly willing male cultivators to the sect master. By evening back at the sect, Yang Wei and Wu Fengtian eat noodles on the courtyard rocks before Yang Wei suddenly shifts back into cultivation mode. Ignoring Wu Fengtian's concern, Yan Wei calmly orders him to stand guard because he is about to cultivate inside the dimensional osmanthus world for what could feel like a week to him. Inside his study, Yan Wei takes out the dimensional osmanthus seed and opens a glowing golden portal. He steps through without hesitation and enters the peaceful pocket world hidden inside the seed. In the dimensional osmanthus world, Yan Wei settles into the quiet spiritual landscape and brings out the first volume of the profound Black Tortoise Inheritance. Before training, he reminds himself why he has been holding back. The last tribulation strengthened his garden but crippled his cultivation for nearly 3 months. So instead of rushing another breakthrough, Yan Wei decides to strengthen himself first by mastering Xuanwu's inheritance. He studies the opening volume and learns that its core is the black tortoise shell, building spiritual and physical resilience through martial arts and meditation. After reviewing the forms, he stands and begins the tortoise sovereign's kata, starting with the shell-like crossing of his arms. He flows through the next sequence of low crouches, raised arms, turns, and sweeping motions as the black tortoise style starts taking shape in his body. When he reaches the illusory serpent's dance, Yan Wei realizes the kata drains far more spiritual energy than he expected. He keeps going anyway, forcing himself to grasp the principle that true black tortoise strength starts with belief shaping the body, not raw muscle alone. Yan Wei completes the final seals and immediately notices something feels wrong, because instead of growing stronger he feels badly drained. Before he can make sense of it, a leaf in the forest stiffens like a blade and shoots straight at him. Yan Wei twists aside in time, only for a whole volley of razor leaves to come after him next. He flips and dances through the barrage, but when the leaves smash a boulder apart, Yan Wei realizes their physical force is absurdly amplified. A sharp woman's voice answers his question by declaring that she is the one empowering those attacks. The attacker finally steps into view, Li Meishio, a stern, toned martial woman whose whole posture says she came to test him, not chat. Instead of taking the threat seriously, Yan Wei blurts out that with a body like hers she should smile more, which only makes the situation worse. Li Meishio explodes, furious that he has no idea who she is even while she is clearly here to test him. The misunderstanding finally clears when Li Meishio snaps that Elder Tortoise's followers sent her here to train Yan Wei. At the start of their training, Yan Wei keeps staring at Li Meishio's muscular figure instead of focusing on the kata, and she finally snaps at him to take cultivation seriously. Yan Wei only makes it worse by joking that her body is impressive, pushing Li Meishio to the edge of murderous frustration. Then Yan Wei suddenly drops the act, bows his head, and honestly asks Li Meishio to teach him because he wants to understand the link between magic, cultivation, and Elder Tortoise. Caught off guard by his sincerity, Li Meishio accepts and claims him as her student, and the two finally start their lessons on better terms. For the first 2 days, Li Meishio drills the meaning of every stance into him until the tortoise sovereign's kata is burned into his memory. 4 days later, Li Meishio is still barking corrections in a hard military tone, while Yan Wei keeps practicing the kata with steady focus. No matter how many times he repeats the movements, Li Meishio tears them apart as sloppy, stiff, or disgraceful, and refuses to let even a small mistake slide. Even after several more days, Li Meishio keeps mocking the great emperor of magic for struggling with basic stances, expecting his easy talent to finally crack. But instead of complaining, Yan Wei quietly fixes every flaw she points out, and Li Meishio starts noticing a huge golden serpent shape slowly forming behind his progress. Li Meishio had needed 2 full years to master this divine martial art, so she assumed Yan Wei would hit a wall and learn that cultivation does not bend to talent alone. After almost 2 weeks in the dimensional osmanthus world, Li Meishio is shaken because Yan Wei still has not slept, still has not stopped, and keeps improving right in front of her. Inside that relentless practice, Yan Wei reaches a breakthrough in understanding and realizes cultivation is not about repeating moves until they work, but until they become impossible to do wrong. With that insight, Yan Wei enters the first step, Serpent's Coil Stance, and the kata finally answers him. A majestic golden serpent coils around Yan Wei as his protective aura rises, proving he has truly awakened the first stance. Li Meishio is left stunned because no one in the Star Sovereign sect should be able to master even this much of the Tortoise Sovereign's kata in only 2 weeks. Yan Wei dismisses the serpent into golden wisps, walks up to Li Meishio, and sincerely thanks her for helping him reach this point. When Yan Wei calmly says he might finish the 6 foundational steps in a few months, Li Meishio is almost more shocked by that claim than by the breakthrough itself. Li Meishio finally regains control and warns him not to get conceited just because he awakened the first stance so quickly. Yan Wei answers with a gentle smile and puts a hand on her shoulder, trusting that she would correct him if he ever did lose his head. That warmth lasts only a second before Li Meishio slaps his hand away and tells him to leave the dimensional osmanthus world because staying here too long will hurt his spirit root's growth. When Yan Wei asks about her, Li Meishio explains she can only manifest where spiritual energy naturally condenses, so he will need to return here if he wants to keep training with her. The story then shifts to the Lingwu Kingdom, where Yan Wei and Wu Fengtian finally arrive outside its capital, Tiancheng City. Wu Fengtian happily jumps off his spirit horse to celebrate reaching the city, while Yan Wei studies the capital with more caution than excitement. Yan Wei weighs his options at the gate and decides normal travel is safer than flashy magic until he understands this world better, Even as he winces at the thought of Mu Lin and Hu Yu being furious, he vanished without warning. After calling the capital elegant, Yan Wei dismounts, and Wu Fengtian compliments him for saving his heavenly phoenix feather robes for this grand entrance. Yan Wei brushes off the compliment, flicks open his folding fan with practiced flair, and leads the way into the city. The guards recognize them as Dragon Blossom sect cultivators, bow respectfully, and take charge of their spirit horses. As they stride through Tiancheng City, Yan Wei's poise, robes, and fan instantly turn their arrival into a spectacle. The crowd quickly starts whispering that this must be Yan Wei, the rising Dragon Blossom sect talent who shook the heavens with his breakthrough and held his own against the core formation expert. A wave of well-dressed women in the capital openly admire Yan Wei, sizing him up as handsome, high-ranking, and almost absurdly promising marriage material. Wu Fengtian quietly enjoys the attention too, pleased that Yan Wei's fame also boosts his own standing by association. Yan Wei, meanwhile, half amused and half tired, smooths back his snow-white hair and treats the non-stop admiration as just another burden of being handsome. Once the fanfare settles a little, Yan Wei asks where they are heading next. Wu Fengtian says his hometown lies beyond the city, but first he wants to visit the Huapil Pavilion to meet Pil Master Hua. That name catches Yan Wei's attention, and he immediately asks if Pil Master Hua is related to Hu Yu and Hu Jinwei. Wu Fengtian confirms she is connected to them, explains that she once came from the Dragon Blossom sect, and says she later built a famous Pil Pavilion of her own in Tiancheng City. He also reveals that he once studied under Pil Master Hua while preparing for his apothecary exams, which explains why he calls Hu Yu his senior sister. With the destination set, Yan Wei condenses dragon vein chi into a floating dragon sword and decides they may as well fly there. Wu Fengtian unsheathes his jin, and the two launch into the sky together above Tiancheng City. They soon spot the Huapil Pavilion below, and Yan Wei gets his first clear look at the famous institution in the heart of the capital. Wu Fengtian says Pil Master Hua loves bright minds, and Yan Wei dryly answers that they should be fine as long as she has basic manners. Yan Wei and Wu Fengtian enter the Huapil Pavilion and step into a huge apothecary hall packed with pill furnaces, jade vials, and disciples hard at work. As they walk, Wu Fengtian points out disciples around the hall, and Yan Wei suddenly asks how Hu Jinwei and Hu Yu are related to Pil Master Hua. Wu Fengtian says Pil Master Hua is Hu Jinwei and Hu Yu's great-grandaunt, and Yan Wei is immediately thrown by the idea that she is over 300 years old. When Yan Wei asks her cultivation, Wu Fengtian says she was already at the 7th level of core formation years ago, and is probably nascent soul by now. Yan Wei's next question is whether this powerful old master is beautiful, and Wu Fengtian instantly looks like he regrets bringing him here at all. Wu Fengtian bluntly says no one can trust Yan Wei around women, and complains that even his own master might fall for him. Yan Wei snaps out his folding fan and smacks Wu Fengtian on the head for daring to call his senior brother a womanizer. Still fanning himself like a young master, Yan Wei coolly warns Wu Fengtian not to speak so freely again. When Yan Wei asks where Pil Master Hua is, Wu Fengtian flatly refuses to let him meet her and says his senior brother can stay outside. Wu Fengtian gets worked up and accuses Yan Wei of already causing enough trouble with Hu Yu, terrified his master might become the next target. Yan Wei looks away in cool offense, then accidentally bumps an apothecary senior and gives a soft apology without stopping. Exactly as Yan Wei expects, the offended senior grabs his shoulder and demands he answer for the slight. Too tired for petty drama, Yan Wei slaps the hand away and tells the man not to waste his time. The hall starts whispering that the apothecary senior just got embarrassed in public, and the mocking stares push him over the edge. The humiliated senior shouts for their attention, and Wu Fengtian spins around first, ready to make this much worse. Wu Fengtian grills the man on whether he is a clan heir, an inner sect star disciple, an outer sect star, or even related to Pil Master Hua, and the answer is no every time. Then Wu Fengtian bellows through the entire pavilion that a nobody like this has no reason to expect the great Yan Wei, star disciple of the Dragon Blossom sect's inner sect, to know his name. Elsewhere in the pavilion, the shouted name reaches 3 women, and Lu Yen nearly drops her herb container when she realizes Yan Wei is somehow here. Deng Rulan instantly gets excited, calling Yan Wei one of their best targets, and openly lusting after how much spiritual energy his body must hold. Humiliating interrupts in jealous protest, upset that Deng Rulan is throwing sweet words around and paying attention to someone else. Lu Yen stays silent because she is here under the alias Yangmi, secretly infiltrating the White Serpent sect to gather evidence the Dragon Blossom sect or Heavenly Court can use against them. Even with the disguise, Lu Yan's shock turns to worry because Yang Wei has a bad habit of walking straight into dangerous trouble. Deng Rulan decides they should go see this famous Yang Wei for themselves, and the 3 women head toward the noise together. Back at the confrontation, the apothecary senior finally realizes he picked a fight with the famous Yang Wei, but the whispers around him only make him more desperate to save face. Trying to save face after the whispers, the apothecary senior points at Yang Wei and blurts out a clumsy challenge to fight. From the edge of the crowd, Deng Rulan watches with growing interest, while Lu Yen and Humiliating dismiss Yan Wei out loud even though Lu Yen knows better. Yan Wei yawns and points out that if they really fought, he would crush this man, so they should compete in the one field the apothecary senior actually knows. He calmly turns the confrontation into a pill refinement contest, and the entire hall laughs at what sounds like pure arrogance. Wu Fengtian whispers that he never knew Yang Wei could refine pills, and Yang Wei casually admits he cannot but assumes it cannot be that hard. Even so, Yang Wei decides this gamble matters because he needs apothecary knowledge for the first volume of the Profound Black Tortoise Inheritance. The apothecary disciples lead Yang Wei to a large golden dragon-carved furnace, ready to turn the argument into a formal contest. The senior lays out the rules. They will refine a 4th-grade pill, and the better result wins. Yang Wei agrees only after making it clear he will not waste time on a challenge with no reward. He asks for manuals and methods on internal and external body fortification, and the senior finally agrees to hand over everything he has if Yang Wei can really beat him. Just as Yang Wei moves to begin, a woman's furious voice cuts through the hall and freezes everyone in place. Pill Master Hua appears, and Wu Fengtian panics on sight because his terrifying master has arrived in person. Wu Fengtian tries to run, but Huazairu coldly threatens to cripple his cultivation base if he takes one more step. That threat is enough to make Wu Fengtian collapse to the floor and beg his master for mercy. Ignoring him, Huazairu rounds on her disciples and scolds them for letting a disrespectful outsider insult the art of pill refinement in her hall. Yan Wei treats the whole interruption casually and says he has a new proposal now that the real master is here. Huazairu has no patience for him, calls the idea delusional, and turns to leave instead of entertaining any more nonsense. So Yan Wei deliberately provokes her, mocking the Grandmaster as a coward and throwing in a sexist jab just to stop her from walking away. The bait works. Huazairu freezes, turns back with a glare, and demands to hear the second condition after all. With the whole pavilion watching, Yan Wei points at Huazairu and says his second condition is that he wants to see her Jade Gate. At the Pill Pavilion, Yan Wei's outrageous demand puts every eye on Pill Master Huazairu, a poised, mature beauty who carries herself with cold confidence under a straw hat and tight Taoist robes. One furious senior apothecary steps forward to punish Yang Wei for asking to see Huazairu's Jade Gate, but Yang Wei's cold stare makes him falter mid-threat. The Pill Pavilion disciples erupt in outrage, but Yang Wei just keeps smiling and fans himself like the uproar means nothing. Watching from the side, Deng Rulan admits Yang Wei has nerve, while Hu Meijin clings to her and complains at the idea of being impressed by a man. Deng Rulan quietly wonders if Yang Wei's lecherous side could make him easier to lure into their sect, so she asks Lu Yen what she thinks of him now. Lu Yen says she still cannot judge Yang Wei yet, but her calm mask slips just enough to show his crude behavior genuinely disappointed her. When Deng Rulan teases that she sounds too interested, Lu Yen denies being in love, even as Hu Meijin mocks her for getting soft over a man. Back at the center, Huazairu shuts the screaming senior down with one cold command and takes control of the challenge herself. Huazairu accepts Yang Wei's 2 demands, but warns that if he wants a prize that personal, she will raise the trial far beyond a cheap 4th-grade pill. When Huazairu says no man has ever spread her legs before, Yang Wei only smirks harder and treats the challenge like entertainment. She lays out the real test next. Yang Wei will be given a large stack of medicinal manuals and must use them to do something impressive enough to satisfy an apothecary grandmaster. Yang Wei agrees immediately, but Huazairu stops him and calmly adds that she also gets a second condition of her own. Her counter is brutal. If Yang Wei fails to impress everyone, he must chop off his gentleman pearls. The hall instantly turns into a wave of horrified gossip, because Huazairu already has a reputation for castrating men who cross the line with her. Huazairu expects that threat to make Yang Wei fold, but he accepts without hesitation and fires back with a crude line that finally rattles her composure. When the senior apothecary explodes again, Huazairu snaps at him instead and orders him to fetch the manuals, making it clear he is the one embarrassing her now. As the challenge moves forward, Huazairu studies Yang Wei's strange calm and starts wondering if he really has the skill to shock her after all. A little later, Yang Wei tears through 15 medicinal manuals in just 10 minutes and casually announces that he is done. Huazairu warns him again that only a complex 4th-grade pill or any 5th-grade pill will count as impressive to her. Yang Wei tells her to be quiet and starts thinking, leaving the entire hall stunned that anyone would speak to a nascent soul pill master like that. Wu Fengtian timidly tries to ask for release from the mess, but Huazairu, already fed up, turns that irritation on him instead. She uses a throat-crushing grasp from a distance, locking Wu Fengtian in place and choking the breath out of him with pure cultivation pressure. Yang Wei cuts in immediately and tells Huazairu to stop mistreating his junior brother. Huazairu releases Wu Fengtian at once and gives a curt apology, choosing to bottle her rage until Yang Wei fails publicly. Then Yang Wei claps once, pulls every eye back to him, and announces that he has already decided what pill he will make. He lists 6 ingredients, ending with Solar Heart Ember, and at first the crowd assumes he is only making an ordinary blood-strengthening pill. Huazairu immediately calls out what she sees as his mistake, saying the true final ingredient should be Moonlight Frost Crystal and that Solar Heart Ember does not belong in the recipe at all. The hall bursts into ridicule, with disciples laughing that the so-called star disciple cannot even remember a manual he just read. Lu Yen watches the mockery with concealed worry, while Deng Rulan notices and gently probes her reaction. Humiliation laughs the loudest, delighted by what looks like Yang Wei finally making a fool of himself. But when the room settles, Yang Wei is still laughing too, and that alone is enough to make everyone stop and stare. Yang Wei says he is about to change two things at once. He will brew the blood-strengthening pill in under 3 minutes, and he will correct the recipe's ancient error. The claim shocks everyone, because Huzaira says even she cannot make that pill in less than 2 days, let alone after a quick read. Yang Wei does not back down, reminding them that he called the recipe wrong on purpose and demanding they start taking a star disciple seriously. Once the ingredients are brought over, Yang Wei begins with perfect control, purifying the herbs with water spiritual qi and drawing a detailed alchemy circle across the furnace. He layers every ingredient in exact order, sits in lotus position, forms rapid mudras, and ignites the furnace with spiritual fire. The entire hall holds its breath around the furnace, because this ridiculous promise now has only minutes to prove itself. Then a pillar of red fire erupts from the furnace, and a finished blood-strengthening pill shoots out almost instantly. The hall goes dead still as the disciples realize Yang Wei really did finish the blood-strengthening pill in under 3 minutes. Yang Wei turns to Huzaira and calmly asks if she is surprised, forcing the proud pill master to face the result she said was impossible. And with the room still stunned, Yang Wei points downward and reminds Huzaira that they made a deal, putting her promised side of the wager back on the table. Yang Wei's pill shocks the whole hall when the supposed 4th-grade blood-strengthening pill is verified as a premium 5th-grade body refinement pill, sealing his win over Huzaira. Yang Wei pockets the pill, faces Huzaira, and calmly reminds her that she already agreed to the wager. Huzaira tries to reject the bet outright, but Yang Wei shrugs and tells her that a wager only matters if both sides are prepared to honor it. For a moment Huzaira nearly loses her nerve, then forces herself to stand tall again rather than let a junior ruin her name as pill master. She throws her status in his face, declaring that as an apothecary grandmaster and nascent soul cultivator she can simply refuse, because he is only foundation establishment trash to her. Yang Wei answers with open contempt, casually picking his ear and saying the real issue is how her refusal will make her look. Then he makes the humiliation explicit. If she backs out now, her own disciples will see their grandmaster as a shameless old hag who breaks her word. When Yang Wei drags the disciples into it, their uneasy disappointment hits harder than any threat, and Huzaira realizes she is losing face in front of her own people. Desperate, Huzaira begs Wu Fengtian to intervene for his master's sake, but he refuses on the spot because he has no intention of dying over this. Before Huzaira can explode at her disciple, Yang Wei sweeps her up in a bridal carry and ignores her outrage completely. He carries her straight toward the inner chambers and, with absurd calm, says it will only take 6 minutes, leaving everyone even more stunned. After the door closes behind them, Wu Fengtian can only stare and mutter that Yang Wei's luck with women is beyond belief. Humiliation openly says Yang Wei disgusts her, and Deng Rulan simply turns to leave with her usual cool grace. Lu Yen lingers by the door a moment longer, disappointed that the man she had half respected seems to be exactly this kind of person after all. Inside the private room, Huzaira finally shows real fear and protests that this is unfair, but Yang Wei cuts her off and orders her to pull her dress up. Still resisting but cornered by her own pride, Huzaira slowly lifts her dress and obeys while leaning against the wall and refusing to meet his eyes. Yang Wei circles behind her and presses close enough for Huzaira to feel him through her clothes, then orders her to spread her legs. Shaken by the pressure behind her and by how strongly her body reacts, Huzaira still forces out a threat and says she will comply if he keeps his hands off her. Yang Wei treats the threat like a joke and starts by touching her neck, turning the standoff into a slow, deliberate test of how far her resistance will hold. Huzaira insists she wants nothing to do with a man who only frustrates her, but Yang Wei's hands slide down to her waist while he stays pressed against her from behind. The more he presses and guides her body from behind, the more Huzaira feels her meridians react, and the shock of that cultivation benefit makes it harder for her to resist. As he wraps his arms around her and breathes in at her neck, Huzaira's protests weaken into strained, involuntary moans she can barely control. After teasing her neck until she loses control of her expression, Yang Wei whispers that he did not expect such a lewd side from her. Huzaira snaps back at him and insists these light touches mean nothing, trying one last time to hide behind pride even as she is clearly affected. Yang Wei immediately calls the bluff, saying she cannot resist his scent and that she already knows this kind of pear cultivation helps her growth. When she asks how he knows, Yang Wei answers by taking control completely and delivering a sharp slap that jolts her out of her composure. He follows with more rough slaps, and the sting only deepens the strange pleasure and cultivation response running through her body. Even as she tells herself a pure woman should not accept this, Huzaira realizes she does not want him to stop. When Yang Wei shifts from striking to massaging the sore spot, the sudden gentleness pulls an even louder response out of her than the pain did. Yang Wei reaches for the buttons of her robe, and that is the point where Huzaira finally lashes out and tries to break free. Instead of forcing it, Yang Wei stops at once and scolds her for acting childish when she is obviously enjoying something that benefits them both. Huzaira bristles at his tone and raises a fist in defiance, still trying to cling to authority even now. Yang Wei calmly covers that fist, pulls her back and close, and strips the situation down to a simple question between two adults seeking mutual gain. Looking straight into her eyes, he asks the question she can no longer dodge. Does she want this, yes or no? Huazairu admits to herself that this lower realm man is somehow opening her meridians and cleansing her body, which means her anger is now fighting against real desire and real benefit. At last her pride cracks, and with a furious blush Huazairu quietly begs him to keep going because she wants more. While staying physically close to Huazairu, Yanwei calmly tallies his gains and judges that this session has already pushed him to the edge of the 8th level's second fold. He notes that his spiritual soil is fully fortified and the first fold of his spiritual stream has already crystallized, so he expects the next step to come once he finishes with her. Yanwei also figures that with extra solo cultivation and enough effort, he might even force a breakthrough to the 9th level today if he can draw another tribulation cloud. That thought leads him to a blunt conclusion. Dual cultivation is working too well to ignore, and he should take it more seriously from now on. Refocusing on Huazairu, Yanwei tells her to keep holding up her dress for him. Huazairu almost snaps at him, then swallows her pride and awkwardly asks him to keep doing the sweet things he was doing earlier. Yanwei answers with easy confidence and starts tracing his fingers slowly higher along her thighs. As his hand keeps moving, Huazairu squeezes her eyes shut and is hit by an unfamiliar need itch that leaves her confused and restless. Trying to ease that maddening feeling on her own, she presses her thighs together for friction but still cannot satisfy it. Huazairu expects his hands to stop at her waist, but Yanwei suddenly changes course and loosens one of the ties holding her underwear in place. The loosened tie lets his fingers reach her directly, and Yanwei reacts with real surprise at how much hair he finds there. Embarrassed but trying to stay polite for the sake of cultivation, Huazairu admits she never cared to shave because men usually do not interest her. When he questions that explanation, she awkwardly reveals the real worry underneath. She is afraid the smell will be too strong for him. Yanwei answers warmly that he does not mind at all, which only leaves Huazairu more exposed in front of him. He keeps touching her, and Huazairu is already so aroused that moisture visibly gathers and drips beneath his hand. The roughness of his touch makes Huazairu tremble, and she is startled by just how soaked she has become. When Yanwei pulls his hand back, it is visibly coated, and the sight sends another wave of shame across Huazairu's face. Yanwei bluntly comments on how thick her juices are, and Huazairu can only mumble for him to shut up and keep going. Huazairu is left reeling when she realizes the slick fluid on Yanwei's fingers came from her own body. Instead of backing off, Yanwei tastes her juices himself, turning her shock into a deeper, more flustered confusion. Then he brings those same fingers to Huazairu's lips, and despite how dirty it feels to her, she opens her mouth and accepts them. Huazairu suckles on his fingers eagerly, and her resistance starts melting into obvious pleasure. Once she is softened up, Yanwei abruptly turns her around and pins her to the wall, catching her off guard again. He bluntly tells her he wants to see her now, making it clear he means the place he has already touched and tasted. Embarrassed but compliant, Huazairu agrees and slowly lowers herself to the floor against the wall. Yanwei removes her soaked underwear, exposing just how aroused she already is. Before he can finish ordering her, Huazairu flusters and spreads herself open on her own, asking if that is enough. Now fully exposed in front of him, Huazairu is mortified by the thick light blue hair and obvious wetness she can no longer hide. Even then, Yanwei pauses to ask permission, and Huazairu gives him a shy nod to continue. His first touches stay slow and exploratory, and Huazairu squeezes her eyes shut as she fights not to moan. He keeps tracing through the wetness and over her hair, drawing out her tension until she is barely holding herself together. The moment Yanwei reaches her most sensitive spot, Huazairu breaks completely and cries out. The shock of pleasure makes Huazairu spasm and lose control, sending a watery milky stream onto the floor and over Yanwei's hand. Instead of stopping, Yanwei rubs her there more firmly, and Huazairu can only answer with desperate, suppressed moans. As the slow, skilled strokes keep going, Huazairu realizes too late just how intense this kind of pleasure can be and regrets never exploring it before. Inside the secret chambers, Yanwei keeps working Huazairu up, and her thoughts make it obvious she wants him to keep going harder. As Yanwei increases the stimulation, Huazairu's body starts jerking and twitching on its own under the sudden stronger pressure. The sensation only makes Huazairu more worked up, and her usual proud restraint starts slipping into open, helpless pleasure. Instead of resisting, Huazairu starts leaning into it, lifting herself slightly and gripping her dress with trembling hands as the pleasure keeps building. Yanwei pushes even harder, and Huazairu breaks with a loud cry when her body gives way in a messy, humiliating release. Even that doesn't stop Yanwei, and when his touch shifts deeper, Huazairu reacts with another stunned surge of pleasure. Yanwei finds the spot that makes her body seize up, and Huazairu starts shaking so hard that tears spill down her face. At the end of it, Huazairu climaxes hard and collapses onto the ground, completely spent, while Yanwei pulls back with cool satisfaction. With Huazairu left drained behind him, Yanwei steps out of the secret chambers, stretching lazily and planning to clean his sticky hands before leaving. He starts looking around for foam, but before he can leave, Huazairu suddenly rushes after him with a desperate, almost addicted urgency. Catching up to him, Huzaira blurts out for Yan Wei to stop this, and the desperation in her voice shows she is no longer steady at all. As he starts to leave, Yan Wei glances back with a perfectly innocent face and pretends he has no idea what Huzaira wants him to stop. Red-faced and desperate, Huzaira admits he cannot just leave her like this because she still has not had her fill. Yan Wei sizes up her request, and bluntly asks if she wants more. Swallowing her pride, Huzaira quietly confesses that she does want more because she can feel herself nearing the third level of nascent soul. Instead of being tempted, Yan Wei clicks his tongue and puts on a stern face like he is about to lecture her. Then he shamelessly says he has a principle and does not sleep with virgins unless it is strictly unprofessional. That hits a nerve, and Huzaira lunges forward to grab his collar, furious that he would reduce everything they just did to business. Yan Wei does not flinch and coolly tells her yes, it pretty much was. Her rage falters into pure frustration, and Huzaira finally lets go with an exhausted mutter that he is impossible. Yan Wei immediately rubs salt in the wound, teasing that she sounds awfully eager after staying untouched for all those centuries. Grinding her teeth, Huzaira realizes he is openly enjoying this humiliation. Yan Wei answers with a lazy yawn, waves her off, and says maybe next time because he wants to go cultivate. Left standing there alone, Huzaira watches him go and is forced to admit to herself just how badly she wants him despite the shame of chasing a much younger man for cultivation and desire. Her hesitation breaks, and Huzaira suddenly lifts her head and shouts for Wei across the hall. In full desperation, she blurts out that they can dual cultivate on truly personal terms if that is what it takes, since it should be faster than the regular method. The second the words leave her mouth, Huzaira realizes she said them far too loudly in a hallway still full of apothecary disciples. The hall erupts into gossip as the disciples stare at their grandmaster and whisper that even Huzaira is chasing Yan Wei for his youth and talent. Around the pill hall, a few disciples quietly gossip that Yan Wei must have done far more than peek at the pill master's body, judging by how weak and disheveled she looks. Huzaira has enough of it and snaps at them to stop idling and get back to refining pills, instantly shutting the whole room down. By the time order returns, Yan Wei is already walking away across the hall, clearly ready to leave the whole awkward scene behind. Huzaira suddenly darts in front of him at blinding speed and catches his wrist before he can get away. Yan Wei answers with open annoyance, but Huzaira still presses him, asking if he is really going to make her beg over one simple request. Yan Wei bluntly admits he does find her attractive, even praising her body, which immediately knocks Huzaira off balance. Flustered but pleased, Huzaira looks away and awkwardly clings to her pride, insisting that of course she is an elegant woman. Then Yan Wei turns serious and explains why he still refuses her. If he sleeps with a woman, he wants the commitment that comes with taking her virginity. When Huzaira asks what he means, Yan Wei spells it out. He has no interest in sharing a woman who might sleep with another man later. That answer makes Huzaira smirk, and she leans in just to tease him for sounding like a man with abandonment issues. Yan Wei denies it in his own roundabout way, saying abandonment is the least of his problems when he already has a wife who would kill him for looking at another woman. Huzaira can barely follow that logic, and Yan Wei brushes it off before telling her he will be staying in Tiancheng City for a while and will come by again. Before he can leave, Huzaira makes one last serious request and asks him to at least hand over the blood-strengthening pill recipe. Yan Wei refuses on the spot, then teasingly pulls out the scroll and dangles it in front of her, making it clear the formula is for sale, not charity. That finally makes Huzaira snap, and she mutters that he is an arrogant bastard as he walks away. Yan Wei hears her anyway and tosses back a lazy "I love you too," which instantly melts her anger into an almost affectionate smile. Yan Wei stepped out of the Huapil pavilion looking for Wu Fengtian, already annoyed that his companion had wandered off. He pulled out the blood-strengthening pill, checked it in the sunlight, and judged it good enough to keep refining for the first volume of the Profound Black Tortoise Inheritance. Still thinking about pills, Yan Wei wandered into the market square and suddenly realized everyone was staring at him. An old woman latched onto his arm first, and tried to recruit him with money after hearing he had made a 5th-grade blood-strengthening pill. Before he could answer, a huge muscular woman shoved the old woman away, scooped Yan Wei up like a child, and promised wealth, manuals, and herself if he joined her sect. When she leaned in for a kiss, Yan Wei looked ready to flee, but the crowd only got worse as more sect recruiters rushed him. Men and women started tugging at his robes, praising his talent, offering spirit stones and beautiful disciples, and nearly tearing his clothes apart. Watching from the shadow of a nearby pagoda, Mu Lingxi froze in jealous disbelief and cursed herself for letting Yan Wei roam the capital alone. A cabbage seller suddenly demanded payment from Mu Lingxi for the cart and vegetables she had wrecked while stalking the scene. Without even turning around, Mu Lingxi tossed him a pouch of 200 gold coins, and the furious seller instantly left thrilled. Then Deng Rulan arrived with Hu Meijian and Lu Yan, and her calm announcement that they were from the White Serpent sect sent more than half the crowd retreating from Yan Wei. Mu Lingxi recognized the sect name at once and turned her attention from Yan Wei to the 3 women who had just claimed the square. A rival woman from the remaining crowd pointed a fan at them and claimed Yan Wei for the Blue Leaf sect instead. Deng Rulan waved off the challenge as beneath her, Hu Meijian bristled for a fight, and Yang Wei kept staring at Lu Yan because she looked strangely familiar. When the rival woman demanded to know who Dang Rulan thought she was, Dang Rulan coldly mocked the heavy makeup hiding her face and humiliated her in front of everyone. The humiliated woman snapped and lunged, and Dang Rulan answered by releasing a wash of purple mist over the whole area. Everyone caught in the mist except Dang Rulan, Humasian, and Lu Yan collapsed with their spiritual energy drained, and even Mu Lingxi was covered by it from afar. With the fog still too thick for most people to see through, Dang Rulan casually admired the sleeping crowd and told Humasian to go fetch Yang Wei. Lu Yan quickly volunteered to retrieve him herself, but Humasian instantly accused her of trying to steal favor as Dang Rulan's #1 sister. Dang Rulan shut the bickering down and insisted Humasian handle it, and Lu Yan backed off before her cover could draw suspicion. A sudden scream from Humasian broke the standoff, and Dang Rulan immediately swept the mist aside to find out what happened. The fog cleared to reveal Yang Wei already holding Humasian down, pinning her wrists, and squeezing her throat until she panted helplessly. Dang Rulan rushed forward in real worry, but Yang Wei smiled and warned her to stay back because he could snap Humasian's neck at any moment. Even Lu Yan noticed Dang Rulan's unusual panic, which made it obvious Humasian mattered far more to her than she usually showed. From her hiding place, Mu Lingxi turned bright red when Humasian's struggling body pressed back against Yang Wei in a way she absolutely hated seeing. Yang Wei dryly mocked Humasian for being a tomboy who did not even understand her own body, still holding her as if this was all under control. Trying to recover her composure, Dang Rulan asked how he had resisted the purple mist, guessing he might be using some special artifact. Yang Wei let go of Humasian's neck just enough for her to gasp, then bluntly said her technique was simply too weak to affect him. That answer stunned Dang Rulan and Lu Yan, while Mu Lingxi, hidden nearby, felt absurdly proud that Yang Wei was obviously above them. When Dang Rulan confirmed he was still only in Foundation establishment, the gap between his realm and his resistance left her even more shaken. Realizing a direct fight was pointless if her strongest move meant nothing, Dang Rulan raised her hands and acted like she was backing down. But while she spoke, Dang Rulan flashed Humasian a secret hand signal, quietly trying to turn the situation around. The moment she thought she had an opening, Humasian tried to strike between Yang Wei's legs, but he slipped aside and folded her forward instead. With Humasian bent over and exposed, Yang Wei flatly announced that he was disciplining her. Then his hand came down in a loud strike that left Humasian reeling and both white serpent women staring in disbelief. Yang Wei brushed it off as self-defense, but Dang Rulan snapped at him for touching Humasian like that no matter the excuse. Only then did Yang Wei notice how firmly he was still gripping Humasian, and he let go with a dry apology that did nothing to calm the mess. Hidden at the edge of the square, Mu Lingxi shook with furious jealousy because Yang Wei had never treated his own first martial sister that way. Yang Wei keeps Humasian pinned by the wrists on her knees after the spanking, and Dang Rulan nervously insists that the beating already went too far. He immediately calls Dang Rulan out, saying she was the one who signaled Humasian to go for a cheap shot between his legs. Dang Rulan swallows her pride and apologizes for underestimating him, promising it will not happen again. Yang Wei brushes the apology aside and says he is more interested in curing his boredom than accepting empty words. To make the threat obvious, he shoves forward against Humasian's backside and bluntly suggests he could just use her for his fun instead. Mu Lingxi almost falls apart when she sees it, horrified that Yang Wei really seems ready to go through with it. Humasian's knees nearly give out completely, and her dazed, flushed reaction makes it clear she is no longer acting tough at all. Yang Wei casually mocks how quickly she folded, acting almost puzzled that the tomboy type was this easy to rile up. Dang Rulan quickly changes tactics and steps in with a warm smile, hinting that she can offer him something far better. She openly offers herself instead, reminding Yang Wei that she comes from a dual cultivation sect and has far more experience than Humasian. Behind that seduction, Dang Rulan is thinking like a predator and plans to drain all of Yang Wei's spiritual energy dry if she gets the chance. Yang Wei gives a hesitant answer instead of accepting, which only makes Dang Rulan push harder. Mu Lingxi gets so fed up with the shameless flirting that she nearly storms out of hiding to stop it herself. But the moment passes, and Mu Lingxi forces herself back into hiding before she exposes herself. Instead of biting, Yang Wei suddenly points past Dang Rulan and asks about the quiet woman standing behind her, Lu Yan. Lu Yan freezes in surprise, and even she instantly worries that Dang Rulan might actually throw her into the deal. Dang Rulan cuts that idea off immediately and insists that the offer is only her, or no deal at all. Yang Wei keeps staring at Lu Yan anyway, carefully taking in her face, height, and figure as if he is trying to confirm a suspicion. Lu Yan grows uneasy under that stare and starts to wonder if Yang Wei has actually recognized her. Yang Wei nearly says her name in a familiar way, then stops himself before revealing too much. When Dang Rulan presses him for an answer, Yang Wei suddenly drops the whole game and lets Humasian go. He warns the three women that they got lucky this time, but next time he meets them, he will not be nearly so lenient. Dang Rulan watches him leave with a hardened face, then turns back to check on Humasian. Lu Yan answers, but before she follows, she steals one more look at Yang Wei as he walks away. Yang Wei catches Lu Yan looking and sends back a warm smile and a wink, leaving her lightly flustered. Still hidden nearby, Mu Lingxi finally exhales in relief because at least nothing truly happened between Yang Wei and those women. By evening, Yang Wei is still searching the city for Wu Fengtian and is irritated enough to think about using spatial magic to find him. A loud cat meow from a nearby alley makes Yang Wei stop and turn suspiciously toward the sound. The person hiding there is Mu Lingxi, who curses the cat under her breath and struggles to stay perfectly silent. Yang Wei starts walking straight toward the hiding spot, and Mu Lingxi panics as he gets closer and closer. Right before he reaches her, Wu Fengtian suddenly appears and calls out to him, completely derailing the near discovery. Yang Wei scolds him for disappearing, and Wu Fengtian answers with his usual shameless grin as if he did nothing wrong. Mu Lingxi stays hidden and quietly celebrates the fact that she just barely escaped being caught. When Yang Wei asks where they are staying, Wu Fengtian says not at an inn but at his home in Red Lantern Village outside Tiancheng City. The trip sounds long, but Wu Fengtian confidently says spirit horses should make it quick. Instead, Yang Wei ends up gliding over Thousand Monsters Forest on a dragon sword, already spotting that Red Lantern Village is close. The forest itself is a beast-packed death zone, crowded enough that even experienced cultivators have to respect it. Meanwhile on the ground, Wu Fengtian learns the truth of Yang Wei's revenge and is forced to run the whole forest on foot with an oversized sack of Yang Wei's belongings. He realizes this is supposed to be called training, but both of them know it is really punishment for wasting Yang Wei's time in the city. Hours later he is still fleeing bloodthirsty beasts with his clothes shredded and his stamina nearly gone, but he refuses to stop running. Elsewhere in the forest, Mu Lingxi follows at a distance while suppressing her presence, annoyed that stalking Yang Wei has become her day. Purple blood on her hand shows she has already killed 10 monsters in single strikes while trying not to attract Yang Wei's attention. She grumbles to herself about where she even fits around Yang Wei, then hides those feelings under the excuse that she is only acting in his best interests as senior sister. When an arrogant beast at the 8th level of spirit gathering lunges at her, Mu Lingxi kills it with a lazy finger flick and keeps walking. Still tracking Yang Wei by scent, Mu Lingxi sighs that this does not feel like Grandmaster work at all, no matter what name she gives it. At last Wu Fengtian stumbles into Red Lantern Village, a small settlement of wooden homes covered in red lanterns and vermilion roofs. He is a wreck by the time he gets there, bleeding from cuts all over his body and barely staying upright, but he is still smiling like a lunatic. The villagers all recognize him and are disturbed enough by that blood-soaked smile that people start retreating indoors. Inside his own head, Wu Fengtian is only thinking about reaching his little sister, swallowing blood and injuries because the thought of seeing her again keeps him moving. By the time he reaches home, Wu Fengtian is still imagining tonight's reunion and can hardly believe he is alive at all. But the moment he enters, the whole scene is wrong. His bandaged little sister Wu Xinqi is calmly playing weiqi with Yang Wei as if they are old friends. Wu Xinqi happily tells Yang Wei he is losing again, making it clear this game has already been going on for quite a while. At the same table, Wu Meixiang is already feeding Yang Wei fish and shyly blushing when he praises her cooking. Not wanting to be left out, Wu Xinqi demands attention too, and Yang Wei immediately indulges her with easy affection. Then their mother Wu Yifei walks in from the backyard with more food, looking elegant, curvy, and far too comfortable, teasing Yang Wei like he belongs there. Yang Wei answers her warmly, and Wu Yifei casually flirts right back, offering to feed him herself. Wu Meixiang instantly protests that feeding Yang Wei is her job, turning the whole room into a bizarre competition around him. Standing in the doorway covered in blood and ruin, Wu Fengtian can only stare at the scene in disbelief and ask what on earth happened here. Wu Fengtian comes home bruised and exhausted, only to find his whole family doting on Yang Wei like he already belongs there. When Wu Shu walks in with firewood, he barely notices his real son and cheerfully asks Yang Wei for woodcutting advice instead. Wu Shu laughs so hard he tells Yang Wei to stop calling him uncle and just call him father, which leaves Wu Fengtian even more speechless. Yang Wei even gets up to help with the firewood, already sliding into the role of perfect family son-in-law. Wu Yifei instantly wraps herself around Yang Wei's arm and refuses to let him do any work because he just arrived and deserves to rest. Wu Shu grumbles that the village still needs firewood before rainy season, but Wu Yifei overrules him and keeps Yang Wei out of the chore. Instead of work, Wu Yifei tells Yang Wei to relax and spend time with her daughters, putting Wu Xinqi and a blushing Wu Meixiang right in front of him. A quiet domestic beat centers on Yang Wei with Wu Yifei and Wu Meixiang present, keeping the family side outcome without adding unsupported action. That is the last straw for Wu Fengtian, who drops his sacks and screams that this cannot be happening. His mother casually welcomes him home, and his father immediately orders him to change clothes and chops 600 pieces of wood for the village. Wu Meixiang mocks Wu Fengtian for being a senior brother who still is not a star disciple, while Yang Wei stands by and watches the jab land. Wu Fengtian fires back with an insult, but his mother immediately scolds him instead of defending him. Wu Yifei coldly says Meixiang only told the truth and admits she wishes Wu Fengtian were a star disciple so the family could live better. Only little Wu Xinqi steps in for him, insisting her brother works hard and will make the family proud one day. For one brief moment, Wu Fengtian is touched enough to tear up, convinced at least his little sister still believes in him. Wu Xinqi tries to defend her brother, But her innocent praise just twists the knife by listing how much better Yang Wei is and saying Feng will succeed someday, no matter how small that success is. Those last words break him, and Wu Fengtian snaps completely. He lunges at Yang Wei, grabs his collar, and accuses him of seducing the entire family, even his father. Yang Wei only yawns and warns that if Feng keeps this up, he will discipline him right in front of his parents. Wu Fengtian grabs Yang Wei and practically begs for a fight, shouting for him to expose his real nature in front of the family. Approved fallback beat. Yang Wei is with the Wu family in a shared domestic moment, with Wu Fengtian and the rest of the household visibly present. That finishes him off, and Wu Fengtian drops to his knees admitting he truly underestimated Yang Wei's charm. Not far away, Mu Lingxi secretly watches and crushes a stone in jealous fury because even a little girl is now trying to claim Yang Wei. Later, the whole Wu family gathers for a warm dinner, and Wu Yifei goes all out to prepare a feast because Yang Wei is visiting. Right before they eat, Wu Xinqi suddenly doubles over coughing blood, and the room's warm mood turns tense. Wu Yifei rushes to support her daughter, but Wu Xinqi still tries to smile and insists she is fine. Watching quietly from the table, Yang Wei realizes Feng had told the truth and that the little sister is seriously ill under those spiritual bandages. After escorting Wu Xinqi away to rest, Wu Meixiang brings Yang Wei extra dishes and shyly hopes he enjoys them. Yang Wei answers Meixiang with an easy sweet line, saying that if she made the food, he would gladly eat it 100 times over, and she blushes at the praise. From far off, Mu Lingxi watches the flirtation from a floating dragon sword and dismisses Meixiang as too easily swept away. Back inside, Yang Wei devours the meal with obvious enjoyment, and praises both the taste and the spiritual energy in the food. Wu Shu slides over with a jug of wine and bluntly tells Yang Wei that Meixiang would make a great wife. Wu Shu bluntly offers Meixiang to Yang Wei, and she nearly drops the pot in shock as her face burns red. Yang Wei only makes it worse by calmly saying any man would be lucky to have her. Wu Shu laughs and tells him to marry her while the iron is hot, and Yang Wei pauses long enough to ask if that is actually possible. From a distance, Mu Lingxi hears Yang Wei actually consider the marriage talk, crushes her teacup in a jealous fury, and refuses to let him marry anyone else. Her anger slips into a quieter thought when she admits marriage is not even a choice she feels she has, no matter what she thinks of Yang Wei. Meanwhile, Wu Fengtian spends the night outside in labor clothes, still chopping wood under the moon with his Jin. Working outside under the moonlight, Feng glances back at the house and sees his father and sister happily talking with Yang Wei, then smiles tiredly and admits his shameless senior brother is still a good man. Once the work is done, he declares he is starving and heads off for a bath and finally his own dinner. Later that night, Yang Wei settles alone into the guest room in a blue and white jinbei, planning to cultivate instead of sleep. He reviews the blood-strengthening pill and his earlier refinement choice, deciding the solar heart ember made it stronger than the usual moonlight frost crystal approach. With a few hand seals, he starts the body refinement, and tells himself the first target is the skin. The pill's force hits hard, making his veins bulge as the energy drives his blood and muscles to their limit. Outside the room, Wu Meixiang comes to visit but freezes at the sound of his painful cultivation and decides to quietly leave him alone. Inside, Yang Wei endures agony so brutal it feels like every blood cell is being boiled, crushed, and remade. Then he sees the streams inside his spiritual domain turn red and fully crystallize, revealing that the third fold of spiritual stream crystallization is complete. The breakthrough insight comes with a final wave of pain, and Yang Wei screams before blacking out on the spot. At dawn, Yang Wei snaps awake from cultivation with a brutal hunger that aches through his whole body. He quickly realizes body refinement starves the flesh itself, completely different from the soul-deep hunger he feels during normal cultivation. Too hungry to wait, he rushes for the door and almost collides with Wu Meixiang, who has been standing outside with a full breakfast tray. When Wu Meixiang nearly falls, Yang Wei catches her by the waist and steadies the tray in one smooth move. Her face burns red under his worried question, but Yang Wei stays completely oblivious to why she is flustered. Yang Wei stares at the mountain of food in disbelief, and Wu Meixiang shyly admits she brought it because she knew he would wake up hungry. When he asks how she timed it so perfectly, Wu Meixiang quietly confesses she has been waiting outside his door since sunrise. He does not even hear the romantic part, asks her to repeat it, and leaves her too embarrassed to say it again. Yang Wei casually invites her in to eat with him, but Wu Meixiang panics, makes an excuse about helping in the kitchen, and flees. Left alone and still starving, Yang Wei shrugs off the awkward moment and heads straight back inside for food. He devours every bowl at shocking speed, drains the cup, and finally settles back down looking fully satisfied. With his spiritual stream now completely crystallized, Yang Wei confirms he has reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, the last stretch of foundation establishment. That breakthrough means he can finally open the Celestial Serpent Dragon Ascendancy Codex and seek out the senior dragons to forge a truly supreme dragon sword. Before chasing that goal, he pulls out his medicinal manual to understand exactly what the blood-strengthening pill did to him. As he reads, Yang Wei traces how one blood-strengthening pill pushed his body refinement hard enough to nearly trigger another breakthrough. The manual reveals the pill's roots in the Blood Emperor's work, born from ancient dragon blood and tied to the first eternal blood dragon pool. The ingredients are no joke either, each one shaping the blood in a different way, from healing and toxin resistance to better balance and spiritual sensitivity. He notices the moonlight frost crystal should temper the blood like steel, and his own substitute worked even faster, just at the cost of that burning alive feeling. The real treasure is even higher level. Entry into the blood dragon pool could lead to the Blood Emperor's medicinal scroll and the true blood dragon strengthening pill. Yanwei puts the manual away, decides the hidden blood dragon pool can wait, and turns his focus back to body refinement and forging his future dragon sword. Instead, he lays out a cleaner plan: focus on body refinement, sharpen his spirit refining skill, and only meet the senior dragons once he is properly ready. He also remembers he still needs external body refinement techniques if he wants a perfect breakthrough into the spirit gathering realm and to fully grasp the profound Black Tortoise inheritance. Since Wazairu already paid up on their wager, he knows he has the materials to refine more blood strengthening pills and pushes himself into a confident little victory pose. 3 days pass, and Yanwei spends them cultivating what he can, mainly pouring effort into his water spirit root because the Sapphire Crescent talisman keeps feeding him useful water chi. That focused grind lifts his water path from the 3rd level to the 5th level of the mortal realm, even while his other spirit roots stay stuck for lack of matching chi. He is still optimistic about fire cultivation later, because the Dragonfire spirit seed is already planted back at the sect and being watched over by his juniors. Outside in Red Lantern Village, Yanwei slips into a quieter routine and helps the villagers work the rice fields. When an old farmer asks for help with some trees, Yanwei casually answers with the azure sky palm and blows 4 of them out of the ground at once. An elderly woman immediately puts him to work again, and Yanwei uses controlled water chi to shower a whole section of the fields in one sweep. The grateful grandmothers go from praising him to shamelessly flirting, and Yanwei looks more horrified than honored. He escapes through the rice plants in his borrowed farm clothes, trying to outrun the village auntie's very aggressive attention. The younger village girls are no better, openly swooning over his looks while Yanwei sighs and ignores them. Even the older men tease him like one of their own now, proof that the whole village has fully accepted him. His place in Red Lantern Village is secure enough that he helps on the farms and even steals Wu Fengtian's job by becoming the children's preferred martial arts teacher. Back at the Wu family house, that peaceful rhythm breaks when Yanwei spots Wu Shu and Wu Fengtian in serious conversation with a tall muscular stranger. Wu Fengtian quickly waves him over and introduces the stranger as Han Fu, one of the village security chiefs. The real problem is the White Serpent sect, and Yanwei is surprised to hear that name tied to village security trouble. Yanwei admits he has heard of them from his time in Tiancheng City, but Wu Fengtian warns that knowing the name and knowing the danger are very different things. Wu Fengtian bluntly explains why men fear them. The White Serpent sect is a women-only dual cultivation sect that abducts men and turns them into sex slaves. That warning turns specific when Wu Fengtian explains the village guards were ambushed on their supply route back from Tiancheng City through the secret forest path. Han Fu and a few others escaped, but 8 village men were captured, and the attackers openly identified themselves as White Serpent cultivators. Yanwei immediately spots the strange part of the story. If those men had no spirit roots, why would a sect like that bother kidnapping them at all? Wu Fengtian has no answer, only the grim thought of devastated mothers across the village, and Yanwei quietly recognizes this crisis as a new opening. The next morning, the Wu family gathers outside their Red Lantern Village home to see Yanwei off as he packs the last of their food and rice into his storage pouch. Wu Yifei worries the sudden farewell means something went wrong and asks Yanwei if the family offended him, even throwing a suspicious look at Wu Fengtian. Wu Fengtian immediately protests his innocence, and Yanwei smooths things over by saying the sect urgently called him back to answer to his martial sister. Wu Yifei admits what really worries her is the trip through Thousand Monsters Forest, especially with White Serpent sect women active there. Wu Shu answers with dry confidence that Yanwei is a star disciple of a top sect, so no one should be bold enough to abduct him. Xinqi chimes in with absolute faith, loudly declaring that Big Brother Wei is the strongest in the world. Amused by her faith, Yanwei crouches down and reaches out as if gently tapping Xinqi's forehead. Wu Fengtian clutches his chest in fake heartbreak, and Yanwei can only laugh at the drama. Xinqi doubles down that she can see Yanwei's strength in his eyes, and he listens with a small amused smile. The light moment shatters when Xinqi suddenly erupts into a bloody coughing fit, shocking the whole family. Wu Yifei rushes in panic to help her daughter, and Xinqi insists through the coughing that she still wants to see Yanwei off. Her mother shuts down the brave act and starts taking Xinqi back inside to rest despite her weak protests. At the doorway, Wu Yifei pauses to tell Yanwei to stay safe and visit again, and he answers with a quiet nod. Xinqi waves from inside with eager energy, and Yanwei watches the family go with her illness still weighing on him. Once the parents and Xinqi are gone, only Yanwei, Wu Fengtian, and Wu Meixiang remain outside, and Yanwei notices both siblings are carrying a quieter pain. Yanwei calls Wu Fengtian over and quietly reveals that he is actually heading to the White Serpent sect for a few weeks to learn more about them. Wu Fengtian instantly suspects this sudden mission must really be about some jade-like beauty, not politics or justice. Yanwei answers by knocking him on the head and calling him an idiot, which only makes Wu Fengtian complain about how much even that tiny hit hurts. After glancing at silent Wu Meixiang, Yan Wei lowers his voice and says he will explain more later, but when the time comes he will need Wu Fengtian's help, so he should stay ready. Wu Fengtian immediately agrees he will always be ready, and the two men share a quick smile of trust. Yan Wei turns to leave and gives Wu Meixiang a parting wave, but she avoids his gaze and stays quietly miserable. Then Wu Meixiang suddenly reaches out, catches his hand, and asks him to wait. Concerned now, Yan Wei turns back, holds onto her hand instead of letting it go, and gives her the space to finally speak. He steps close enough that she has to look up at him, and his calm promise that she can tell him anything almost makes her lose her words. Wu Fengtian wisely bails out before the atmosphere gets any worse, leaving the two of them alone. Instead of sending him off right away, Wu Meixiang walks with Yan Wei through the quiet fields outside the village because she has something important to say. Yan Wei notices she keeps staring straight ahead to avoid his face, then gently asks what she wanted to talk about. Wu Meixiang opens with the painful truth everyone is pretending not to say out loud: Xinqi's chronic illness is obvious. Yan Wei admits he already knows about Xinqi's condition, even if her parents had their own reasons for trying to soften it. Wu Meixiang abruptly shifts to spirit roots and reminds him how essential they are in the cultivation world, already steering toward an older family wound. She explains that when her grandfather died, the family's last spirit root was left to her father, as the eldest son. Then she stops in anger and reveals the part she cannot forgive: her father gave that spirit root away to his younger brother. She calls her father an idiot through tears, furious that he handed away the one chance that might have changed their family's future. Her father believed he lacked talent, so he told his brother to cultivate instead and come back one day as the family's savior. But the promised return never came, and years later her family is still waiting for an uncle who vanished without changing anything. What hurts her even more is that her father still does not regret the sacrifice, and still believes his brother will come back someday. From there she returns to Xinqi, explaining that her sister was born later and diagnosed young with meridian corrosion. Yan Wei has never heard the term, so he asks what meridian corrosion actually is. Wu Meixiang explains that children born with too many impurities slowly have their meridians rot away, and most never live long enough to reach adulthood. She paints the childhood Xinqi endured: decaying skin hidden under bandages, children mocking her, and a lonely girl left to play by herself under a tree. Even in a village where everyone claims to be family, that kindness vanished the moment parents decided their children should stay away from the sick girl. Yan Wei asks the practical question next: if there is a cure, was the real problem simply the cost? Wu Meixiang says Feng learned that a 4th grade meridian stream pill could purify Xinqi's decaying meridians. But when Yan Wei presses again, she says the real barrier is not just money, it is social class. She explains that their parents spent almost everything and even sold land to buy Wu Fengtian an Earth grade spirit root on the black market, because without one he would never have escaped their station. That only makes Yan Wei more confused, because with average talent and the wrong background, Feng should have ended up in a lower class sect, not the Dragon Blossom sect. Wu Meixiang says that impossible leap happened because an immortal cultivator named Shinbao once came down from the higher realms and used his connections to place Feng there. Yan Wei finds that suspicious and asks why such a powerful stranger would suddenly help their village at all. Her answer is almost absurdly simple. When they asked Shinbao, he only said that he liked their red lanterns. Yan Wei accepts the answer on the surface but still cannot understand why Shinbao did miracles for others and yet left Xinqi untreated. Wu Meixiang says Shinbao healed many people that day, but told them Xinqi's health was not his job and only promised to guide events toward her eventual cure. Yan Wei can only sigh at that familiar kind of detached immortal logic. Then Wu Meixiang suddenly steps so close their breaths mingle and tells him why this story matters to her now. She reveals that when Yan Wei first arrived with Feng, she honestly wondered if he might be Shinbao himself. Yan Wei laughs that off as a huge stretch, but Wu Meixiang does not back down. According to her whole family, the reason is simple and unsettling. Yan Wei smells a lot like Shinbao. After that odd silence, Wu Meixiang turns away with her hands behind her back and asks if she can make one selfish request. Yan Wei already knows she is going to ask it no matter what he says, so he tells her to go ahead. Wu Meixiang bows her head, starts crying, and begs Yan Wei to keep carrying Wu Fengtian with him and never abandon him the way her father was abandoned. Her plea goes even further, as she asks whether Yan Wei can become someone her whole family can rely on, and he is left standing there in heavy silence, taking in how much she has entrusted to him. In Tiancheng City's Dragon's Ramen House, Mu Lingxi stress eats with shocking intensity, slurping down bowl after bowl while the whole shop stares. As she keeps eating, Mu Lingxi fumes over Yan Wei, bitter that his fixation on women who can cook has her spiraling like this. The old chef Xu Fu nervously asks if Grandmaster Mu is alright, and she answers through dangling noodles before diving right back in. When Xu Fu says he has never seen her eat this much, Mu Lingxi instantly explodes and demands to know if he is calling her fat. The entire restaurant goes dead quiet, because everyone in Tiancheng City knows a cultivator's bad temper can turn deadly in a second. Xu Fu backpedals so hard he starts flattering her as the sexiest and most beautiful grandmaster alive, just to survive the moment. That finally cools her down, and Mu Lingxi admits she has just been on edge lately. When Shufu carefully asks if that is why she has been eating so much, the customers brace for another disaster that never comes. Instead of lashing out, Mulingxi blinks at the mountain of dishes and realizes she really did lose track of how much she ate. Shufu proudly announces that she just broke Tiancheng City's ramen record by finishing 120 servings in less than an hour. He even throws confetti to celebrate, and the men in the shop start clapping while Mulingxi notices she is the only woman there. Trying to salvage her dignity, Mulingxi lifts a hand and says an elegant lady should not be praised for such unladylike behavior. Then a huge burp cuts off her speech and destroys the pose on the spot. The men somehow cheer even louder after that, and a red-faced Mulingxi storms out in pure humiliation. She only stops when Shufu calls out that the prize is a coupon for 30 free servings and a +1, and she whirls back to grab it. After leaving the shop, Mulingxi wanders through Tiancheng City in a sour mood, barely noticing the streets as evening slips into night. She ends up on a bench in a small park, muttering that Yang Wei can be unbelievably stupid. Hours pass in brooding silence until Mulingxi looks up and realizes the park is now completely dark and empty. With her chin in her hands, she finally admits she does not know whether to keep chasing Yang Wei or go back to the sect. A calm male voice suddenly answers from the shadows, asking why she would waste her time on such an incompetent man. Still lost in her thoughts, Mulingxi answers honestly that maybe she likes Yang Wei more than she realized. Then the man steps into the moonlight and softly calls her his beautiful wife, revealing himself as Emperor Cloudcrest. Mulingxi springs up to flee, but Cloudcrest appears behind her and calmly stops her with a hand on her shoulder. She knocks his hand away and demands to know why he is here, making it clear she wants nothing from him. Cloudcrest says he came to see the wife he loves, only to find her pining for another man. When Mulingxi starts to remind him of their agreement to stay apart, Cloudcrest cuts in with a grim update. If they do not unite soon, he will die. That shock breaks through her anger, and she asks if the situation is really that serious after all the promises that his true heart could be restored. Cloudcrest explains their attempt to create a celestial star core failed because a cultivator reached the deserted star region before he could claim it. Mulingxi flatly says she does not believe a true celestial could lose like that to an ordinary cultivator. To prove he is not lying, Cloudcrest lifts his robes and reveals a gruesome dark purple wound hardened like a shell across his abdomen. Mulingxi carefully touches the injury and realizes it is real, far tougher than ordinary flesh. She asks why his protectors were not with him, and Cloudcrest snaps back that all 5 were there too. That means, according to Cloudcrest, one enemy managed to beat 6 true celestials at once. Cloudcrest adds the craziest part. The man seemed to be a third-path cultivator, yet he was somehow using divine chi. When Mulingxi asks if he plans to reclaim the star region, Cloudcrest says there is nothing left to reclaim because that cultivator refined the whole thing into a pill. Cloudcrest says the unknown cultivator only left one boast behind. He would change the magic and martial world forever. The moment she hears the word magic, Mulingxi's whole expression changes, and she abruptly decides to leave. Cloudcrest grabs her wrist and tries to drag the conversation back to their marital union, but Mulingxi rips free and warns him not to touch her again. After she storms off, Cloudcrest's gentle mask finally slips, and he coldly calls her insolent. He raises a hand and fires a golden sphere at her from behind, trying to force the issue by power. Mulingxi turns to face it, and the attack stops dead in midair as if time itself locked around it. By the time Cloudcrest reacts, Mulingxi has already vanished from the ground. High above the city, Mulingxi rockets into the sky, arms opening beneath the stars as she prepares something far more terrifying. A colossal black azure-like divine spirit phantom with golden tribal markings manifests behind her and mirrors her movements. Mulingxi dives with the phantom like a falling meteor, aiming straight for Cloudcrest. The phantom's fist crashes into Tiancheng City in a deliberate near miss, tearing out a colossal fist-shaped crater beside Cloudcrest without touching him. Standing over the ruin, Mulingxi warns Cloudcrest that if he ever speaks of their fated marriage again, she will kill him because she refuses to become a pawn in his evolution. She turns and leaves without waiting for an answer, and even Emperor Cloudcrest is left speechless. In the northern mountains, the White Serpent sect rises from Azure Peak like a giant white serpent carved into the cliffs, already setting the mood for Yang Wei's infiltration. Yang Wei arrives disguised as the petite rogue cultivator Wu Mingyu, looking elegant enough to pass at a glance except for the very unladylike habit of picking his nose. As he studies the gate, Yang Wei remembers the White Serpent sect and Dragon Blossom sect are on terrible terms, so he plans to gather information from Lu Yen before deciding whether this sect should be spared or stripped clean. He also settles on using the name Wu Mingyu as a buffer, so if he has to force the sect into submission later, the fallout will not point straight back to Yang Wei or his own sect. The moment he reaches the mountain gate, 2 female guards cross their swords and demand a sect pass. Yang Wei politely introduces himself as Wu Mingyu, a 9th-level mortal realm rogue cultivator who wants to join the White Serpent sect, and that one line instantly changes the tone. The guards recoil because they are only 7th level, suddenly realizing the harmless-looking applicant could crush them if he wanted. Before the guards can call for an elder, a sweet perfume and honey-smooth voice cut in, and Sun Yurong takes over the encounter herself. Sun Yurong casually notes that a quasi-spirit gathering cultivator appearing out of nowhere is too interesting to ignore, making it clear she has already judged Yang Wei as far more dangerous than the guards realized. Yang Wei is genuinely rattled by how attractive Sun Yurong is, while she studies him with open amusement and says his petite figure catches her eye. Yang Wei keeps up the Wu Mingyu act and greets her politely, while the guards seethe in the background because Chief Elder Sun is suddenly showing interest in a newcomer. Sun Yurong admits the sect is on edge because of pressure from rival sects like Dragon Blossom and Black Rock, but she is willing to test Yang Wei instead of rejecting him outright. When Yang Wei assures her he means no harm, Sun Yurong immediately asks for proof of skill and demands to see one of his techniques before she decides anything. Yang Wei takes the chance to unveil the sword art he has been refining in secret and begins gathering essence chi around his disguised body. He infuses the gathered chi with 4 elements at once, and red, green, blue, and yellow energies condense into 4 floating swords behind him. Golden crests appear on each blade as he spirit refines them, showing a level of control that turns a simple demonstration into a serious warning. With a simple command, Yang Wei unleashes the 4 elemental sword blitz toward the distant hills. The attack tears through the landscape and flattens a huge stretch of terrain, proving his talent is real and far beyond normal outer sect standards. Sun Yurong and the guards can only stare, and even she admits she has never seen anything like it while Yang Wei shrugs it off like a modest little test. After that display wins her over, Sun Yurong personally escorts Yang Wei into the White Serpent sect instead of leaving him to ordinary processing. Yang Wei probes for useful information by asking if he will start in the outer sect, because he already knows that rank will limit how much he can learn. Sun Yurong says yes, but she adds that inner sect exams come every 6 months, and the next one is only a month away, which gives Yang Wei a much faster route upward than he expected. When Yang Wei casually remarks that the sect must not have many outer disciples, he accidentally touches a sore point and Sun Yurong's easygoing mask slips. She starts to admit that even in this matriarchal sect, many women still suffer hardships, then abruptly cuts herself off and changes the subject before saying too much. As they continue deeper into the sect, Yang Wei quietly studies everything around him and notices the place is entirely female, from cultivation grounds to couples openly holding hands. He also sees that the disciples practically worship Sun Yurong, and the depth of their fixation makes her feel less like an elder and more like the center of a private cult of adoration. The first detail that truly excites Yang Wei is hearing that the sect has caves rich in every spiritual element, because those are exactly the kind of cultivation resources he has been missing. Sun Yurong explains why that matters so much to him. With 4 spirit root paths, elemental cultivation grounds are unusually valuable to Yang Wei. But she immediately adds a catch. Ordinary outer sect status will not give him access to the real elemental resources he wants. She breaks down the inner sect's 4 peaks, explaining that Fang Peak trains offensive body refinement, Scale Peak defensive body refinement, and Venom Peak poison and assassination. Then she reveals that her own Coil Peak specializes in spiritualism and controls the gemstone grottos where elemental spiritual chi can be cultivated properly. Yang Wei is genuinely surprised to learn only now that Sun Yurong is one of the sect's chief elders, and she acts innocently as if she had already mentioned it. Sun Yurong leans into the tension and openly invites him to join Coil Peak, wrapping the offer in enough flirtation to make Yang Wei wonder if they are still discussing cultivation at all. Since Yang Wei does not answer, Sun Yurong drops the teasing for the moment and pushes him through normal registration first. A few hours later, Yang Wei is officially enrolled in the White Serpent sect's outer sect as Wu Mingyu and receives the standard starter resources. The real insult lands in the residential sector, where Yang Wei has to change into the White Serpent sect outer uniform, a red form-fitting dress with gold trim. Sun Yurong asks if he likes it, and coolly tells him he looks beautiful, while Yang Wei forces a smile and internally hates every second of this mission. When Sun Yurong turns to leave, Yang Wei stops her for one more beat, not because he trusts her but because she clearly knows more than she has said. She glances back with a dangerously playful smile and asks if he already misses her, keeping the upper hand even in a simple farewell. Yang Wei brushes the tease aside, but Sun Yurong ends the game by addressing him as Yang Wei instead of Wu Mingyu, exposing that she already knows his real identity. Before he can demand an explanation, Sun Yurong offers a deal instead: join her Coil Peak, and she will answer everything he wants to know. Then Sun Yurong vanishes into a dense red mist, leaving Yang Wei shocked, exposed, and now forced to decide whether Coil Peak is his fastest path to the truth or a trap built exactly for him. Back in his room in his real body, Yang Wei keeps replaying one problem. Someone saw through his disguise and even knew his real name. He thinks through the flaw in his infiltration method and remembers that his disguise relies on a hairpin artifact using transformation magic, because live magic would interfere with cultivation. Unable to solve that mystery yet, Yang Wei drops it and focuses on tonight's real goal, raiding Coil Peak for resources to push all his spirit root paths to peak mortal realm. Blue fire races over his body as the heavenly phoenix feather robes appear, and he immediately tests how to mute their blazing phoenix aura for stealth. The robes darken from brilliant blue flame to black, gray, and ash, giving Yang Wei a stealth version that finally fits a night infiltration. He rushes into the courtyard, spreads gray ethereal phoenix patterned wings, and launches into the night sky. Using the sect map and the cloud cover, Yamwei flies across the outer sect toward the much larger Coil Peak and searches for the sacred forest where the gemstone grotto should be hidden. He dives toward the forest, hears guards below at the last second, and sharply curves his descent to hide behind a tree instead of landing in the open. From cover, he listens in disgust as two passing female guards gossip lustfully about Chief Elder Sun and how none of them have been chosen to dual cultivate with her. Once the patrol is gone, Yamwei pushes deeper through the huge sacred forest until he finally finds the cave entrance he was hunting for. Inside the gemstone grotto, pale white crystals light the wide cave, but the richer elemental spiritual chi is still deeper in. A hidden swordswoman suddenly attacks from behind, and Yamwei barely turns in time to catch a brief glimpse of familiar green eyes. He loses focus for an instant and takes a shallow cut across the abdomen, but the wound heals almost immediately, tipping him off that the blood-strengthening pill is boosting his regeneration. The masked woman warns him to focus because he is not leaving alive, and Yamwei realizes she is probably a guard even if her identity still feels oddly familiar. She presses him with relentless sword slashes, but Yamwei keeps dodging and parrying with speed she cannot match. When she shifts into a refined killing move called Golden Sword of Light, Yamwei immediately recognizes the stab as dangerous enough to punch through his chest. Yamwei answers with Serpent's Coil Stance, summoning a large golden ethereal serpent that disarms her and wraps her body in place. With Lu Yen pinned by the serpent at close range, Yamwei instinctively grabs her chest, and the sudden contact leaves him stunned while she reacts in shocked, breathless embarrassment. Now close enough to see clearly, they both blurt out the same surprise when the masked attacker turns out to be Lu Yen. Even after recognizing Lu Yen, Yamwei freezes in embarrassment for 1 second too long until she, flushed and breathless, tells her junior brother to stop. Yamwei hurriedly lets go and releases the serpent technique, and Lu Yen immediately steers the conversation away from the groping by pointing out that he recognized her again even in disguise. He gives a painfully honest excuse that he recognized her by her chest, and Lu Yen accepts the apology but firmly warns him not to make this a habit. When Yamwei teases her for blushing, Lu Yen fumbles for her usual glasses that are not there, then stiffens and shuts the joke down before he pushes it any further. After the tension cools, the two of them start stripping the grotto of elemental chi crystals and herbs while explaining why each of them infiltrated the White Serpent sect. Lu Yen confirms that the Dragon Blossom sect sent her here to gather evidence that could cripple the White Serpent sect, and Yamwei immediately senses that something about that mission is off. He bluntly asks why a top-tier sect would bother playing games with a place as rotten as White Serpent sect, and Lu Yen fires back that he is not exactly qualified to judge anyone as a pervert. Lu Yen drops that jab before it turns into another fight, then admits even her grandfather was not told the real reason behind the matriarch's order. Yamwei suggests the Dragon Blossom sect should just wipe White Serpent sect out, and Lu Yen reveals the real obstacle. The Heavenly Court would never allow it. She can only tell him that the Heavenly Court is made up of the strongest cultivators in this Tao layer, and a few true celestials, which is enough to make Yamwei take the warning seriously. With that settled, Yamwei asks why she was specifically prowling around Coil Peak, and Lu Yen admits she came chasing rumors of a hidden White Serpent medallion in the deepest part of the grotto. Neither of them actually knows what the White Serpent medallion is, which leaves the lead feeling more suspicious than useful. Before dawn can expose them, Lu Yen decides to return to the outer sect and starts to leave through the dark cave tunnels. Yamwei tries to sound smooth by offering to fly Big Sister back himself, but Lu Yen brushes him off with total calm and says she can fly on her own. She leaves him with a promise to visit tomorrow so they can exchange information properly, then flies down the tunnel and vanishes from sight. At night, Yamwei streaks back to the sect as a blue comet, too fast for the patrolling guards to realize it is him. While flying, Yamwei briefly dwells on the awkward situation with Lu Yen, then shuts the thought down because he needs to focus on tonight's cultivation. He lands in the outer sect residence courtyard, burns away his travel robes and blue flame, and tells himself there is no time to waste. Yamwei rushes inside his house, opens a swirling golden portal, and heads straight into the dimensional osmanthus world to refine pills and train his spirit root paths. The osmanthus world is as peaceful as ever, and for a moment Yamwei admits he could stay in this quiet place forever. Then he notices something new, thick steam hanging in the air where he does not remember any before. Pushing through the steam, Yamwei finds Limecio relaxing in a hot spring and immediately realizes what created all that mist. Limecio casually greets him and immediately assumes he came back because he is already ready for the second foundational step. Before Yamwei can explain, Limecio talks herself into a different idea and decides he came to see his master naked. She proudly argues that peeking at a woman bathing is natural, especially compared to the monk-like disciple she used to train who barely looked at women at all. When Yamwei only gives her a dull reaction, Limecio gets even bolder and starts teasing him with the idea of a scandalous teacher-student lesson about a female cultivator's body. Limecio asks if he is ready to see her naked body, and Yamwei answers with a yawn and a flat no thanks. He finally makes himself clear by taking out a huge pill furnace and saying he only came to claim the area for 2 weeks of alchemy and cultivation. With the misunderstanding over, Yamwei lays out his mat, lights the furnace with hand seals, and settles into cultivation while Li Meishio prepares to leave. Just before she goes, Yan Wei sincerely tells Li Meishio that she is beautiful, and she laughs it off with easy confidence before leaving him to train. Left alone, Yan Wei tries to start cultivating, but the hot spring keeps tempting him until discipline loses to a quick dip. He slips into the hot spring, melts into the warmth, and relaxes so completely that he falls asleep in the water. From the depths of the spring, a petite white-haired woman finally wakes after ages of sleep, drawn out by the overwhelming yin energy coming from Yan Wei. Curious and hungry, Bai Sujin licks her lips and decides she has to taste this strange man's yin for herself. She slides onto Yan Wei's lap while he sleeps, surprised by his size but quickly turning that surprise into playful temptation. After centuries of patience, Bai Sujin decides to treat herself and lets her serpent nature fully surface. She bites into Yan Wei's neck and greedily drinks his blood, expecting an easy feast from a sleeping man. Instead, the moment his blood enters her body, Bai Sujin is overwhelmed by a surge of spiritual energy and nearly loses control from the pleasure of it. When the rush finally eases, Bai Sujin leans in to check whether she accidentally killed him. Seeing that he is handsome and still tempting, her mood softens, her snake features fade, and curiosity pushes her into stealing a first kiss instead. The kiss hits her even harder than the blood did, sending another flood of pleasure and spiritual energy through her body until she completely loses herself in it. Then Yan Wei casually opens his eyes in the middle of the kiss and asks if she plans to introduce herself anytime soon. Bai Sujin jerks back in shock, and Yan Wei shows that the bite already healed, explaining that his blood and regeneration are no longer normal. Now on guard, Yan Wei asks who she is, and Bai Sujin is stunned that he does not already know her name. She straightens up and grandly declares herself the famed Lady White Serpent of the Celestial Serpent Sect, Bai Sujin. Yan Wei responds with sarcastic applause, and the proud White Serpent immediately realizes he is making fun of her. Bai Sujin snaps that he was better when he was asleep, but Yan Wei is already done with the nonsense and decides to get back to cultivation. When Yan Wei stands up, Bai Sujin accidentally gets a full look at him and freezes in stunned disbelief at how absurdly large he is. Yan Wei rolls his eyes at her inexperience, slips on his loose red pants by the spring, and warns Bai Sujin not to disturb him because he is going back to spirit root cultivation and body refinement. But when he turns back, Bai Sujin has already fainted from the shock, leaving Yan Wei staring at her in baffled silence. Inside the osmanthus world, Yan Wei spends nearly 3 straight days at the furnace, obsessively refining pills without sleep or even leaving his spot. By the end of that push, he has made 30 element-boosting pills for each of his 4 spirit root paths and 8 blood-strengthening pills for body refinement. Yan Wei pushes more spiritual energy into the Golden Dragon Furnace, using its heavy-duty build to handle the extreme heat his plan demands. After 9 more hours of refining, the furnace finally rumbles and a thick medicinal smell mixed with blood signals that something unusual is about to come out. 3 blood-strengthening pills rise from the furnace wrapped in white lotus petals, and Yan Wei realizes his adjustments somehow produce 6th-grade pills. He judges them a success but decides not to make more, because each one drains too much time and spiritual energy. Before he can continue, a large white snake sneaks through the grass toward his blood pills, clearly trying to steal one again. Yan Wei catches the white snake by the tail and bluntly calls out Bai Sujin, refusing to let her fool him again. Bai Sujin changes back into human form mid-capture and begs for a blood-strengthening pill, saying a demonic cultivator like her needs blood to recover her cultivation. Yan Wei flatly refuses, saying the pills are for his own perfection, and their bickering turns into the same petty standoff they have repeated for days. Bai Sujin stomps off barefoot and sulks, muttering insults, while Yan Wei does not even bother pretending he cannot hear her. After the refining ends, Yan Wei spends more than a week cultivating, and this time Bai Sujin only watches from a tree branch instead of interrupting him. As she watches, Bai Sujin notices that Yan Wei eats the element-boosting pills but only uses the aura of the blood-strengthening pills to temper his body. That strange choice makes Bai Sujin smile to herself, because it looks like Yan Wei might already be standing at the edge of demonic cultivation. 10 more days pass, and after a total of 21 days in the osmanthus world, Yan Wei finally stops to breathe and release what he has built up. A violent wave of spiritual energy explodes out of him and shakes the forest, instantly telling Bai Sujin his reserves are absurd. Yan Wei calmly announces the result: fire, earth, and wind have all reached the 6th level of the mortal realm, while water has climbed to the 9th. He even lectures Bai Sujin about discipline and endurance, sounding pleased with himself after the breakthrough. To prove the point, Yan Wei throws a punch that releases a sea of flames and dries out part of the stream in front of them. Bai Sujin shields herself from the steam, and Yan Wei coolly warns her that disturbing his cultivation would have gone badly. Instead of getting rattled, Bai Sujin laughs and says his spirit root cultivation is impressive, but his body refinement is still lacking. Yan Wei immediately pulls out a 6th-grade blood-strengthening pill and boasts that she will not be laughing once he uses it. For a split second, Bai Sujin looks hungry enough to pounce, then forces herself to stay composed and calls it a waste instead. She offers him a different path, claiming she can teach him to use the blood-strengthening pill to build an ultimate body. Yan Wei tries to brush her off, but Baisujin lowers her voice and says only demonic cultivators truly know the road to longevity and ultimate strength. That claim hooks him, because Yang Wei has always believed true strength means mastering every path instead of dismissing any power as beneath him. He asks her to explain what a demonic cultivator really is instead of speaking in vague warnings and half-truths. Baisujin drops from the branch by turning into a large white snake with black stripes, slithers down the tree, then resumes human form on the grass before answering him. She tells him demonic cultivators chase power through ruthless methods, taboo techniques, and forbidden energies that normal cultivation worlds reject. When Yang Wei raises the blood pill, Baisujin points him to its core rule: never consume a blood-strengthening pill directly. She explains that the Blood Emperor warned direct consumption can kill cultivators with weak spirit roots, so orthodox users only refine the pill's aura to temper the body. Yang Wei connects the idea immediately, asking if breaking that rule is what turns this into demonic cultivation. Baisujin confirms it, and says the strongest demonic cultivators use blood itself as the base of cultivation, extracting pure essence to forge the soul into blood qi. That also explains her own behavior, and Baisujin openly admits she was drinking Yang Wei's blood because her ancient cultivation is crippled and rooted in blood qi. After weighing it for only a moment, Yang Wei asks the real question: if he swallows the pill outright, will he gain greater power? Baisujin says yes, but starts warning him that the risk of death rises sharply, only to realize he has already swallowed all 3 6th-grade pills at once. The pills hit instantly, and Yang Wei doubles over coughing as red veins bulge across his shirtless body under the assault of dragon blood essence. Baisujin panics and yells that his foundation is nowhere near strong enough for 3 pills, not knowing his base is far beyond ordinary genius. As the pain tears through his soul and bloodstream, Yang Wei's consciousness drops into a terrifying inner vision of massive red blood cell stars inside the Blood Emperor's body. Before he can make sense of it, a giant blood dragon charges at him through that crimson cosmos. His magic and chi refuse to answer, and the blood dragon swallows him whole. Inside the dragon's belly, his body starts dissolving away, and Yang Wei realizes he can only survive by using his foundation to suppress the dragon blood essence. That effort throws him into a new layer of insight, and he suddenly appears high above his own spiritual domain as if watching it from the clouds. Then black cracks split the space open and a flood of blood pours into the garden, beginning a full transformation of the domain itself. Instead of resisting, Yang Wei understands what he is seeing and lets the blood remake the place into red lilies, crimson trees, and blood-colored streams. Back in the osmanthus world, he realizes this was astral insight, and while sitting motionless on the ground he starts cultivating blood qi for real. The revelation clicks into place for him at once. The final folds of his spiritual domain are not about adding more parts, but breaking down and reforging the whole garden itself. The blood qi pull turns vicious, and even Baisujin is dragged toward Yang Wei, forcing her into her white snake form to coil around a tree and keep her own blood qi from being drained. Around Yang Wei, a huge avatar made of turbulent blood rises up and roars over the entire clearing. The blood avatar suddenly explodes into droplets, and all of it dives back into Yang Wei, completing the technique's fusion with him. Yang Wei plants his feet, pulls back his arm, and unveils a new attack with one blunt declaration: Blood Fist. A colossal fist made of blood qi blasts forward, tears through a huge section of forest, and leaves Baisujin staring in disbelief that he has already mastered the blood arts. In Yang Wei's room, Lu Yen waits on his bed and quietly realizes he may not have come back at all last night. A bright golden portal suddenly tears open in the room, and Lu Yen barely reacts beyond one raised eyebrow. Yang Wei steps out shirtless and energized, happily talking about an intense cultivation session before he even notices Lu Yen. When he greets her, Lu Yen goes completely silent because she is staring straight at his exposed body. Yang Wei has to snap his fingers in front of Lu Yen's face before she finally comes back to herself. He checks her forehead like she might be sick, and Lu Yen dryly tells him to put some clothes on before standing half-naked in front of a woman. Before the awkwardness can settle, Baisujin bursts out complaining that Yang Wei forgot to bring her out with him. Baisujin and Yang Wei immediately start bickering, while Lu Yen sits there even more baffled by the portal, the shirtless entrance, and the mysterious woman who came with him. A few minutes later, the three sit down in Wu Mingya's small room so Baisujin can finally explain who she is and how she got here. Baisujin reveals that while sealed inside the White Serpent Medallion, she spent 5,000 years condensing qi and waiting for a chance to project a body from the outside. But her mind wore down in the seal, so she fell into deep sleep, lost much of her memory, and even crippled her own cultivation in the process. She says Yang Wei's refining energy in the gemstone grotto was powerful enough to wake her, letting her break free and hide inside his storage pouch. Now she can exist in near-physical form only because she is feeding off the rich energy inside the osmanthus world. When Yang Wei presses her for answers about 10,000 years ago and her own sealing, Baisujin can only admit that she remembers almost nothing important. Yang Wei mocks her endless river of knowledge line, and Baisujin has to force herself to calm down instead of exploding at him. Lu Yen tries to salvage the conversation by pointing out that Baisujin still seems to be the revered ancestor of the White Serpent sect. Baisujin's blank reaction changes everything, because she has never even heard of the White Serpent sect. Lu Yen explains that the sect they are staying in worships Bai Sujin as a deity, yet Bai Sujin says the only sect she knows is the Celestial Serpent Sect. Yang Wei catches the name Celestial Serpent Sect as something he has heard before, but the bigger problem is clear. Bai Sujin is tied to one sect and remembers another. Bai Sujin finally lets her sadness show and admits that being sealed tore away a huge part of who she was. Lu Yen immediately takes Bai Sujin's hand and gently covers for Yang Wei, making it clear she knows he spoke badly even if he acts innocent. She offers the one lead she can think of. If they reach the White Serpent Sect's intersect, they might learn whether the lost Celestial Serpent Sect is connected to it. Bai Sujin grabs onto that faint hope, and Lu Yen keeps reassuring her even though she privately doubts the ancient Celestial Serpent Sect still exists. When Lu Yen turns to demand support from Yang Wei, he answers absent-mindedly because he is still stuck on where he heard that sect name before. Yang Wei finally snaps back and bluntly says the fastest solution would be to force the sect matriarchs to surrender and tell him everything. Lu Yen rejects that idea on the spot, warning that the Heavenly Court would strike back immediately and drag their whole sect into disaster. Yang Wei starts to dismiss even the Heavenly Court's threat, until he notices Lu Yen lowering her head instead of arguing harder. Lu Yen quietly reminds him that she already swore herself to a careful path in the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool, and that even the three matriarchs refused to cross this line. Then she takes Yang Wei's hand in both of hers, looks up with rare open fear, and admits she does not want to lose him. Elsewhere in the Golden Palace, Mu Lingxi finally stands before the three matriarchs after waiting a full week, only to find them calmly sewing and reading instead of paying her much attention. The absurd mood only gets worse when Ming Huiran pricks her finger, complains for a second, and gets reminded that she cannot even feel pain. Seeing Mu Lingxi still ignored, Ling Meiyan steps forward and formally asks the matriarchs to hear her out. Liang Xinhua cuts off the formalities immediately, already annoyed by the interruption and acting like Mu Lingxi must only be here to report where Yang Wei is. Mu Lingxi forces herself to stay respectful and clarifies that she actually came to ask permission to visit Yang Wei at the White Serpent Sect. The narration reveals Mu Lingxi had already tracked Yang Wei herself with her Theravada technique, making this request less about finding him and more about being allowed to go. Ming Huiran instantly teases her about being in love, and Mu Lingxi flusters hard while even Ling Meiyan struggles not to laugh. Mu Lingxi regains control by saying her real reason involves intel from Emperor Cloudcrest, and that name finally gets all three matriarchs to look up. She relays Emperor Cloudcrest's story about a deserted star region and the unknown cultivator who defeated him and his protectors. What really shakes the matriarchs is the claim that a mere third-path cultivator beat 7 true celestials and spoke of changing the whole martial and magic world. Liang Xinhua takes the threat seriously enough to reconsider any near-future trip into the Eternal Lands. Ming Huiran wonders if the mystery cultivator could somehow be Yang Wei, but Liang and Yuhui both shut that down because the unknown fighter had a third-path aura and even divine qi. Liang Xinhua also exposes that Ming Huiran has not been watching Yang Wei as closely as she claimed, and Ming suddenly looks like a guilty child caught slacking off. Then Liang Xinhua turns back to Mu Lingxi and orders her to remain inside the sect from now on so the matriarchs can intervene if Emperor Cloudcrest comes again. Mu Lingxi tries to object because she wants to ask Yang Wei what he knows, but Liang's murderous glare cuts her off before she can finish. Sweating under that pressure, Mu Lingxi bows her head and submits, promising she will not defy the matriarch's order again. Far above the Dao layers, the Eternal Lands are introduced as a realm so overwhelming that even its dust could wipe out peak cultivators from lower worlds. This unreachable golden world is ruled by true celestials, descendants of the Starlight Oracle who watch the Dao layers and judge cultivators when the time comes. On the Divine Continent, deep inside the Sacred Emperor's domain, Emperor Cloudcrest lives in outrageous luxury inside a white and gold pagoda palace. Inside his chambers, Cloudcrest relaxes on his bed while female attendants fuss over his hair and robes like serving him is a sacred routine. The huge doors open, and noble Flamehorn, Cloudcrest's first protector, enters with the stiff presence of someone everyone else should fear. Cloudcrest greets Flamehorn casually, and Flamehorn reports that he brought the cultivators Cloudcrest requested. With one gesture, Cloudcrest clears the room so the attendants hurry out and leave the private meeting to begin. Flamehorn brings in the G brothers, 3 peak nascent soul cultivators from a much lower Dao layer who can barely believe they were summoned here. The brothers bow awkwardly and call Cloudcrest the Emperor of the Golden World, exposing how little they understand this realm but how badly they want its favor. Cloudcrest asks whether Flamehorn explained the job, and all 3 confirm they already know what they were brought here to do. He presses them harder by asking if they are truly willing to kill a complete stranger who may be far stronger than they are. Jiwoo answers for them, admitting the brothers were trapped by weak resources and only managed to form the lowest grade soul hearts, so they are willing to gamble if the reward is worth it. Cloudcrest answers by casually manifesting a glowing yellow Harmony Earth core, the kind of treasure that could completely change the brothers' futures. The G brothers are instantly hooked, because that single core promises lifespan, a path to second path cultivation, and the life they could never reach on their own. Ji Ming reaches out in awe, and Ji Chang immediately yanks him back for nearly touching a true celestial's treasure without permission. Cloudcrest only chuckles and says touching the reward is fine if they succeed, which makes the offer feel even more dangerously real. The brothers swallow every doubt about why Cloudcrest needs them, because greed and survival both tell them obedience is safer than asking questions. When Flamehorn asks if they want to see the target, the three brothers immediately agree. Cloudcrest starts to reveal the name, but a sudden violent coughing fit cuts him off before he can finish. His attendants rush back in, and even Ji-woo stands up in alarm as the meeting suddenly turns into a medical emergency. Flamehorn cuts the Ji brothers off and orders them out at once, blocking them from getting any closer while Cloudcrest is coughing badly. Ji-chang protests for a second, and Flamehorn answers by opening his third eye and roaring them away with a flash of red killing intent. The brothers flee at once, finally understanding that even a protector here stands far beyond anything they can challenge. Back at Cloudcrest's side, Flamehorn sees thick dark blood on his master's palm, and the fear he kept hidden turns into real panic. Cloudcrest forces a smile and admits he may need the Celestial Star Course sooner than expected, because without marrying Mu Lingxi he may die before long. That narrows the problem to one obstacle, and before Cloudcrest can even finish the thought, another protector walks in like she already knows the answer. Noble Fate, the fate-destroying Celestial, casually says the obstacle is Yang Wei and mocks Cloudcrest for worrying about someone she sees as a mere insignificant petal. Nearly a month later, the story shifts back to the White Serpent sect, where Yang Wei and Lu Yen have kept their heads down instead of provoking the matriarchs again. During that quiet stretch, Yang Wei stays mostly hidden in his house cultivating as Wu Mingya and learning demonic cultivation tips from Bai Suzhen unless Lu Yen drags him outside. Now the outer sect exam has arrived, and Yang Wei and Lu Yen stand at the Red Snake Mountains, a monstrous forest range that is far bigger inside than it looks from the entrance. Rumors say even peak core formation beasts roam inside, so the outer sect disciples waiting at the gate are trying not to panic before the trial even starts. Lu Yen waits with folded arms for the elders, but beside her Yang Wei keeps fidgeting because the body-hugging dress is driving him crazy. When Lu Yen tells him to stop, Yang Wei grumbles that he still has no idea how women walk around comfortably in clothes like this. Lu Yen shoots back with a blunt comparison about how men deal with what they carry between their legs, and that instantly shuts him up. Even after conceding, Yang Wei still shoves a hand under the dress to adjust himself until he can finally breathe again. Lu Yen immediately points out that his little struggle has drawn everyone's attention, and the nearby disciples are absolutely staring. Yang Wei shrugs it off, but when he starts to pick his nose, Lu Yen slaps his arm away before he can ruin the disguise any further. Her point is simple and brutal. No self-respecting lady would do that, so Yang Wei has no choice but to stand there and behave. A wave of shrieks rolls through the crowd as the chief elders descend from the clouds, and among them Sun Yurong, Qin Yushi, and the harsh old Gu Ji immediately stand out. Sun Yurong of Coil Peak takes the lead, floating several meters above the ground and calmly announcing that the rules will be explained first. Most of the other chief elders look like mean old gremlins, but Qin Yushi of Scale Peak stands out as genuinely beautiful and somehow even scarier because of how strict she is. While the disciples are trying to act respectful, Yang Wei gets stuck staring at Sun Yurong because he is completely taken by her. The surprise is that Sun Yurong looks right back at him with a slow, openly seductive gaze, as if she noticed him immediately. For Yang Wei, the real shock is not just her beauty but the dangerous maturity in her eyes, which instantly reminds him of Wu Mingya. The rest of the disciples bow and greet the chief elders together, but Yang Wei is so distracted by Sun Yurong that he stays standing there like nothing happened. That mistake explodes when Fang Peak's chief elder Gu Ji spots him and angrily calls him out for not paying respect. The crowd instantly turns on Wu Mingyu, whispering that this unknown girl must be arrogant because none of them even recognize her from the usual lessons. Lu Yen stays outwardly calm, and even as the tension spikes she simply decides Yang Wei can handle whatever comes next. Instead of apologizing, Yang Wei casually answers Gu Ji with a careless little "I forgot," turning a bad first impression into outright provocation. The disciples erupt in stunned disbelief, because Wu Mingyu just answered a chief elder with the kind of line that gets people killed. At the White Serpent sect, disrespect toward elders is the fastest way to invite punishment, and Yang Wei's arrogant reply pushes Gu Ji over the edge. Gu Ji explodes with killing intent and unleashes Fang Peak killing arts instead of a simple scolding. The huge green viper shoots toward Yang Wei so fast that the outer sect disciples think they are all about to die with him. Sun Yurong steps in calmly, turns one hand blood red, and answers Gu Ji's attack with her own blood-killing arts. Her blood chains multiply from 10 to 50 in an instant, and rip the giant viper apart before it can hit anyone. The outer sect disciples are stunned by the save, but Yang Wei is rattled for a different reason after sensing blood chi from Sun Yurong. Gu Ji furiously accuses Sun Yurong of interfering, insisting she was only disciplining an arrogant junior. Sun Yurong cuts through the excuse and points out that Gu Ji used a peak core formation attack strong enough to kill the entire outer sect crowd. Gu Ji tries to rally support from her twin sister, but the sleepy old elder admits the attack really did go too far. That answer only makes Gu Ji snap harder, while her exhausted twin is too tired to fight back. Gu Ji turns to Qin Yushi for backup, but Qin Yushi refuses to care about their bickering and just wants the trial to start. With the argument dead, Sun Yurong claps once and the disciples quickly reform their lines. Sun Yurong lays out the trial. Everyone must spend a week in the Red Snake Mountains and hunt monsters for beast cores. She explains that rare cores matter more than raw numbers because the points will decide who becomes a star disciple among the new recruits. The rules make the girls uneasy, especially after they realize core formation monsters may be waiting in the mountains for a full week. Because she is still worried for them, Sun Yurong creates blood pendants and sends one to every disciple as an emergency way back. She warns that using the pendant means giving up a strong chance at passing, because it is only there if the trial becomes too much. Chinyushi immediately adds a harsher rule of her own: anyone who comes back early can forget about joining her peak. Sun Yurong calls that harsh. Chinyushi stays indifferent, and the trial is finally declared open. At Sun Yurong's signal, the outer sect disciples blast through the giant gate, shouting that this is their chance to reach the inner sect. Beyond the gate, 6 branching paths wait, each radiating a different level of danger that even the stronger girls can feel. The dangerous routes are easy to spot, but the 5th path stands out so violently that almost nobody dares go near it. A boastful disciple named Lulin steps forward, declares herself the future star disciple, and confidently claims the 2nd path. Her weaker followers and several nervous girls trail after her, while everyone else starts choosing paths based on fear, instinct, or sensing skills. Soon only Jiang Wei and Lu Yen are left at the fork, still calmly judging the routes after everyone else has gone. Lu Yen calmly notes that at core formation she can sense the area well enough to pick the best route herself. Yang Wei casually points to the 5th path instead, choosing the one everyone else avoided. Lu Yen immediately understands the logic and admits that taking the worst path is actually a smart move if they are strong enough. Yang Wei basks in the praise, and Lu Yen dryly reminds him that a simple thank you would have been enough as she follows him in. Back at the observation area, the chief elders watch the trial through a mirror while Gu Yen blurts out a crude comment about Lu Yen's jest. Gu Ji grumbles bitterly that women are not what they used to be, sounding more jealous than dignified while staring at Lu Yen in the mirror. Chinyushi ignores that nonsense, and coldly calls Yang Wei a fool for walking into the 5th path. Sun Yurong agrees it would look foolish for weak disciples, but she points out that strong ones could clear high-value beasts fast and win early. Privately, Sun Yurong is so confident in Yang Wei's strength that she expects him back in less than a day if he feels like it. Chinyushi is briefly shaken by that confidence, then snaps back that the 2 girls will return only after failing, if they survive at all. Sun Yurong does not argue any further, and simply leaves it at a calm we'll see. Inside the 5th path's dark red forest, Lu Yen senses many core formation monsters and decides the place is perfect for her. Now that they are alone, Yang Wei drops the Wu Mingyu disguise, returns to his normal male body, and opens his folding fan like he owns the place. He tells Lu Yen not to worry because he will protect her like her personal savior, and she instantly rejects the idea of relying on any man. Yang Wei suddenly stops and stares at Lu Yen so directly that even she starts feeling off balance. When she asks what is wrong, Yang Wei walks straight at her until she is forced backward against a tree. He plants a hand beside her, closes the distance, and Lu Yen, who is usually impossible to rattle, feels her voice shake under the pressure. Then Yang Wei leans in and bluntly tells Lu Yen he cannot believe she is not attracted to him, saying he still misses the look she gave him at the Dragon Vein Spirit Pool. As Yang Wei steps closer, he admits something feels wrong between them and nervously braces for the chance that Lu Yen may not return his feelings. He even fixes his bangs to look better, and that awkward little effort catches Lu Yen off guard because she is not used to seeing him this exposed. Lu Yen's heart pounds so hard it breaks her composure, and she can barely stammer out a question about why he seems so down. That slip rattles Lu Yen even more, because as Lin Feng's granddaughter she was raised to be bold and steady, not tongue-tied over a man. Yang Wei closes the last inch between them and confesses that he misses the older sister side of Lu Yen who protected him when Wang Zhang attacked. For one hot second, Lu Yen thinks he means real romance, and the shock turns into a bright, helpless blush. Then Yang Wei ruins the moment by calmly saying he means it in a brother-sister way, exactly the kind of bond she said she wanted. The romantic tension drains right out of Lu Yen, but what replaces it is an even more annoying truth: she feels disappointed. Trying to steady herself, Lu Yen awkwardly asks him to back off now that they are supposedly acting like siblings. Instead of easing off, Yang Wei leans in even closer and asks whether she would really be okay with them becoming more than brother and sister. That second push scrambles Lu Yen all over again, and she has to swallow the urge to smack him for playing with her emotions. Even so, she answers in her usual soft voice and asks him to repeat what he just said. Before Yang Wei can answer, Bai Sujin suddenly slips out of his storage pouch and cheerfully calls it a lover's quarrel. Lu Yen jerks in shock at the comment, suddenly dragged from private confusion into public embarrassment. Yang Wei makes it worse by resting a hand on Lu Yan's head, turning her toward Bai Sujin, and matter-of-factly saying Bai Sujin just called them lovers. Bai Sujin teases Lu Yen for being this visibly expressive around a man, because after nearly a month together she knows Lu Yen almost never lets emotion show. Still flustered, Lu Yen backs away from Yang Wei and admits she never reacts like this around other men, only around him. Bai Sujin points at Yang Wei in disbelief, and both she and Yang Wei blurt out the same stunned reaction when Lu Yen confirms it really is him. The awkward moment snaps apart when Lu Yen suddenly senses something rushing toward them at terrifying speed. Yan Wei cuts her off and says he already has it covered, like he has been waiting for the threat to come into range. A monstrous two-headed eagle explodes out of the trees and crashes into the clearing with a screech so violent it tears up the forest around them. Dust swallows the area as Lu Yen warns that the beast is already in the core formation realm. Yan Wei immediately points his fan and orders Bai Sujin to move, making it clear they are already acting as a team. Bai Sujin snaps back at being ordered around, but she still launches herself straight at the eagle without hesitation. The two-headed eagle fixes on Bai Sujin as prey, spreads its black feathers, and charges her head-on with terrifying speed. Before Bai Sujin can reach it, the eagle unleashes another destructive screech that rips apart the ground and hurls rocks and broken trees at her. Bai Sujin reacts instantly, springing high into the air and using her snake-like agility to vault clean over the storm of debris. The shattered debris keeps flying past Bai Sujin and races straight toward Yang Wei and Lu Yen like bullets. Lu Yen jumps in front of Yang Wei and tells him to stay back, shifting from flustered to fully protective in an instant. She drives her left palm forward and releases a violent wave packed with tiny dragon vein chi, shredding the boulders and tree spikes before they can hit. Lu Yan's palm wave even slams into the eagle's sonic attack and wipes both forces out, completely neutralizing the threat on their side. As soon as the danger clears, Lu Yan turns right back to Yang Wei and anxiously asks if he is okay. Yang Wei says yes, but his real reaction is stunned respect when he realizes Lu Yan's dragon's breath palm is even stronger than his own. Above them, Bai Sujin reaches the perfect angle over the eagle and prepares to finish the setup. In midair, Bai Sujin transforms into a massive white serpent and drives down like a spear onto the monster. The giant white serpent coils tightly around the eagle, locking both heads and wings in place while the beast shrieks in panic. Bai Sujin hisses for Yang Wei to move now, revealing this restraint was the opening they were waiting for. Yang Wei is already in position just a few meters from the trapped eagle, ready to test how far his blood refinement has progressed. In the Red Snake Mountains, Yang Wei drops into a fighting stance and packs so much blood chi into his fist that the ground starts cracking under him. A blood avatar flashes into existence behind him for an instant, then sinks into his fist as he finishes charging the attack. Yang Wei locks eyes with the terrified two-headed monster eagle and unleashes Blood Fist, while the white serpent is still wrapped around it. At the last second, the white serpent releases its coil, leaving the eagle wide open just as the giant Blood Fist crashes in. The impact is brutal enough to shake the whole mountain range, rattling hills, trees, and even the clouds overhead. The two-headed eagle gets blasted through more than 20 trees and slams into the foot of a hill, battered but not dead. A moment later, Yang Wei calmly fans himself and studies the trail of destruction he just carved through the forest. Seeing the battered eagle still alive at the end of the trail, Yang Wei admits a core formation beast is hard to finish off at his current realm. Still, Yang Wei quietly measures his progress and realizes his transformed spiritual domain now lets him contend with 6th-level spirit-gathering cultivators. But he also knows the breakthrough is incomplete, and he still has not truly entered the spirit-gathering realm. Then the white serpent slithers back to Yang Wei with a soft hiss, breaking his train of thought. Bai Sujin wraps around him, shifts back into human form, and clings to him from behind with open affection. She praises his blood arts and says that at this rate, he should soon be able to transform them. That one word catches Yang Wei off guard, because he had assumed his blood techniques would simply evolve with stronger cultivation. So he asks directly what she means by transforming it. Bai Sujin immediately gets smug and acts like he would be helpless without her. Yang Wei sighs, already worn out by a whole month of her showing off every chance she gets. She pushes it further by telling him to beg if he wants the answer, laughing at her own little game. Yang Wei shuts that down with a stern call of her name, and the mood snaps from teasing back to business. Bai Sujin relents and finally explains that blood arts are only the foundation of blood chi cultivation. Bai Sujin finally explains that blood arts are only the foundation, and true masters can manifest their blood spirit and turn it into a personal blood martial art. Yang Wei sums up what he learned. Once he fully grasps blood chi cultivation, he should awaken an innate blood spirit, and that spirit will let him reshape his blood arts. Bai Sujin confirms he is already close, and says a few more hard weeks, at most a month, should be enough for his blood spirit to finally appear. That answer clearly pleases Yang Wei, and he quietly smiles as he weighs what this breakthrough could mean for his future strength. Bai Sujin gently tells him not to force it yet, and says the real priority is taking enough blood pills until the right moment for a breakthrough arrives on its own. Yang Wei admits the real problem is resources, because he only has enough materials left to refine 2 more 6th-grade blood pills. The number shocks Bai Sujin, and she instantly jumps away from his touch to demand why their supply has dropped that low. Yang Wei fires back with dry annoyance, reminding her that 6th-grade blood pills are expensive to make and that he already refined more than 12 for both of them. He pushes it one step further by telling her she should be grateful he even shared those pills, which turns the exchange from practical to pointed. Bai Sujin snaps back at once, warning him not to pin his shortage on her. Yang Wei just shrugs, opens his fan again, and tosses out a smug little answer that makes it clear he is absolutely enjoying this. Bai Sujin's fists tighten as she visibly wants to punch his smug face, but the height gap only makes the moment more frustrating for her. Before that argument can go any further, the two-headed eagle suddenly screeches again and charges them, having recovered far faster than expected. Bai Sujin blurts out her disbelief that a core formation beast could heal this quickly, showing the attack has genuinely caught them off guard. Then the sky fills with 50 radiant blue swords, a sudden counterattack that completely interrupts the eagle's charge. Yan Wei recognizes the technique at once and realizes those are dragon swords. The blue swords crash down with ruthless speed and tear the two-headed eagle apart before it can escape, scattering its body across the ground. With the beast dead, Lu Yen walks in from behind with her arms folded and coolly explains that core formation creatures regenerate fast, so they were lucky she cut it down in time. Bai Sujin openly praises Lu Yan's sword control, impressed by how cleanly she handled the threat. Lu Yen starts to correct her, hinting that what she used was more than simple sword chi, but she gets cut off before she can explain. Yan Wei suddenly spots a dense red sphere floating overhead and asks about it, and Bai Sujin instantly recognizes it as the beast core with a hungry flash in her eyes. Bai Sujin instantly recognizes the floating red sphere as the eagle's beast core, and her expression turns sharply hungry the moment she says it. Acting on pure instinct, Bai Sujin rushes forward, shifts into her white serpent form, and launches herself into the air for the prize. In one swift gulp, Bai Sujin swallows the beast core whole before anyone else can react. The moment Bai Sujin swallows the beast core, red power floods her body and her shape twists into something huge and monstrous. When she lands, Bai Sujin now looks like a grotesque giant serpent, and her cultivation has clearly jumped on the spot. Yan Wei catches up, covers his face, and complains that Bai Sujin just ate the beast core they needed to pass the trial. After thinking it over, Lu Yen quietly says this is not actually a problem. Lu Yen points out that with their combined strength, this whole forest is basically a free hunting ground. Yan Wei instantly follows her logic. If the forest is packed with monsters, then there are plenty of beast cores for Bai Sujin's cultivation, and still enough to ace the trial. Bai Sujin drops back into human form and cheerfully acts like the plan was obvious all along. With the trial solved, Yan Wei walks over to the ruined two-headed eagle instead of leaving it behind. Lu Yen notices him stop at the corpse, and asks what caught his attention. Yan Wei explains that a core formation beast is worth serious money, from its feathers and meat to its bones. That answer catches Lu Yen off guard, because Yan Wei never seemed like someone who cared much about money. Yan Wei admits she is right, then reveals he wants the money for a gift meant for a special someone. That single line immediately hooks Lu Yen, and she cannot help wondering who that special woman might be. Before anyone says more, Yan Wei opens his storage pouch and vacuums the entire two-headed eagle corpse inside. Bai Sujin notices Lu Yan's interest right away and mischievously asks if she is feeling jealous. Lu Yan flatly denies it, but she still keeps her eyes on Yan Wei and quietly wonders whether he already has a special woman in his life. Deep in the blood-red forest, Yan Wei, Lu Yan, and Bai Sujin spot a black serpent toad crashing through the trees, a core formation monster strong enough to be worth real caution. When Yan Wei asks who wants this one, Lu Yen steps up immediately and claims the kill. Lu Yen walks out alone, forms a dragon sword, and calmly faces the charging beast. The toad crashes at empty air, and a heartbeat later Lu Yan's cut appears across its body before it splits clean in half. Yan Wei strolls out fanning himself, praises the strike, and Lu Yen accepts the compliment in her usual blunt way. Yan Wei snaps his fingers and sends Bai Sujin in for cleanup instead of the hunt. Bai Sujin transforms into her massive white serpent form with an eager, hungry glare fixed on the fresh corpse. Yan Wei reminds her to leave the corpse and every body part behind, with only the beast core for her, and Bai Sujin bristles at being treated like she might forget. Yan Wei shrugs and lightly insults her anyway, keeping their banter as sharp as ever even in the middle of the hunt. The week turns brutal for the mountain beasts as Yan Wei's team cuts through the blood-red forest and leaves nothing behind but blood. 7 brutal days in, the trio has already killed more than 120 monsters, and they decide to stay and hunt through the final 3 days of the trial. Feeding on core after core pays off for Bai Sujin, who climbs to the 3rd level of core formation. The team also secures 5 beast cores for the trial report, and plans to split the next 10 between Yan Wei and Lu Yen. Elsewhere in the mountains, Lu Lin's group finishes off a pack of wolf-like monsters and immediately falls back into its usual pecking order. Lu Lin points at a corpse and orders one follower to dig out the beast core for her, unwilling to touch the bloody mess herself. The follower proudly yanks out the core and presents it like an offering to win Lu Lin's approval. Lu Lin tallies 70 cores but complains that only 2 came from spirit-gathering beasts, so the haul still feels beneath her standards. Her followers rush to flatter her leadership, desperate to keep their pampered leader pleased. The truth is less impressive. Lu Lin has mostly let her 10 weak underlings do the dirty work while they worship her too much to complain. Then Lu Lin suddenly goes rigid as a strange spiritual pressure slams into the mountain hard enough to leave her sweating in fear. A moment later her followers feel it too, and the whole group is left trembling in confusion and fear. Even the local monsters panic and flee, confirming that whatever is coming is far beyond a normal trial threat. Barely able to breathe, Lu Lin whispers the truth everyone is already starting to feel. Something big is coming. That dread spreads across the entire Red Snake Mountains as disciples and monsters alike either hide or panic. Back in the deeper forest, Yan Wei's group keeps walking, and by Sujin's evolved human eyes now stay snake-like and azure blue. Lu Yen keeps staring at Yan Wei's back, unable to stop thinking about the special woman he mentioned a few days earlier. Her curiosity turns personal as she wonders if Mu Lingxi is the one in Yan Wei's heart. Yan Wei suddenly notices her staring, stops, and checks on her with simple concern. Lu Yen stammers out that she is fine, and Yan Wei accepts it without pressing further. Once he turns away again, Lu Yen drifts back into the memory of him touching her, and how each touch seemed to loosen her cultivation bottleneck. Testing that strange reaction for herself, she presses a hand to her breast and bites her lip as the feeling returns. By the end of that spiral, Lu Yen quietly decides she may need to tell Yang Wei what is happening to her. At another cliff in the mountains, the Ji brothers gather and confirm their real mission: kill Yang Wei in Emperor Cloudcrest's name. Cloudcrest then appears before them as ethereal mist, and all three brothers bow at once. In that gentle voice of his, Cloudcrest orders them to erase Yang Wei quickly and take the reward. Jiwoo promises they will not fail, but Cloudcrest answers with a colder incentive: fail, and they can go back to being nobodies. After the projection vanishes, it is clear this pressure is exactly how Cloudcrest forces talented but poor pawns to perform at their best. Far away in the Sacred Emperor's domain, Cloudcrest watches the hunt through a space rift from his throne beside noble Flamehorn. When Flamehorn asks if three men can really kill Yang Wei, Cloudcrest reveals he already boosted them into Spirit Ascension with Inheritance and Earth Harmony cores. That answer makes one thing clear to Flamehorn: Yang Wei is dangerous enough that Cloudcrest is treating him like a true obstacle. Cloudcrest explains the deeper issue himself. Mu Lingxi would never love a weak man, so any rival for her heart must be crushed. Flamehorn flatters him by saying Lingxi will one day marry him and grow stronger chasing his level. Cloudcrest dismisses the praise just enough to mention the powers still above him, including his father and younger brother. But when Flamehorn brings up the lost Celestial Star Core, Cloudcrest's softness vanishes and his hatred snaps back into focus on Yang Wei. His fury is broken by a sudden coughing fit, forcing the Emperor to hunch forward and spit blood into a kerchief. Flamehorn realizes even rare immortal sage leaves are not fixing the damage. Noble Fate arrives with cutting honesty and says herbs were never the answer anyway because what Cloudcrest really needs is a core. Flamehorn bristles at her tone, but Fate only folds her arms and insists comfort means nothing without the power to restore him. Cloudcrest shuts the argument down himself and agrees that killing Yang Wei is still the best path forward. Back at the mountains, Jiwoo raises his hand and unleashes celestial purple phoenix hearts. That sphere rapidly expands into a massive purple dome that seals the entire Red Snake Mountains and darkens even the sunlight. Jiming asks what his brother is doing, and Ji Chang snaps that the barrier is there to protect innocent people from the fallout of killing Yang Wei. Jiming complains about the hit, but Jiwoo cuts the chatter off and declares it is time to slaughter the man who offended an emperor. With a sweep of purple chi, Jiwoo creates a giant phoenix of blazing energy and dives into the red forest on its back. At the trial's outer grounds, Sun Yurong jolts from her chair the instant she feels the terrifying presence. Qinyushi is hit even harder, gripping her chair and warning that this aura is beyond anything that should exist in the trial area. Between them, the two women conclude the source may be a terrifying second path cultivator or worse. Guji blurts out that this is a disaster, jumps up too fast, and immediately throws out her back. Still seated with her walking stick, Guyen dryly reminds her that none of them are young anymore. Sun Yurong moves to cancel the trial and call everyone back, only to stop when the disciples start reappearing on their own in flashes of purple light. No one here understands it yet, but Jiwoo has already pulled the female disciples out to keep them away from his attack on Yang Wei. The returned disciples are baffled, and even the elders can only guess whether everyone somehow used their blood pendants at once. Sun Yurong rejects that explanation at once and realizes someone else forcibly summoned them out of the mountains. Meanwhile, Jiwoo rides his giant purple phoenix over the forest and openly calls for Yang Wei's death. Down in the deeper forest, Yang Wei suddenly sneezes right as the danger closes in on him. Lu Yen asks if he is alright, and Yang Wei brushes it off with a dry guess that someone is probably talking trash about him.